I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Can y'all hear me now? Okay. Can y'all hear me now? Okay, good. Okay. Now, this is embarrassing, but let me talk. Let me talk about it. Right. I'm gonna start over anyway. Let me start this over. I actually hit that mic button on my laptop. Never mind. Forgive me. I thought I was live. Anyway, good. That's good though. Y'all can hear me. But let me go ahead and say something. There are about 6 people pulling strings. Right. I noticed something ever since the last couple of months. Okay. Ever since the issue with old boy, the Arkham Asylum guy, Royce M. That's who I'm referring to, right? The issue surrounding him. What I noticed? I noticed people. There's about 6 people pulling strings on the YouTube streets. 4 of them are women. 4 of them are women, and 2 of them are men. Okay, they're pulling strings behind the scenes. So back then, I noticed like last night, somebody made a live stream about me. Not yesterday, I should say. Yesterday afternoon and yesterday morning, somebody made 2 live streams with my name in their mouth. She's number one. She's also pulling strings. That one's pulling strings. Like I said, there's four women involved who pulling strings behind the scenes. She's one of them. The second one who's pulling strings um is the one who's calling everybody predator. She's the second one who's pulling strings. Then there is a third one. Last night, she wants me to sign a victim. What's it called? A victim what? Impact report. But then there's a fourth one who's also pulling strings. I'm not going to mention her name. I'm not going to mention that individual's name because I don't want no smoke with that person. That one, I'm not going to fool with. Then there are some men. There are about 2 men who pulling strings behind the scenes. But I'm not going to reveal who they are because I see them, and it has his fingerprints all over it. But I'm not going to address those 2 niggas just yet because I'm waiting for their hands about to be exposed in a minute. But let me talk about the one last night. First of all, about victim impact statement. You can go straight to hell on that. That's right. You can go straight to fucking hell on that shit. Let me tell you what your problem is. Your problem is people are closing in on your ass. Everything's closing in on you, and you're looking for allies. The past people you fuck with, the past people you trolled and bother with, now you want their help because of who that other person is coming after you with. Now, the way I see it, you and that other person are 2 sides of the damn same coin because y'all do fuck up with people. Both of y'all fuck with folks. You and that other individual fuck with folks. Now you want to bring up Peso, and you tell me I'm jealous of Peso. That's not my problem with Peso. You create that narrative on your community tab. I never said that. My problem with him has nothing to do with what the fuck you was talking about. He got a problem. Me and him got in a problem on Grandmaster Troll's channel. Has nothing to do with no woman or his channel having women. Because I don't go to his channel. See, you're talking and you don't know shit. Anybody can go to Grandmaster Troll channel and find when me and him got into it. Has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Has nothing to do with your narrative. See, I'm not going to be used and manipulated because I hate the other person. Just because I hate the other person, you think I'm going to be your friend. Get the fuck out of here with that. Just because I hate the other individual, does that mean you're off the hook? Now, I blocked your ass. How many times I block you? How can you sit on your ass, get up on DJ Witch Doctor's channel, got on the panel, and Pop Out TV put a purple emoji over your face, cover up your face with that purple emoji, talking about stalking. But then when I block you, you still want to talk to me. Now, when I put out my link out there for a man to show up, you want to show up. And then you try to call me a coward for me not allowing you up on my panel. So by that definition, if I'm telling you no, and I've been telling you no for a year, I don't want to talk to your ass, why are you still trying to hit my link? Make that make sense. Make that make sense right there. You can't make chicken salad out of chicken shit. You trying to tell people that that you can make chicken salad out of chicken shit. No, you're full of it. Now I told you to leave me alone a long time ago. You kept on doing it. I'm about to say old boy's name. You hang around with that dumb nigga over there. And then you try to seek out all the people that you had trolled, you had fucked over, and now you want them to seek allies because that thing over there is coming after you. You can forget about it. I'm not here to be manipulated by fucking females. Mischievous women on here. That's why I agree with SKC. This is a problem that people gotta have to deal with. That need to be right. So you got that need to be right. That's why when somebody tell you no, you still trying to quote unquote put your weight around somebody when somebody told you no, I don't want to talk to you. Get it right. Now, we got strings being pulled. Manipulation going around online. Just check the links in the description box. Y'all know who I'm referring to. Okay? So, since I got that out the way, let me talk about somebody I saw who I can't stand. This is the reason why I hate your boy. Let me talk about why I hate this nigga. See, I ain't talking about this nigga in weeks. But this is a prime example why I hate this nigga. And that is right here. Oh yes, I'm about to go in on this shit. I saw this shit. I want to climb up inside the fucking monitor. See, let's talk about the logic behind what was said here. I'm gonna talk about the logic, right? I want y'all to hear the logic. Okay?
Children, you got to do this and that. Like, I do not play about
except if it's a sister, but that's a different conversation, right, Sharon?
Even if it's a sister, I still don't
stop it, Sharon. Stop it, Sharon. Don't do that.
By the way, this at the 55-minute mark. 55 minutes and 30 seconds. I want to play 55 minutes and 30 seconds into this. Let's keep it moving.
It doesn't. For some reason, y'all think that I don't disagree with women, but I disagree with women all the time. They say,
Sharon, I've asked you several times, when did you do reports on any of those stories of sisters deleting their kids, and you couldn't show one time?
Yeah, I don't do shows on.
But you do stories on men deleting their kids and calling them monsters.
No, I don't do stories of.
Sharon, you didn't do the story about that brother deleting his kid? Come on, yo, Sharon, this is crazy now.
Yeah, you said shows.
Now, I want you to pay attention who's on that panel. I want you to pay close to everybody who's on that panel. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. Because I'm fed up with this bullshit. What Sharon's about to say pisses me the fuck off. But like again, pay attention what's on that panel.
So I don't do shows.
You've done multiple shows like that, Sharon. You've done shows about Cam Newton. You've done shows about people who've abused their women. You've done shows about people who've deleted their kids. And it's all brothers. And you never have that same energy for the sisters.
Can diabetes qualify you for...
I don't give a fuck.
What makes you think I could understand what a woman is going through?
What makes me think you have children?
See, that right there, the dumbest thing I ever heard. That's the dumbest shit I ever heard. Because hold on. I gotta go here because this shit really pissed me off about this. That's why I hate this motherfucker. I hate his ass. He do shit like this. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. Now, mind you, he said because I'm not a woman. Now, I'm addressing the logic here. The logic does not fit the panel. But let's keep it moving.
And you should be advocating for children not to be harmed no matter what the people are going through? Is that what you said?
What makes you think I could understand what a woman is?
Oh, so you're advocating for women because they may be going through something to hurt their children. Here we go.
So
what makes
so the reason why I could talk about men is because I am one. And I can speak to the emotions of men.
Then why is Love Wisdom is on the panel? Why is Love Wisdom on the panel then? Why is MJ was on the panel later on? Talking about niggas. You see, that's why I don't respect you as a man. This ain't no red pill, blue pill shit. This ain't no red pill, blue pill shit. You got women on the panel talking shit about men, but then at the same time, nobody can say a goddamn thing back to PH Diva. But it took Tommy to get rid of PH Diva for you, though. It took you to on Tommy Sotomayor to get rid of PH Diva, right? If you want to have a man-on-man conversation, then between me and motherfucker. Get tired of that unfair bullshit you always been doing, Sharon. Now, that was a good point he was making. Now, I know he probably on some red pill shit. That's not the point. The point is you are talking, well, you know, man, I'm not a woman. So what? The argument is children being killed by women, by their mothers. But yet, here is you. The topic was about children being deleted by their parents. But you want to focus only on the daddies because you are a man, right? The logic, what you trying to do is fucked up. That's why I said I don't like your motherfucking ass. I'm telling you the truth. I don't like your stupid ass. Nigga, that's why a lot of us don't. That's why a lot of men, whether they're red pill, blue pill, whether red pill or not, have a problem with you. Shine Bomb. I'm gonna tell you like this. Don't worry about that because I'm gonna talk about that later on. Don't worry about that, Shitey Bomb. That's gonna talk. I'm gonna talk about that later on because the thing. See, I got two solutions to that. Got two solutions to that problem. One of them I ain't gonna tell you what it is. You going to make that punk ass narrative, nigga. That's why a lot of people don't respect your ass. So it's fine for MJ or some woman to be on the panel and your ass saying this shit. Oh, I'm not a woman. Well, a child, it doesn't matter who is killing the child. Doesn't matter who's ministering the death to a person. What? Oh, so we need to check, look under somebody's clothes and see their plumbing. Say, well, this one has a stick and this one has a clit, has a slit. That's why I hate you in Brownsville. I believe in true equality, maximum equality. Your ass don't. Why you up there in fucking China? You up in a communistic country and shit. The man was making sense what he was just saying. And your ass sit there, he worrying about when are you gonna, you got all this shit going on. But I'm a man. Okay, so by that logic, Sharon, are you calling other people rim, bro? Well, that makes you rim, bro, right? That means you like to rim up another man's asshole, right? I'm here to talk to other men. If you want to talk to other men, why you keep on? See, I'm telling you what your problem is, Sharon. You're stuck where you're at, nigga. You're stuck where the fuck your ass at. The only place you're gonna go is Fatty and Ali. Those are the only two places you're gonna go, cause you're not gonna go any higher than them. You're either gonna go to Fatty and Ali, cause you're stuck with them. Those are your only two people who you're worthy to debate with. No, I'm sorry, who you actually promote. Because you promote these niggas. And Bomb, shut the mighty fuck up talking about that jealousy shit. Bomb, Miss Before Christ, I'm gonna explain this shit to you. Since I know you're watching, why ain't going after Sharon when Sharon got those two white racists calling those black women on that show nigga bitches and sheen booms? Bomb Cherry, since you talk about I like white women, you want to talk about the sisterhood? Sit your ass down somewhere and shut the mighty fuck up, you old ass fucking hag. But anyway, back to where I was at. Back to Sharon, right? You know what? Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Shicey Bomb. I'm not playing. I ain't playing. Told you, I'm not playing with that bullshit. Because I'm deadly serious about this shit. Nigga, you just a washed up nigga from Anton. How the fuck can you say, well, I'm a woman. I'm not a woman. Like, as if that was supposed to be a fucking ass question. As if that supposed to absolve resolve what was happened to a child. Oh, because the one who deleted the child is now, because she's not, because the person does have a twig and 2 berries between their legs. You telling me, oh well I don't care because this person doesn't have a twig and 2 berries between his legs, therefore it doesn't matter. That's how you speak. That's why nobody respect your ass. For real. Now, where was you when the tropes, and this is the same nigga, and I'm gonna say something about some of you women. Some of you women make me sick. After the shit that the tropes did. Came in when Chaotic Truth and them 2 white motherfuckers came in there in September the 30th, 2024. Yes, let me name the dates. September the 30th, 2024. Where was you women? Was not y'all sit there and allowed this white woman to call y'all she-boons and nigga bitches, and y'all allow that white man to call y'all names, and here's y'all ain't saying a goddamn thing to this Mr. Spirit Fingers and jazz hand ass nigga like Sharon. But y'all got more gas for me. Y'all got more gas for me than anything else. Oh, Big J, you got to do better. Fuck y'all. When y'all say that shit, I'm going to tell y'all, go fuck yourselves. Oh, Big J, you got to do better. No, fuck you. You can't tell me that shit, and y'all up at that nigga's channel and kissing this nigga's ass. I don't give a fuck if you unsub. I'm telling you right now, I don't give 2 ounces of a fuck if you unsub. Because that's a disingenuous argument. Hey, and Shicey Bump can unsub too. I don't give a fuck. Because I'm standing 10 toes down where the fuck I believe in. Motherfucker gonna say, oh, because I'm not a woman. Well, nigga, you might as well be a woman because you had your fingers up and shit, jazz handing with spear fingers. You over there jazz handsing with your spirit fingers. Spirit fingers, spirit fingers. I got spirit fingers. That let me know, nigga, you played the tambourine at the Baptist church revival, nigga. You playing the tambourine at the Baptist church revival. Let the church say amen. You sound like that when you say, I bet you sound like that when you were singing at the end of the choir, nigga. I'm not a woman, but you sure do act like a fucking woman. Now let me bring on to the other issue. Right? Let me bring on the other issue. Because I have a problem. You know how to solve this problem? Now, shout out to Super Sly. Shout out to Super Sly 75, because me and him was talking about this last year. You know how to solve shit like this? You know how to solve this bullshit with Royce? You know how to solve this shit with these women doing all these spinning webs and shit? You know, trying to pull strings? Let me tell you how to solve this problem. I'm tell you what to solve this problem. You solve this problem with this shit. In fact, I'm writing a version of this for the state of Texas. Damn right. Because the thing is, y'all say a lot of shit and y'all get away with it. Google need to be sued for the shit that that Google allows. Yeah, I'm writing the Texas version of this shit. Yeah, I'm gonna bring a fucking solution to this goddamn problem. Get tired of y'all saying, oh, I slept with transsexuals. I'm tired of you niggas. I'm tired of that one old nigga trying to follow me around social media, trying to contact the people who I interview with. Oh, Richard Conley, I'm talking about your bitch ass, you old ass, cripple ass, bitch made, whole ass motherfucker. And you got these trolls trying to sit there and try to put a fucking ass slander on me. Whole ass niggas over there at fucking ass Soul Providers channel. Fuck y'all niggas down that street. Talking about, laughing at jokes about women getting their ass beat. Y'all talk more about women getting their ass beat. Oh, Cassie West. Oh my God, not Cassie West. What's her name? Cassie Ventura. That's the name. Oh, Cassie Ventura got her ass beat by P. Diddy. Oh. But y'all want to whoop my ass because I called your asses out. But y'all want to whoop my ass because I called your ass out, Mr. I'm supposed to be a public servant. And Joey, do not try to contact me on Discord with your bitch ass. Joey, 85, don't you ever try to contact me on fucking Discord trying to talk shit. I don't like you Philly niggas. You're a dumb nigga from Philadelphia. I don't deal with Delta Novembers. You the one that came over here with that bullshit. Attacking Queen Sunkiss. And you did it for them niggas down the street. You did it for them bitch niggas down the street. Fuck you and fuck them niggas who you hang with. Bunch of Northeast City ass niggas. These urban niggas. No wonder y'all education system is fucked up. Can't fucking comprehend. If somebody telling you A, B, and C, if somebody telling you, motherfucker, what the subject-verb agreement is, there's a subject, there's a verb, and there's a fucking ass agreement of what's going on. Can't even comprehend a goddamn thing. Let's talk about the strings. Let's talk about the strings, Auntie. Because people been telling me, Big J, you was being attacked yesterday. And I'm looking at all these live streams last night. I'm not stupid. And niggas over here are falling for the okie doke. I've been here too long on NiggaTube to know what the fuck is going on. And some of you men don't got a fucking backbone. Some of you niggas who hang around with before Christ, you niggas don't have a backbone. Don't come to my channel saying, well, Big J, you was right. But niggas, every time when she starts a live stream, y'all don't tell her shit. Well, I did. No, nigga, you dared to get some internet pussy, nigga. But I think that you, Auntie, misjudged me on why I apologize. You know, I think though you misjudged on why I apologize. I didn't apologize. I think you don't think. Well, you know what? I ain't gonna talk about that because it's over with. For far as I'm concerned, the issue's over with. Far as I'm concerned, it's the other issues that's not over with. I'm over here chilling, my own business. I thought this shit was solved, and niggas want to drag me yet yesterday. Fuck you. Fuck you niggas in this space. It's time to take a wrecking ball and knock this shit offline. But you know what? I'm glad YouTube, by the way, I'm glad YouTube just changed its rules. YouTube just changed its rules. Yes, yes, yes. Let's talk about what YouTube did. So some of y'all who are content creators may have received an email, and YouTube says they're changing the SKC. I agree with you. I agree with you. All it is just confusion, and then nobody ain't noticing the strings being pulled. Now, one woman tried to pull my fucking string last night, trying to get me to apologize to her and team up with her against her rival. That shit ain't happening. Trying to do that, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No, fuck you. Fuck you. You spent you spent 9 months, 10 months trying to embarrass me. You spent 10 months making memes about me. You spent at least a year trying to drag me and drag the people on my channel. Fuck you. Do you understand? I ain't your crash test dummy. I'm only loyal to the people who are loyal to me. If you ain't the two people, then ain't you. Now get that right. Trying to start some beef between me and the P man. I can care less about the P man, Peso. I can give a flying fuck about him. So what? I only got one thing to say to him. That was it. Why you trying to fabricate some shit like that? Trying to pull some fucking strings. Shicey Bump, I only respect those who respect me. I don't give a fuck about what race you are. I don't give a fine fuck what religion your ass is. I don't give a fine fuck if you what gender your ass is. I don't give a fine fuck if you Jew or Gentile or Christian or Muslim. I don't give a two flying fuck if you're a Democrat or, well, you know what? I gotta say, fuck the Republicans and fuck MAGA. But at the same time, let me move on to something else. I don't give a fuck, man, if you're gay or straight. I don't give a fine fuck if you're a goddamn Mason or elk. Do you understand? Right, 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 Juju. Notice what they're doing. Notice what they're doing on both sides. See, I see it. But both sides hate me. The women don't like me, and the men don't like me either. And when I said the men, I'm talking about the manosphere. Notice that the manager hates my guts, and the BWE hates my guts. Well, I appreciate Juju. See, I'm hated by both sides of this gender war. See, the women don't like me because I call out Cynthia G when Cynthia G went after Bacardi Henderson and when Bacardi Henderson got stumped out in Greece, and when Bolton John got shot by Amber Geiger in Dallas, and Alfred White got hung from a tree in East Texas, and when Cynthia went after those three black men and tried to come after those three black men. That's why black women don't like me over here, because I went after y'all's #1 warrior. Then comes the black manosphere. I hate you niggas. Everybody know I have a personal and a political issue with the black manosphere. Blaming women for every goddamn thing. Blaming black women why you suck in life. And then the leadership. Oh, and anger man. Let's talk about these social security numbers in that Discord server. That's why you pull that gun. That's why you pulled out your little pew pew on me on Sharon's channel. When I talk about the social security numbers that was on that Discord server. That's why Angry Man blocked me. Ever since then, he blocked me. He stopped coming over there to Sharon. Ever since I bring that up, and Sharon's a piece of shit for not following up on that shit. But he talking about, I'm trying to fight against men who rebelling. Well, motherfucker, if you read against the manosphere, Sharon, you should be touch up on that. How he's screwing over other black men, motherfucker. I get to set the tone. You don't. And I'm fucking ass arrogant. I'm being fucking arrogant. I get to set the tone. You don't. You niggas say this, that, and the third. Y'all won't even sit there and solve your own damn problem. Y'all want to run to y'all's white daddy, Donald Trump, to solve your fucking ass problem. But you know, I find it funny because I went to a chat room early this morning. Before I did this live stream, I went to somebody's chat room. I didn't bother watching the video. I was watching that chat room. Wait a minute. So Big J tag team with white women against black people. But before Christ, you got with a white boy named Junk Pile Video who called CPS on Sansa Ray. Since you want to bring up Sansa Ray, let's talk about it. Before Christ, you got with this white boy. This white boy calling this white boy in 2018. No, in 2017, 2018, and 2019, this white boy is calling CPS on numerous black women online. And you was tag teaming with his ass. You and Reg and all them other niggas over there was tag teaming with his ass. Don't worry, a video's coming out for that. Y'all make me fucking sick. That's why I want this bill in California to pass. Fuck Newsom. Gavin Newsom fucked up and vetoed this bill that should have made law, because Google allows this bullshit to happen. But let me talk about Google now. Let me talk about Google now. So hold on. Let me put this back up. Let me put this back up. Because, see, a lovely lady made a community tab. And let me try to find her channel. Let me try to find her channel because she said it. No, what? No, hold on. Let me go over here. This is what the Golden Goddess said. Golden Goddess she made a community post, and she talking about how YouTube just doubled the monetization requirements. Now, Super Slide was talking about this last night as well, right? And you know what? I'm glad. That's right. I am so glad that YouTube is doing it. I'm for it. Let me tell you why I'm for it. Hold on, let me stop her video real quick. Let me tell you why I'm for it. I'm for it for this reason. Ever since monetization had happened, YouTube went downhill. YouTube actually went downhill. It allowed, since people can make money, the more people make money, it allowed more dumb niggas to do dumbass content. It was only what? The Green Brothers and Mr. Beats. Mr. Beats and the Green Brothers. Well, they got backing by corporations, and they had backing by certain companies or organizations. But because YouTube allows monetization, every Tom, Dick, and Harry with a fucking phone device, electronic device, can do a YouTube video and say the most dumbest of shit. It allows the trolls. It allows the punks, the thieves, the grifters. It allows the charlatans. It allowed Umar to get away with shit. It allowed Boyce to get away with shit. It allowed Tariq Nasheed to get away with shit. It allowed Field the Advice Show to get away with shit. It allowed Tommy to get away with shit. And all these dumb idiots that say dumb ass shit, they get away with shit. It allow you insecure niggas to do insecure shit. Oh man, my name is Edward Anderson. I hate black women. Boom, boom, boom. I'm in a ditch. Oh, my name is Edward Anderson. I'm in a ditch. I ran off the road. I ran over some dogs and some cats because I'm mad at black women. But nigga, you ran off into a ditch. You got stuck in a ditch. You need to call AAA to get your ass out of said ditch, and you still went online as you wait for AAA to drag your car out the ditch. You still talking about how fucked up the African American woman is. This is what monetization calls. It calls bullshit like that. You wouldn't have Mr. Fat Ass or Dr. T. Son Johnson's fat ass. Oh man, I can't get laid, man, because man, I'm manosphere, and I'm at a PWI. I'm at, hold on, nigga, you at a PWI, but yet you want to talk about black issues. Sit your ass down somewhere. Talking about, I'm gonna create this law. Man, you have not been to Sacramento in your home state. You surely hadn't been in Washington, D.C. talking about men's issues. Sit Your fat 500-pound ass down somewhere, professor. And then we got these clowns, these niggas down the street. From the top of the manosphere. Now let me get down to the bottom of the manosphere. The tail end of the manosphere. Man, I love when P. Diddy slapped around Cassie West on that hotel room. Man, it was funny to me when I saw Cassie West went ahead and stomped Cassie Ventura in the head. Really, nigga? Cassie Ventura got stumped in the head? You think that's funny, right? You think that shit's funny? Ha 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 ha. This is why this monetization shit, I'm glad they changed the rules. Oh, or what about the whole issue of on the Roger Report? You niggas at the Roger Report, because you niggas are down across the street telling at the Master too. Oh man, man, black women calls World War II, man. Black women calls the First World War. This is what happened when y'all allow everybody to be monetized. I'm glad that they bumped up the criteria to be monetized online. No longer you need 4,000 hours. You need 8,000 views. Let me say that again. In order to be monetized, you need 1,000 subs, and you also need 4,000 views. Now it's now starting in February of next year, it's 8,000. 8. Let me say it again. 8,000 subs. No, 8,000 view count to be monetized. Oh man, I love it. That will cut down on you bitch ass, milk toast, tenor dick, lame brain, Delta November having ass Negroes. It will stop you niggas sitting at the goddamn dock of a fucking lake, on a bank of a lake, yelling at ducks about women. It'll stop y'all niggas from doing that shit. See, YouTube's getting rid of y'all. And y'all don't, and y'all worry about dumb shit. Oh, I love it. Shout out to Gigi. Shout out to Golden Goddess. Shout out to Super Sly 75 for talking about it last night. I was up in the clouds last night watching Super Sly. He was was referring to it. Oh, I'm glad. Oh man, I'm happy about this shit. Oh man, I love it. Finally, the gender war, the black gender war, might come to it may not end, but it'll come to a screeching halt. It'll come to a screeching halt on that angle. Now the black gender war will not end until you solve the white gender war. Because guess what? We live in America, so you can't stop. Black people need to stop thinking like it's going to be insulated. No, because there are economic factors into this. So, and we live in an integrated and globalist society. So it's not going to be ended just within black society. This got to be a global or a national issue to solve. And I already know how to solve the gender war. It takes changing a policy. That's all you need to change 15 different laws to change to solve the gender war issue, and get rid of the black women empowerment, and get rid of the black manosphere. get these niggas up on out of here. And Juju, you're right. I'm not picking a side. Cause I was having this discussion with somebody last night. I ain't picking no fucking side in this shit. I said what I got to say, and I exit up and out of there. Because I see the strings being pulled. And if people would step back and see it, y'all will see it. And y'all see who's doing it. Like I said, there's 4 women and there's 2 men involved. I'll say it again. There's 4 women and 2 niggas involved in this shit. And it's possibly a third nigga, but I'm gonna make it 2 because I see it. The nudging, the prodding, I'm gonna pull this person to where I'm at, so this person can talk about this person, so this person can block this person. So I'm gonna put little suggestions in people's skulls, so like they can, these people's minds made of mush, and I see it. I see it, and that big old ass woman is also pulling strings. Do not see. I see that shit too. I see her pulling strings. I see that woman who made a video about me last night. 3 people making video after me last night. You gonna ask me to join your side because another woman's after you? Because another woman's after you, May. Talking to you, May. Because some woman's after you. You think I'm supposed to join up with you? Get the fuck out of here. You already fucked up my reputation around here anyway. You think I'm gonna join forces with you because, and then I forgot, and then you supposed to think I'm supposed to forgot what you did to me or about me on Soul Provider's channel. You think that I'm supposed to forget about that shit? All these strings being pulled. Oh, you gotta pick a side. Find these blue pill simps to fuck with. I ain't the one. Find these crash test dummies to crash out. I'm not the one. I stand 10 toes fucking down, and Juju, you are the third person. You're the third person who told me this shit. Don't pick a side. Yeah, I see it. Now what? Now how come none of y'all niggas bring up why before Christ is not talking about when Sharon got the 2 white supremacists over there? See, I'm gonna look at y'all sideways. I'm looking at y'all sideways. How come on September the 30th, 2024 AD, why did BC didn't go, why before Christ did not go on Sharon's head when Sharon got fucking chaotic truth and the tropes dragging black women for 5-6 hours online? Where was you at before Christ? Since you got your mouth on me all day yesterday. Fuck you and fuck them people who ride with your ass. Yeah, I said it. Fuck you and them niggas who you roll with. I get to set the tone. Nobody does. And Juju, that's one of the best things. you have ever said. See, for someone like you, you're probably like one of the wisest women over here. You about one of the no, you know what? Fuck all that. You about the wisest person over here. If you want to keep on, if you want keep on the buck, you about one of the wisest people in this space. And I don't blame you for not doing live streams and all that. So let me get off of here. I said enough. I stand 10 toes down with the fuck I said. Keep me out your shit. I want to be in y'all shit. Because this world's about to go to war and shit, and y'all want to do some hoe ass shit, pulling strings on people. That's why I said the other day, there needs to be a World War III. New York, hold on. I said Chicago, New York needs to be affected to make you niggas act right and straighten you niggas out. What's going on? What's going on, Queen? Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Yes, Queen. Yes, Queen. There are about 5 people pulling strings. And all I did when I was at break, I see certain people trying to change their minds. I see certain people changing their minds. Some people are using certain words to influence this person to jump on this side and this person over here to jump into this side. I see it. And then I noticed it when I was on DJ Witch Doctors on Monday night. When Keon said, "Are we cool, Big J?" Why are you asking that question for? I thought we were. Then I went to a certain channel and I see him up in that chat room of a certain female. I said female. I ain't say woman. You don't think I don't see what the fuck going on? Y'all don't think I don't see what the fuck is going on? And then I see this shit. I see it's 5. It's 4 women and 2 men. That's all I'm gonna tell you. It's 4 women in this shit, and I'm not gonna deal with the 4th woman. I already dressed 3. Who knows, Queen? Who knows? No, who knows? I'm just sitting here just. I hope I'm not in it. I'm gonna tell you right now. I hope I'm not in it because here's the thing. Look up the Samson option. Those you don't know what the Samson option is, I think you might want to look it up. Okay, look up the Samson option. I ain't gonna tell you what it is. I'll let y'all figure it out for yourself. Cause do not put me in this shit. I'm gonna let you know right now. Yeah. He is, but I find it funny that he asked me that, you know. And then I kind of like wonder, well, I see who's in his. And I said, well, who's in your ear? And then I figure out who it was. Then I figure out who it was. That's why Saturday, I'm gonna do my debate Saturday. And I'm gonna carry on, and hopefully that debate Saturday get me to a place beyond y'all. Because I don't want to deal with any of you niggas anymore. After this debate that I'm hosting, because it's time for y'all. Oh yes. I'm having a debate Saturday. I'm hosting a debate. SKC. I'm hosting a debate. It's gonna be Queen Sunkiss is gonna be the co-host. It's gonna be collaboration. I'm gonna have some collabs. I gotta talk to somebody else to collab with this too, because I want his channel to grow too. So I'm gonna try to get this one brother to collab. Right. Listen. I understand Juju, man. You Juju. I'm surprised, man. You single. No man ain't wife you up yet. Damn. If I was in New York, I'd try wife you up. I'm telling you the truth. You are a woman with heads on your shoulders, and I appreciate that. You're a woman with head on your shoulders. I appreciate that shit. What are the rules? Well, SKC, the rules are this, right? The rules are it's going to be a 3-hour debate. The topic, well, one of the topics, is going to be 45 minutes each for a topic. The first topic is going to be George Floyd and the person who killed him, or supposedly had killed him. That's the first debate. The second two debates are, well, I'll let that be a surprise. There's two other topics. It's been 45 minutes on each topic. So it's going to be a rebuttal, a statement rebuttal, and so forth. So it's being formulated in that way. Hopefully, knowing the two combatants in this debate. Um, um, oh, hold on. What the Queen say? Do not engage when they come after you. Okay. Okay, but I don't like it when people who I care about being attacked either. I don't like that shit. I'm more pissed off about that. But anyway, um, um, oh, and Joey, go fuck yourself, Joey 85. Anyway, but back to the point. Trying to contact me on fucking Discord, bitch ass nigga. Oh yeah, back to the debate, right? It's 45 for each topic. Hopefully the live stream. I'm gonna try to do this for Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. So be on lookout for that. Sarge versus MOT. I'm gonna start having some collabs. I gotta contact somebody with a collab, because I want his channel. I want this person's channel to grow. His channel deserved to grow, and I blame this nigga's co-host for shutting down his channel. But I want his channel to get more than 1,000 subs, so I'm trying to help his channel back up again. So yeah, I'm gonna have his channel be a collaboration. He don't have to be here. I'll just put him down as a collab. So hopefully I'm gonna talk to him, get that out. So oh man, shit. Oh man, it's gonna be some, man. It's gonna be some shit though. It's gonna be some shit when that happens. How is the debate judge? We, you know what? I'm gonna judge the debate based upon logic and evidence. What can be proven? Okay, I think what can be proven, right? What sounds logical? What is proven? That's probably the only way I can think of right now. I would cut down on the insults. I would try to make sure the insults are cut to the bare minimal. Um, Trolling will be there won't be no trolling. I cut trolling down to bare minimum. Um, but it's still gonna be fiery. I do know that it's still gonna be fiery and shit. And I'm gonna sit here with my popcorn, and I'm gonna start hosting this debate. So hopefully, if the creek doesn't rise, I'm gonna have this thing going on for Saturday evening, Saturday evening, so everybody can sit there and have the free time to watch it. So yeah. So I'm gonna get it going. Hold on. Eh, SKC, you might be right. You might be right on that. I don't know. You might be right. You might be right. I might want to do that. I might want to do that though, right? So 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 yeah. But anyway, I'm done for right now. I said enough. Um I'm gonna enjoy myself since I just got off from work. Wait a minute. Where is my drink? That's right. I need myself another drink. Damn, I don't feel like getting up. So I gotta get up and get me two cans now, since I'm thirsty and shit. Um, if the position is strong as they state, they shouldn't have to insult their opponent. Granted. You know. Well, then why are you here? Get your narrow ass and get your ass over there. I don't give a fuck. So let me get on up and out of here. You know, I'll talk to y'all next time. I guess. Anyway, I'm out. Oh, and by the way, since I'm here, you know what? I'm gonna be an asshole. Go ahead and donate. Yeah, this, since social media. Hold on, I like to debate a HBCU what? Chick, huh? HBCU who? Are you saying chick or what? I mean, I guess I don't know. Anyway, let me get off of here. But donate. Don't donate if y'all want. Let me get off of here. So yeah. TC. I'm not breaking TCO on this channel. Fuck TTC. I ain't breaking no TCO on this channel. TC is another. That. Okay. Some lady you had on your show who called herself. Her. Okay. I know you're talking about. now. Okay. Yeah, okay. I know you're talking about now. No. There is a lame ass nigga named TTC something, and I saw his ass over there on DJ's channel, and I saw him over there at Night's channel, and he's also another one of these weird ass niggas. He kind of remind me of, I ain't gonna say his name. I ain't gonna say his name. He has a Latina woman on his profile pic. You might know who I'm referring to. Y'all might know who I'm referring to. That'll clown. But anyway, y'all. So I got some videos coming down the pike too, as well. No. This one's gonna be one-on-one. This one's gonna be one-on-one. Yeah, this one's gonna be one-on-one between MOT and Sarge. So yeah. What else? Oh, well, I'll be damned. She said, I'll be asleep at 2 p.m. Pacific on Saturday. Okay, the two combatants live on the East Coast. They'll be on the East Coast that day. So, I'll handle it. I'll try to handle it because but both of them are gonna be on the East Coast on Saturday. So I'll handle it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's play the game. Go ahead, figure it out while I get the more All right, then. I appreciate the $20, $22 on his live stream. Wasn't expecting it. I appreciate it. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm in a good mood. That song made me a good mood. Let me play it again. Go ahead, figure it out while I get the more That's right. Yeah, man. I feel good with this song. Wait a minute. Hold on. No. Oh, hell no. I hate that song. Money World, I hate that song. You'll never find me playing that stupid ass song. Oh, he said I actually had the license for that track. Yeah, like you have to buy a license for that track. I've been trying to. I was trying to get Kevin say it was theme song license. Good, very good lives, but I can't get it. I can't get it though because someone else got it in license. His daughter got it in license, I think. So, but since you said that, I'll play it again. Go ahead, figure it out while I get the more Keep it coming, babe. Oh, I'm sorry. I caught myself singing on this motherfucker, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Hold on. Where's? Hold on. Where is it at? Oh, you want to drop the link? Yeah. But you know what I want? I want King Sis. I want that song from King Sis though. Over there on that website, Auntie. I say I want that theme song. I want to play. I want to use that song as a theme song though. Just the instrumental. That's all I want. You know. Hold on. I got it when I did Chaos on Halloween a couple years. Oh damn! Really? Fuck. Shicey Bomb. I can give 2 ounces of a fuck. Again, I don't give a fuck what Before Christ says. I ain't watch your live stream. Fuck her. I don't give a flying fuck. Until man, she talks about what happened to the tropes. Why didn't she jump in when that racist white girl called them black women niggas and shit? She got nothing to talk to me about. When Ben and Dre's trope was calling all you women black women all sorts of names, your girl Before Christ wasn't there. Until she addressed that, she got nothing to talk to me about. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a damn what Bomb says. You got to be out of your mind for you just asking me stupid questions. I don't give a fuck. Don't you that you are out of your luck. Don't keep fucking with me. I don't give a fuck. You must be out your mind fucking with me. I think you out of your mind. Oh no, I can't. I fucked that up. I fucked that. Anyway, let me keep it moving. Let me get out of that. Let me get out of that. About to bust a song out on her ass. Anyway, like I give a fuck. Shit. She could take that and play that on her channel. I don't give a fuck. Oh, Cherry Bomb is a song written by a white. I forgot. SKC. I forgot about that. Oof. I don't give a fuck. Ooh, you must be out your mind. I don't know. I need to. I forgot what I was. Never mind. Fuck it. I'm not in the mood right now. Shit, I just lost my mojo right there. Anyway, let me get out of here. I gave y'all something to laugh about because I'm in a good ass mood right now. So I'm gonna get my ass up out of here. So anyway, I'm happy again. Let me play this one more time. Go ahead, figure it out while I get them more Keep on coming, baby. Keep on coming, baby. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to hit the link. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me drop the link. Better yet, let me go to my channel and drop the link on my YouTube. That's right. Let me drop this on my YouTube. Keep on coming, baby. Keep on coming, baby. Making all that money, baby. Keep on coming, baby. Got that song stuck in my head now. Shit. Keep on coming, baby. Keep on coming, baby. Working on it. Keep on coming, baby. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting to have a high pitch right there. Go ahead, SKC. Damn, everybody hit this shit at once. Damn.
Yeah. No, SKC had a question. Let him
Okay.
get that off. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was just wondering, like, how did this debate come to fruition?
You remember when you was on the panel and they was arguing and they was cussing each other out? But I left. I left during all that. Yeah, because Queen was here stuck co-hosting, right? And
I
yeah,
don't think I don't think I was here with MOT or at any time.
okay, but MOT got in here and Sarge was on here, and man, it went off the fucking rails. I had to put that shit on members only. That shit was about to go the fuck off, man. They went at it, man.
Oh,
Yeah. So
okay.
yeah, so they went at it again Saturday, again, and I said, you know what, we're gonna have to have this debate, man. We gotta knock this out, man.
So they're gonna have a structured debate, MOT and Sarge.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun to watch. Structured debate, right? 'Cause I think it would probably be a pretty good debate if they can keep it respectful.
Mhm.
Mhm. I heard a little bit about it, a little bit of it. I guess what you're saying the second time. I don't know. There was a few on both sides, some points that were, uh, in my opinion, pretty elementary. But hey, it'll be interesting to see how they work around it.
Right. Yeah, I know Sarge like a yell and scream. If you think I yell and scream, what you, man? He be doing more than I do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's. I think he's just a little passionate. But he's got points. MOT has points. Who's moderating?
I guess it's me. Gonna be here. So
Just
uh,
you?
yeah, it goes me and possibly Queen because it's gonna collab with her. So uh, so it's just gonna be me and
Damn,
her.
I hate to say it. You might want SKC up there for this one.
Ooh.
Just as a moderator.
I gotta think about that, man. Oh, you know, it would be interesting. It would be interesting. Would you be a part of this SKC? I mean, it's,
what time would that be?
I'll,
Wait. That's this Saturday.
yeah. This
I
coming
won't even. Nah, I won't even be in town. I'm gonna be
uh,
on out of town with my wife. So no.
yeah. It was supposed to be last week. It was supposed to be last week, but I had that other live stream happen, and then I had to cuss out Don. So yeah. So it's supposed to be next this coming week. So
Yeah. I got a flight
yeah,
ready. I can't do that.
but I have to work on the final. There's one little detail I need to work out with them two because they did talked about it here. I think that was Sunday. Um, but we got to make a. I know both of them gonna be on the Eastern time, and we got to settle on the time. It's gonna be Saturday evening, Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. That's and I forgot the time. That's the point. I gotta make sure my time is right because
I
usually MOT is in mountain time, and he said he's gonna be on Eastern time. That really, I have to sync that time together. So yeah, so So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Cheetah. If it should be structured, I guess timed rebuttals and statements and closings and all that stuff. Because other than that, they'll just pretty much just talk over each other, and you won't get any real substance.
Right. She said, "Is it going to be broken up?" No, it's 45 minutes each topic. Each topic is going to be read topics is going to be 45 minutes apiece.
Yeah, I mean, because it can go from a debate to just kind of like a conversation and then an argument,
Right.
without the structure. But I think a debate between both of them would be cool because they're both pretty polarized on each side. So that would be pretty cool to watch.
You're
But if you can have the 3 moderators, and one that's extreme. The reason why I
the smartest
I would
guy
just
in the room.
recommend somebody like SKC just because I know he's capable of letting people get their point off, whether he disagrees with them or not.
DJ run his own debate. Damn.
I just made a suggestion. That was it.
I always got a damn suggestion. Leave this man alone.
No, I mean, normally I would, do something like that. I mean, good debates are pretty fun. Even if you lean one way or the other, to see how people construct their arguments and test the internal logic of their argument. That's pretty fun. I'm curious as to one argument that I heard. I think that was Saturday. It's 2 arguments. One that Sarge put up and one that MOT put up. The MOT argument about the, I think you were saying something about the conservative living in a, in like a progressive area or something like that, or city or something like that. I mean, man, if he came across I would say just a semi-strong debater, they would fillet that argument. So I mean, and the thing about Sarge that I heard him state was something about what was it? The idea, it was like some guy that ran for president that he really liked.
Alan Keyes.
Yeah.
Alan Keyes ran for senator in Illinois when what's his name got divorced. His divorce papers was leaked out. I remember that, and that actually made Obama become senator, and thus the rest is history.
Yeah,
it actually made Obama president. Hindsight.
Yeah, I think that argument would need to be shored up a bit more. But yeah, hey, to each his own. So.
Right.
How dare you not invite the smartest guy in the room to the debate? Big head. Shame on you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just being funny.
But yeah. I'm gonna get another person to collab in this because I need Sarge come from certain YouTube channel. And I want that YouTube channel get some credit in this because he came from that channel. So, I want I got email him too though. So I ain't talked to him in a while. So, and I hadn't been calling in on that show either. So.
I didn't even know that Sarge existed until I came across him here. And it was
Sarge be going off every third Thursday night.
Oh, really?
On Talk Real Solutions channel, he be going to the fuck off on Tyrone. Yeah, calling people niglets and shit, and he be going off on people over there, man. He be, every black female politician are a failure. I mean, when he did that shit, oh man, he started naming names. That old girl was crying. That woman was crying when he's named all them names. Tiffany Henyard. He went down the list. He went from Tiffany Henyard, the mayor of New Orleans. I forgot the other one.
Which New Orleans mayor?
The last one.
Cantrell.
Yeah, Cantrell. He went down every black female politician who went to jail. Up to that woman in Florida, he went that congresswoman who stole all the money in Florida. He named all, and them women was crying.
I mean, because I'm like, when it come to New Orleans, you go all the way back to Ray Nagin after Katrina.
Before that, it's before Nagin, you had to go all.
I mean, I'm like, you really don't have to go past Nagin, but that was a bad one.
Yeah,
that was a bad one.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, he talk about what's the name in Baltimore. He be naming names over there, and I'm like, damn, man, yeah. And y'all say I have problem with black women over here. Shit, I never even say shit like that.
And that was always like, well, I brought that up. Y'all remember when Anton interviewed Kwame Kilpatrick and pretty much just dapped the dude up. And I was like, bro, you from Detroit. Never asked him one time, not one time, about that case and whether or not he owed the people of Detroit an apology.
You know, Anton's a coward. You know, Anton ain't gonna do that.
But I'm like, this be the premise of like most of your content. This is the premise of most of your content, and you got this dude that literally got charged with racketeering, convicted, and did time. You know?
Well, and I don't really know Anton or anything. But just playing devil's advocate, I mean, you've worked in media before. You know how sometimes for interviews or just for conversations with certain people, before the interview will even begin, in just the exchanges, sometimes they'll have things that they'll state. I'll agree to do the interview. However, I will not breach these subjects. So it may have been one of those situations.
Yeah, like, okay, so my background is in marketing, little PR, and some of that is delved into the media industry, but I'm not I'm not like well versed when it comes to media. But no, you're absolutely right. Like when interviews are set up, usually if I had anything to do with it, and every time I've seen it, the topics, all of that stuff was already laid out for the person being interviewed ahead of time. So even though they might not have the exact questions, they already know the topics and the boundaries are already set.
Yeah.
So the boundaries are definitely already set ahead of time. So so that could have been something like you're right, and I brought that up too. That could have been something where it's like, okay, you don't want to put your guest in a messed up spot, and if it's something that they don't want to cover or they'll get caught off guard, you don't want to do that. So no, you're right.
Yeah, and sometimes, and I'm not saying that this is the case for this guy, or because I don't even know the situation at all, but there are situations where, especially if there was any sort of court case or anything, there may be something in writing that states that he can't say anything about certain subject matters. Or
I mean, I doubt that, because he had already been charged, convicted, and got out. Like it was. He had already done his time, so that's it.
Okay.
There's nothing else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, then there's no double jeopardy or anything. So
correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So I can understand. Yeah, if charges are pending and stuff like that, then you can't talk about that. You might not be able to talk about that.
Yeah.
But no, at that point, everything had already been over, so he could talk about what's already done.
Yeah, man. But I did have a question, son. I was just reading last night. I saw because I'm late on so much stuff, but there was a report I was reading concerning Carmelo, and I didn't know that in his attempt to get a retrial, that his team put together wording in that legal paperwork that he now claims that he saw and was a victim of substantial home violence.
That's a
I see my baby mama on here. I see my baby mama on the. Oh, I'm sorry. Oops. Let me be quiet. Oh, go ahead, Queen. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Queen. I'm sorry.
So I just kind of
You
wonder.
said Carmelo?
Yeah, I kind of wonder. Like, his team now states that one of the things that they did not want to put in the initial case was that part of the issues that may have been surrounding how he reacted was because for quite some time he had been basically viewing and was a victim of home violence,
Oh wow.
substantial home violence. Is what the exact words say in the proceedings.
Hmm. That's crazy.
So, I mean, does that change anything?
No,
Okay.
it explains the extreme reaction.
Well, what I'm saying is so far as, do you think that it is now have been a good idea for the parents whom he's stating that that's where he got the violence from,
Mm.
and that he received some violence from either one of them, that they should have been the ones to receive the money for his trial?
Yes,
No,
dear. Yeah, yes,
they,
dear. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
there should have been a guardian ad litem.
Well, I mean, those are two separate things. His give, send, go account and a trial by
Somebody was
jury, and then
orchestrating their money, and it wasn't necessarily his
yeah,
parents. They had to send in information in order to extract their money. So no, they shouldn't have been over it if they would perpetuate
yeah.
violence in that
I'm
way.
just saying, yeah. Those are two different things. But I mean, his family aren't the ones on trial there. He is. So I don't know how that'll work. I mean, what were they probably maybe looking for some leniency with the sentencing?
Well, I guess what some parts of the team, the legal team, is basically stating that not only leniency, but also um, I guess trying to understand his background of why he reacted that way, and would give some, I would say, some inside information as to his instantaneous reaction to, don't touch me and all that type of
Mhm.
stuff. Yeah.
And that probably would explain why he had the knife on him in the first place.
And you have a point, but the only thing I could think of is that's still not going to change the trial itself or
Mm-mm.
even the verdict, but it could possibly have an impact on the sentencing.
Right.
Like the
Yeah.
judge can take that into
I mean,
consideration with the
that's all
sentencing.
it's the
Yeah.
sentencing and the way that the trial was, well,
Yeah.
not the trial, the way his lawyer defended him was terrible.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
so yeah, that sounds like maybe it was. Yeah, I guess that could be part of the appeal.
But then,
because I don't think he should have not got time at all. He deserves something.
Yeah.
So then, what does that change you guys' appearance? I mean, your perspective of the parents.
yeah.
Now, I
I,
thought
I
something was wrong with the parents from jump. I ain't never thought their parents was on the right side of the tracks.
yeah. I mean, I didn't. I, I tried to look at it objectively. So, I mean, the situation, like what actually happened, is what he's on trial for. Like that's really really quick. So, like nobody has a perfect upbringing, but he's on trial for what actually happened. So, I mean, anybody's perspective of the parents, what does that have to really have to do with the case? Now, I believe, yeah, the judge is supposed to take all of those things into consideration before they just hammer down on the sentencing. They're supposed to take all of that into consideration. And yes, that sentencing did come relatively quickly. So maybe those things weren't taken into consideration. So I guess that could be part of the appeal along with the other details when it comes to the trial. And yeah, he has a right to appeal. I mean that's part of his rights. Um when it comes to due process. But other than that, I don't think that, just like Queen said, that doesn't change what happened.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you guys, but I'm just talking about the reality of it, that it was a high profile case because it was brought before the court of public opinion, and a lot of the court of public opinion sided and was very mm, sympathetic towards the parents, and is now that information is been put forth by his legal team. I wonder if that changes the public opinion of the entire case.
I mean, look, I'm like, if you're gonna take, all right, when it comes to the court of public opinion, this was just my opinion. I can't even, like, if my perspective of parents is gonna have any weight whatsoever when it comes to that case, I got to take both sets of parents into account when it comes to that.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like in that case, yeah, one person is, of course, like just like Queen said, you carrying a knife, and boom, this is how you reacting to a. I'm not gonna say it's a harmless situation, but was your life at risk? Probably not. More than likely not. But also, you know, there's another parent on the other side that didn't teach his kids to keep their hands to themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you, but I think it's pretty significant just from the public's opinion, and I don't think that a lot of spotlight is going to be placed on this and kind of presented to the public, because there's going to be that racial element, and then people are going to say that if you bring a spotlight to this, then you have ulterior motives. But in the same way that the Metcalf's father and their mother, were broken up and had some various difficulties in how they parented their children. Well, on the opposite side, you had these two parents that were playing one way before the media as a loving couple who just wanted to raise their kid the right way and put them in a better environment. And now in the court documents, the child is saying, "No, I used to see you guys go at it, and sometimes that turned to me."
They should have been.
We didn't hear anything you just said, Queen.
You Borgin, Queen. You Borgin.
Yeah, I thought that was C-3PO for a second.
I mean, like I said, it could have something to do with the sentencing, but as far as the trial itself and the verdict, I mean, like I said, that would just be part of the appeal. Like part of the appeal, like when you're going to take the sentencing into questioning, then yeah, I guess you could bring that up, but that still don't change the verdict.
Yeah,
or the trial itself, or the
yeah,
details of the trial itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that. Like I was stating before, I think just as, take for instance, if you think about the man hours that was put towards, I would say, particularly like Black YouTubia on this topic, a lot of it had nothing to do with the actual case whatsoever, and a lot was, a lot of sideline conversations about this or that, but I seriously doubt that now that this information has come up, that any time is going to be placed towards that, because it just doesn't put things in a good light.
But let me say this though, right? So, are you saying because he carried a knife, because there's the possibility of domestic VD, right? Is that
no, I'm not saying that. I'm just stating that for whatever reason, the legal team stated that they wanted to present this earlier, but their clients did not want to, spotlight any of that. And now that the case is over, they believe that this needs to be shared to have a possibility of some sort of leniency or a possibility of a retrial or something like that.
It will be funny though that let's say that comes out, right? Now it might die down. I mean, the attention that's having it is going to die down because everybody's going to move on to something else. But you know how niggas going to nig, right? And and this is the community, right? So, they're going to gender war the shit. I
They
see it
may
coming.
you're right. They may do that.
Yeah, yeah, because I see it coming. Soon as that trial over, Cynthia or somebody else on the other side,
The,
you know,
the
Tommy and
father
them.
was beating on everybody, and
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Man's going. Somebody's going to try to gender word that shit.
Yeah, yeah. So
That white boy got stabbed because the black man won't beat up his wife and shit. All that shit. Yeah, or vice versa. Whereas her ass doing, oh, you see the black woman did see. Yeah. I see it coming. It's coming.
yeah,
I don't
but it
think that
would.
he had a whole lot to say as far as his defense went, even from what his parents had going on to whatever the judge had going on with the prosecutor. I don't think he had a whole lot to say. And so hopefully, through the appeal, he gets some say. Because I think that sentencing is ridiculous. 35 years for a child that ain't never been in the criminal justice system is crazy.
The only way
And
that I could see. Oh, go ahead.
I do think it's an unfortunate situation. That child shouldn't be dead, but I don't think he deserved 35 years for that.
The only way I can see that the years could be changed in any sort of way, especially with the new information, is if they could prove something like, hey, that morning one of the parents jumped on him and he was already like in an excited state. That was probably, they say something crazy like that's the reason why they weren't even at the event in the first place to support him, and he took it off on somebody.
I mean,
How long is that brief? How many pages is that brief?
I'm not sure. I only read the sections that talked about the domestic violence.
Oh, okay.
look, I think the only way you can lower the sentencing is if you can somehow overturn the M1 charge. Like that's it, and maybe get it to a lesser charge. I don't. Other than that, once you got an M1 conviction, that's standard. Like I don't see how you're beating that. I thought the boy was facing like 45. You know, so
I think it's
35 was standard.
one
Once you got an M1 conviction in the state of Texas like that, that's pretty standard. Like you got to get that down to M
It
slaughter,
should have been a
or
manslaughter charge.
negligent homicide. You got to get it down to something else to get a lower sentencing.
But that's what it should have been. It should have never been a murder
Yeah,
one charge.
yeah,
And
that's
then
what I'm saying.
go over
Once
there
you got an
and
M1
speak.
conviction, 35 is just standard, yo.
I don't know.
35.
Maybe that's one of the reasons they didn't want him to testify.
But I also think though the reason
So,
why I think there's also economic reason why they put it to 35 because of taxes. You know,
I mean, he'll
tax.
be out in 17,
Right,
16,
right, right. But
17.
I'm talking about what Collin County's doing. They put that show. Okay, they did it so that the tax value won't decrease.
the tax value of what?
Of where he's at. Trust me. They do bullshit like that. They wait for from one big incident to happen, and then they, you know, they're trying to make an example out of them, so there won't be so the tax value will stay up of the area. Trust and believe there is a financial reason why they gave him. There's a financial and a racial reason. Outside the racial reason, there's a financial reason why they gave him 35 years.
I just think
I,
the initial charge was crazy given what the situation was.
Right,
Like, at
right.
most, it should have been a manslaughter charge. But
I, no, I agree with you, Queen. And also I like the incompetent defense. That argument when it comes to the appeal, because I think his defense was just like,
Well,
I don't know. There's a
from
lot of
what I've
stuff.
heard in the appeal, the attorney wasn't incompetent. He couldn't do what he needs to do because of the deals that was made. So
Right.
Or deal or lack thereof.
no, they was making deals about how their trial was gonna go.
Yeah.
That's Carmelo initially was supposed to be taking the stand, but they did not want to bring any character situations into the trial. But then it
Right.
changed in the last minute. So
And that's what some of the domestic stuff brought up was that basically um the the defense um and the prosecution basically have both discovered issues with DV, and the the family side did not want that to be brought into the case.
and see, that's crazy to me because as a parent, why would you do everything you can to keep your child out the penitentiary, even if it is gonna pull your dirty laundry out?
Well, I think part of that would have to do with the idea that um, they were the ones that were over the money that was being given to them, and they were the ones that were making the statements in the face of pretty much everything so far as that was being told to the public. So if you put that out there, then I'm not sure about all of it, but probably some of that would have dried up so far as funding.
I mean, look, I say it like
That
this.
have
Look,
made me give him more because people don't realize how much their behavior affects their children.
it's just look, but we talked about this. Like any advice that you got that saying that, just like you said, you don't take the stand. All right, you're on trial for M1. Like you ain't had no chance to win that case. Like there was very little chance of winning that damn case, man, or winning that trial. Like it was such a little chance. So that's what just pisses me off. How everybody's surprised about the verdict.
No, I wasn't surprised at all.
You
In
know,
fact, I think especially with the DV thing, that what it seems like that both of the prosecution and the defense knew about. Um, if I was on the prosecution side, and say if they wanted to make a deal where they're like, hey, we don't want to bring this into the case, so there's so much other stuff that's going on and such. So it's like, okay, but if you put the boy on the stand, I am going to ask him about his mental state and what was going on with him before and weeks before and all of that stuff and what home life is like. I mean, I'm going to do that.
mm. And yeah, and that's understandable. I mean, look, when and to be honest, isn't isn't it the judge's obligation and responsibility to take all of that into consideration before levying sentencing?
He should.
Yeah, but you can only put certain things in consideration by law if it is actually placed in the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Because
true. So
because
like they
because if
gotta
you
go.
because if you're the judge and you're trying to substantiate why you're making this call or this call, that's going to be on paper.
Mm.
Yeah, they
I
got
mean,
to appeal. They're trying to get this appeal.
I
So
guess it's probably it's a little bit different than like with the feds. So I know the federal judges are they're supposed to do like they're supposed to go through an entire pre-sentencing like report and investigation. Like they're supposed to do all types of interviews, take those things into account, your mental state, upbringing, your ties to the community, all of that stuff before sentencing. Now I'm not sure about the same thing when it comes to just criminal court, especially in the state of Texas, because that sentence was dropped like pretty fast.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it probably had to do with, again, them not taking a stand. Um, and I think that that's probably predicated by not wanting to get into the DV stuff, and then if you have your classmates and different things that are stating, things like we've seen them, in fights and stuff before. That's a pretty easy verdict to
But
come at.
none of his classmates took the stand. All of those kids came from the other child's school. So he didn't have any character weaknesses for him at all. He was basically in that trial by himself.
Yeah,
They didn't
there really were there really weren't any character witnesses, just like you said, more so like eyewitnesses, as they had, people that were there. Um, they didn't have like any of his teachers or coaches or any of that, taking the stand. So yeah, it wasn't any of that.
I mean, here's an issue that comes up. Like, take for instance, and I'm just gonna expand a little bit. Let's say a character witness that you brought up, like, I don't know, a coach of his or something, and then the prosecution is like, because they know the other information, and they say, "Hey, so he was a good kid and such, and I'm pretty sure that you've worked with a lot of kids in your program and so forth. Did he ever talk to you, or did you ever sense that he had problems at home?" Now you see why the defense would not want to bring in certain character witnesses.
I mean, but that would go to help. That would help support why he reacted the way he did.
Right, right. But then that puts into the open air of public opinion and the parents, and that's not what they wanted.
Like I said,
And
I
they're
think
and, and
that
they're
would
the ones
again,
that's paying for the defense.
though, that would more so affect the sentencing than it would the actual verdict, because remember the defense is self defense. Like it's self defense, so it's about the situation and what happened that day. All of that stuff leading up to it is kind of just it's really like kind of water under the
What
bridge.
affects the verdict is the fact that he did not take the stand. What the jury needed to hear was his state of mind at the time that he pulled out that knife.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I
And
mean. They need to.
Taking
I do agree with that. That in order to even prove self defense or make a case for it, he has to be able to give his perspective of the situation that day.
correct.
So because
And,
the jury did not hear that, they only had what was presented to them, and they came
correct.
back with a guilty verdict.
Correct. And again, what I'm stating is that the people who are paying the defense lawyer, they're the ones that are giving the money, and they're the ones that stated, "Hey, this information, we don't want that out in the public."
They let these people help railroad their child, and that's crazy as hell. How you gonna help them send your child to the penitentiary?
Hey, it was their choice. You bring up all these other people that you open up for the prosecution to just fulfill their job. The prosecution is going to do their job. Hey, Coach so and so, did he ever talk to you about issues at home? Hey, school teacher so and so, did you ever witness him in any sort of state dealing with some sort of issues outside of school? Hey, friend so and so, did he ever talk to you about?
And that's probably why.
And if you
That's
don't want that out, there goes all your character witnesses.
that's probably why none of those other attorneys would take the case.
Ah, ah, ah.
Or well, to be honest though, I think that the family just didn't pick the right attorney, because keep in mind they went with the first attorney that was able to lower that bond. Remember,
No,
because
they went with
initially he
the
had
attorney
well,
that had the list. money. That's what they did. All the other attorneys told them $500, 500,000 just to take the case. They didn't want to pay that, so they went and found Mike Howard.
Well, no. Keep in mind, right? And I'm not going to argue with you there, but this started when he was initially given $1 million bond. Okay, and that's when that's when everybody raised all that money with the Give Send Go and everything like that, and the family was actually going to try to boot up all of that bread out of that Give Send Go account, and then the activist, what was his name, Dominique, whatever his name was, and he came saying that, and then this attorney came, no problem, we can lower the bond package, and they lowered it to, what was it, 125, something like that, and then this is the attorney they went with, which in actuality, any attorney could have got that bond lowered. Any attorney could have did that.
I don't know.
So I don't even know how many other attorneys they interviewed or anything like that.
They interviewed a lot of attorneys per their own interviews. When they go talk to people, they decided to go with the person that was charging the least amount of money.
Well, like I say, but they went with the attorney that lowered the bond package. Like they kept him the whole damn time.
Don't give him no damn excuses. It wasn't no lower, no bond package. They went with the attorney that they won't have to pay the least amount of
But that
money
was
to.
the same attorney that issued the petition to get the bond lowered, and it
Yeah,
worked.
but
So they
I
went
think
with the
that,
same guy.
but I think that I think that the attorneys aren't going to do any petitions until you select them for the work.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That was the guy that they pretty much they had the same dude really from the start.
Look, they interviewed black attorneys that told them it was 500,000 to take their case. Several of them, they did not want to pay that. So because they did not want to pay that, they told him, "Well, you gotta go find a white attorney." And they found Mike Howard, and he
Okay,
only charged them, I think, $30,000. It was
75.
yeah, but
$75,000.
Queen, that was when Carmelo was still in jail for, what was it, a week, 2 weeks? It was something like that. Like he still hadn't bonded out at that point. Did they interview any other attorneys or go through consults
They
between now?
interviewed
Oh, I'm sorry,
several
between then and the actual trial.
I don't know if they did it. I don't know what the timeline of it. I just know what they said in their interviews, and they didn't want to pay the money that them people said
Because
that they
this
needed
was
to pay.
that was the same attorney that got him out on bond.
But yeah, it was just, I don't know. It was pretty interesting, that little tidbit of information. It was
But
forwarded to me to a friend of mine who's an attorney, but he works in like civil cases.
but I can understand why most attorneys wouldn't have touched that for less than $500,000, because it was a damn near impossible case to win. You about to have a stain on your resume.
I don't think it was impossible if they was gonna take the case. They used to tell you they just not gonna take the case. It was just gonna be a hard case,
Hey,
especially if they know there's domestic violence here and y'all don't want to bring it out, which means they would have to strategize and figure out how they gonna, present the case in a way they could get him a lesser sentence than what he got.
I think another
And
thing
then
about
his
that too is
parents.
that
most
if you
attorneys
think
ain't turning
about,
down no $250,000, $500,000, whatever. They
Baby,
take it.
if it's my baby, I'm paying them people whatever they want to keep my baby out that cage.
well, and I will agree with you on that one, son, because the weird thing about the entire situation with the parents that it's very hard to conceive. They didn't work a day for any of that money that they received.
Right.
So it's not like you've lost. This is like you're dealing with house money at this point.
Okay, and
Then it
this
look
is the
even more
point that,
crazy
but
when
this is the point
sentencing
that I made,
come
right?
and they left him in there by himself. Like, what?
But this is the
Why is
point that I
he?
made, right? Okay, so it's one thing to be like, okay, I'll spend it all on legal fees. But if the odds of winning this case are that slim, now you're just trying to make sure that you put that money in the right places, so that way when your baby gets out, life ain't too bad, because you can end up going broke with legal fees in a case that you just gonna lose
I
anyway.
highly doubt that that's
You
what the
know.
fuck going on.
So
Like,
I
stop.
mean, I can't really blame them for trying to save as much as possible because the odds of that boy walking out of that courtroom were slim anyway,
What
Well,
is
regardless
this?
of who the attorney
let,
was.
let me play devil's advocate, and this is some dark stuff, but wouldn't it be absolutely jacked up if the kid was a victim of domestic violence and he's watching the parents take this money off of this case that, let's say, he was involved in something a day or two before with them, and then he was riled up about that, and then everything happened and so forth, and now they made money off of him and they beat the crap out of him.
Yeah, and that's what it looked like.
That is dark right there, SKC.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
some dark shit.
But that's what it looks like. That's
Okay,
exactly what it looks like. His
but my
parents were not moving like parents that I feel like really gave a damn about their child. And what's even more interesting is that some of the things that are coming out for the people that go to see him, and they leak certain things, some of these little small details that's been coming out. I'm like, why this didn't come out while the trial was going on?
it, it- you
This
know
is
you know
weird.
and the thing is though, um, I want to know who is the aggressor, the mother or the daddy, the mother or the father.
It can go either way. You can say
Yeah,
the father, but you could also say the mother because the father didn't really say a whole lot. It was almost like he was.
I always see the father as a punk ass nigga anyway. I always view him as a punk anyway. So
So I don't know. It could go
It's
either.
so rough though because they're not the ones on trial here.
Yeah,
yeah,
but all of this, but
but
that's the bigger picture of it all is this. I think you are absolutely right, Auntie. But I think what you're not considering is that I would say probably since the days of hands up, don't shoot, that such trials that have any sort of racial anything become another animal within the public. That's why they were able to raise that amount of money that quickly and all that other stuff because it became a public thing.
Mm.
And so I think that information played a vital role in their funding and how they wanted to be seen within their community.
and then on top of that,
Heck, it may even be a reason why Ben Crump didn't want nothing to do with it.
I mean,
ooh,
bro,
ooh,
I
ooh,
think, bro,
ooh.
anybody like any attorney with some kind of just sense just knew like you
You know,
can't win. Like you can't win. This is
Meredith should have been attorney. Meredith, some of y'all, some of well, y'all are not in Texas, so there's a black lawyer. Well, I mean SKC and Queen are from Texas, so I mean so am I. But there's a guy named Meredith. He does similar things that Crump does, but he's more low key. He's not as flashy as he goes in he takes trials like even he wasn't even getting close to this trial. So something was going on.
Well, I think if with the again, just we're speculating, but with the idea of DV being in the um I guess in the appeal, you're really hamstringing your defense because the prosecutor is gonna find out this information, and if they sense that you are trying to circle the wagons around this particular situation, they're gonna attack that.
Mm-hmm.
And if the client is telling you, or the parents are telling you, no, you cannot, we're not going to do any sort of assistance or such and such with this information, you're screwed. That would make you have to go to the prosecutor and state, hey, let's make a deal. We don't want this part of the case to be involved in any of it. you know um, I'll make certain concessions if you make certain concessions on, not going over this information.
His name is Lee Merritt. Lee Merritt. Yeah, Lee Merritt would have went up. See, see Lee Merritt would have, he's not well known to y'all, but if he would have gotten in the case, I see that's why he didn't. What happened to Queen?
She dropped.
No, she dropped. Oh, okay, I'll wait for sure to come back. If not, I'll try to. But the thing, yeah. So Lee Merritt would have gotten would have been the. I see why he didn't. See, if this is the part, I guess he didn't take the case and Crump didn't take the case. So I'm assuming you might be right, SKC.
I don't know. It just seems to me like, hey, if you're dealing with the parents, they're the custodians of the kid at the time. He was still 17 at the time, so the money came in, and they have to deal with them. And if they're stating, "Hey, we're not going to pay you unless things go by how we state, and we're not going into all of this DV stuff," they may tell you something like, "Our family's been through enough already. We're not going to be." Going throughout that as well, and blah blah blah. Then you literally fighting with one hand tied behind your back.
You know what? You remember that after the trial, the parents went on. What's that woman's name? Queen, where the parents showed up and he talking about I have to worry about my wife instead of worry about the kids, some shit.
That was
Make
the
sure she's
CBS
good.
interview.
No, not no. What's her name? She used to go. She's on
Joy
TikTok.
Reid?
Yeah, no, not
Oh,
Joy
Miss
Reid.
Miss Brown from the
Yeah.
Breakfast Club.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. I find it. I find it selling with the parent, what the daddy said about why he wasn't.
Yeah,
It
that was
kind of
Mimi Brown
oh,
from the
that was
Breakfast Club.
okay. If now though it feels like that he sacrificed that boy. The way it gave more weight to what you're saying, SKC. Because I thought he was a coward. Now though, it's darker than I thought he was incompetent father. But now seeing
They
what you
ran
said,
around him
Well, like I
to try to
stated,
get, and then Tammy
it's
was the
all speculation at this point. But
right?
all I was just going off of is basically what is in the DV that is in the appeal.
I'm like,
And
I was saying this right, and Queen knows I've said this multiple times. As a parent, a situation like this, that's when you got to have an uncomfortable conversation with your son and your wife. As a father, like, look, you made a mistake. You made a serious mistake. A life is lost, and this mistake is likely going to cost you your 20s. Now as parents, we got to do everything that we can so that hopefully it doesn't cost you your 30s and some of your 40s too. So we need options, and that's when hiring an attorney comes into play. I need an attorney that either number one, well, definitely number one, has a record of fighting cases like this. Number two, has a solid record of jury selection, like experience when it comes to jury selection if they are going to fight a case like this, but also has a record of being able to make some damn deals. So the goal is to get my boy out in under 10. Like,
that's crazy. That's
if he does
crazy.
have to do time, we got to get him out under. I need a Lincoln lawyer. I need a lawyer that can make some damn deals. Because there's a heavy chance that he's not going to win if we take this to trial. So just like you said, somebody's got to be able to go to a prosecution and negotiate something. At least give us options. Like, that's all I would want as a parent. We want options. If we take it to trial, these are our chances, and we have the best lawyer we can. The money can buy. And that's pretty much where all that money that you raised came from. If we are going to take it to trial, we have the best lawyer that money can buy. But also, if we're not, we got one of the best deal-making attorneys, that money can buy as well.
Well, okay. One, if that comment that's on the screen is correct, God, dog, that adds a whole nother element to it. And then two, and does that make the conversation with the boy a lot more difficult with the DV thing of, hey, you made a mistake, son. Um, uh, this is probably going to cost you your 20s and such. And then on the opposite side, Ninja, you put your hands on me.
Hey,
And you trying to tell me I can't go on the stand and talk about this? What this has to do with my life?
If you have to, but no, if you have to, yes, I'm not going to disagree with you. But at the same time, the goal is to get you out of here as soon as possible.
Right, but think about who you're talking to. You're talking to a teenager who already then got into it with somebody else over a lot of stuff that, if the DV thing is as stated, that has a lot to do with what you done to the boy. And now you telling that same boy who you didn't put your hands on that you need him to obey these things and such and such. How you think that that's going to be conveyed to him?
Well, I mean,
and then on top of that, he's seeing all of the money that's being built on his name and going into your hands.
And then on top of that, you also have to think about, because it's Texas law, right? If you do a DV, the police are instructed to arrest the person who's doing the act, right?
The aggressor.
So, right. Whoever is the aggressor. So imagine he's going in, out of the jail, and then one of the parents going in, going out of the jail, and the other one going in, being traded.
I'm just saying. I mean, what SKC just said, that would have to be a conversation with an attorney present too, to give us, okay, we have this option, we have this option, we have this option. We can take it to trial. We can take it to trial, or there's a plea, and this is what we're looking at. With a plea, hopefully a lesser charge, whatever the case may be. And these are our chances either way. I would just, as a parent, I would want as many options as I can possibly get right there. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think that boy, if his only option was take it to trial and fight an M1 case by jury, your odds of winning are just so slim. Like, they're just so slim.
I don't know, man. It's just weird because it makes the situation tough, man. Because if you got all that internal stuff going on, and then that kind of makes more sense. Then let's say if the dad or the mom, whatever, were the DV person, mainly involved in it all. How does that look if the other parent is saying, "Hey, I want to show up at your thing, and we can be together and pray and all this other stuff," and you like, nah.
I mean, and this is something when the Metcalf father, when he went up on Jason Whitlock's and other things, I don't think that shouldn't have had any bearing on the trial or even the sentencing. How Carmelo's parents handled their press conference shouldn't have anything to do with that trial and that situation that day. And if it did, that's another issue. They can be a-holes to the father, if they want to. Again, they're not the ones on trial here.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. But it would eat into that money.
Some people consider it wrong. I understand. I'm not going to say anything that maybe it's not, but that shouldn't be like, well, we gave your boy 35 years because y'all wouldn't pray with his father afterwards.
No. I'm not saying
like,
that.
Come on.
Yeah. I'm not saying that at all. I'm talking about so far as with that, if with that type of background, you can kind of it becomes more plausible why why someone would not want to do something like that.
They could have came up and been like, "Look, man, we atheists. We don't do that."
Well, I mean, the pictures say different.
I'm just saying. I'm
Mm-hmm.
just spitting out a hypothetical.
Yeah,
So
But
yeah.
apparently this is stepmom and not his
but I'm
biological
just saying
mother.
that neither one of those families owed the other one anything after the situation happened. So
Queen was saying something. What you say, Queen?
I said they saying that it was Carmelo's stepmama, not his biological mother.
I don't know, but I'm gonna look into that. If that's the case, it's a lot. It's like worse than advertised.
Yeah, right. It is. Yeah. If it ain't even the woman that was in the house with him, then why wouldn't you let him talk about this on the stand?
but I mean, as
Yeah.
far as the people that raise money and all of that stuff, that's all they could do is make sure that that boy had the best, like some resources and the best defense that money can buy. Other than that, like the people, the general public can't help you in the courtroom. They
No,
can't help you.
yeah,
You
you're
know.
right. They can't help you in the courtroom, but they can help you in your bank account.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the difference between a public defender and being able to actually select an attorney. You know,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
you can select your attorney rather than just kind of being at the mercy of whatever you can afford.
Well,
When it comes to retainers and everything else. So I mean that's just as far as everybody could go, and make sure that his rights weren't infringed upon, because he does have a right to due process. He bond is not supposed to be punishment. So that's one of the reasons why the initial $1 million bond was lowered. I don't know why nobody's been bringing that part up, because that was pretty much step one in the quote unquote railroad. Um, and it was obvious. That was obvious. $1 million bond for a 17-year-old with no priors and isn't a flight risk.
You know, and I brought this up, but there was a different thing that I've always wanted to ask someone about, and I think Auntie, I think you're the guy for it. Um, Big J and Son, please chime in as you see fit and everything.
all right.
Um, and it's in total different direction. Emmett Till. Okay, what all do you know about that story? Um, not the brutal thing that happened to him, but I mean the background of the entire family and everything, and the mother and where
The
they
father,
lived.
the father was executed in Italy in 1944.
Yeah.
Um, uh, yeah, yeah. So like they left to Chicago, and then he came back to Mississippi, and the rest is his history. So I mean, but
So did any of you guys know that Mammy Till, of course, she was married to Lewis at first,
hmm
and he was, like Big J said, he was executed in Italy for his SA crimes. Um, but did you
suppose
know? But did you know that a guy that was in his unit that served with him came back, and Mammy and him were married?
I heard something about that, but I wasn't sure about that.
Nah, I don't.
Yeah,
Like I say, I don't know anything
yeah. They were
about that.
married for a little while, and then they divorced. And then while she was in Chicago for a little while, she moved to Detroit and met another guy named Pinky Bradley.
And
And
wasn't he
yeah,
a pimp? Wasn't he a pimp?
I don't know. I don't know. But the Emmett and him, I think Emmett was around 8 or 9 years old. They didn't get along, and Emmett decided to go back and stay with his grandmother in Chicago. And Mammy allowed that for a little while. and then they broke up, and then she came back to Chicago, and before the Emmett was, gone on that trip, she had got with another dude named Gene.
You leading us somewhere, SKC. Where you leading us to?
No, I just wonder why.
It's getting dark. What I'm saying is getting dark. You suggesting something dark is going on.
No, I just wonder. Okay, and it's just a thought. I'm not stating that what happened to him was right or that it was justified or anything of that nature. I'm not stating that at all.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is don't we have a plethora of sociological information now that shows that kids that on the mother and the father side, if it's a guy who has, woman after woman after woman, or if it's a woman that has man after man after man, that the children have more of a propensity to be more hypersexualized.
It could
Well,
be
I wouldn't
possible.
necessarily say that. I think it would depend on how it's displayed in front of him. But if his name is Pinky, 9 times out of 10, he has a particular
He has some
opposite.
pimp ties.
Yeah, because when you said Pinky, I think a pimp right there. I mean, that's what I
Well, the dude's name was Pinky Bradley. So, and for whatever reason, she got with him in Detroit, and um, and for whatever reason, young Emmett did not mesh well with him, and decided at before he turned an adolescent, stated instead of living in Detroit with his mama and him, that he would rather live back in Chicago away from his mom with his grandmother. And Mammy allowed a child that was not an adolescent yet to make that decision and say, yeah.
wait a minute. How old was Pinky Bradley?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. Hope we got the right one. I mean,
I'm not trying to blame his mother. I'm just stating that we in 2026, that happened in 1955 and before that. But in 2026, we have study upon study upon study upon study that goes back decades, at least 4 decades, that shows that children that come out of households where the mother or the father is continuously in different relationships, that there is a higher propensity for the child to be hypersexualized. Not all, but we have the studies to show that there's a higher propensity for that to happen.
By the parents having multiple partners.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit more nuanced than that, but I can go with it. But there's still no reason for that child to end up floating in nobody's river.
Oh, absolutely not.
or are you saying that that is psychosis of Till? You know how he was approaching the woman, the white woman, and his event his perceived advances was triggered. I mean, how can I say it? Uh, he tried to. Are you saying he's trying to advance his urges to this woman?
I'm saying we don't know, but we do know that in situations where, like, take for instance, we go back in time and we look at statistics within Black America.
Right.
The majority of children that grew up in Black America, even in Jim Crow, were not a part of broken households. The majority, by far, were in intact family households.
I'll disagree with you.
Okay.
Because I know you come from that classic conservative talking point, but those men had another set of wives and children across county.
I think that there's cases of that, but I think that popular media has propagandized that, along with people like I would say the KKK and other white supremacist groups like that try to make it seem as though Black people were just automatically dysfunctional and could not control themselves sexually and all of that type of stuff. I think that that's what was propagandized. And then once you had popular songs, like Papa was a Rolling Stone and stuff like that, people blew it up more than what it was. But I don't think that on a large scale you had, every, I would say 6 out of 10 family heads that have other families and all this. It's like, nah.
Well, I'm gonna say it like this, right? Because I know the norm of this space is, glorifying the pre civil rights era as y'all glorify that as a. But my premise is there was not Black people could not get divorced in the same rate as whites because most courthouses in the South will never allow Black lawyers because white lawyers was not going to represent black clients in the South. So the argument that y'all raise is really not it's really a poor excuse. I mean, a poor one because there was not enough Black lawyers in the South and not enough courthouses was not allowing Black lawyers inside that motherfucker. Nor though a lot of lawyers was not representing black people like that. So a lot of those quote unquote intact families was just forced to be intact, even though that man and that woman did not want to be in that same house. So that's why he went to the other side of the county and got himself another set of family.
Yeah, I just think that that's more or less what popular propaganda pushed out concerning Black people as a whole, because they were stating that ever since what was that the black and white movie, I forget, Birth of a Nation, was basically propagandizing and putting out that basically that you cannot quote unquote civilize Black people, and they don't want families, and that they can't get along with each other, and all of those things. And I just don't. I think that you have a wide plethora of statistical information and also writings from that time from a multitude of people that disproves that.
But but I'm gonna go dark, right? And somebody gonna call me coon for saying this, right?
Look at this. I'm being the pro-Black, you being the coon.
Right. See,
I know hell must have froze over.
So see, the thing is, let's look at some of these niggas online. I'm use Black YouTube as a representative right now, right?
But that's a bad way to go about it, Jay, because these dudes today are the product of several generations of dysfunction, and they're not even close in the mindset of the people that we're talking about.
Okay, if we're going by generational DNA trauma, because that Queen always uses this phrase, right? I think that the North American Negro, I'm talking about the men, are hypersexual. And like I'm gonna use myself, right? I have to tap down my own sexual urges. I have to fight them. I have to fight that motherfucker, right? Niggas in this space don't want to fight that. You got that urge to say, man, I gotta fuck. Oh, I got the urge. I gotta have it. See, I lost my shit. Talking about virginity in a threesome, right? So I mean, you. I don't want to say it. You got to fight that urge. It's something within us as black men. We just got to have sex.
Wow, Big J. Wow, Big J. I'm trying to cut you off at the bend.
And I beat that shit out of me. No. When I say beat, I ain't talking about my meat. I'm talking
Yeah. But
the temptation.
I'm actually trying to cut you off at the bend because you're walking headlong into the white, I mean the hardcore white supremacist argument of old that black people are licentious. I mean, the black male cannot control his sexual urges, and the black female is a Jezebel who's begging for it. It's like this is what you're walking into.
Listen. That's why I repulse whenever time I hear black men talk about sex. Like, would y'all stop? Can y'all talk about something else? Can y'all please talk about something else? Because I mean, me being raised in the church, I beat that temptation out. You got to fight that temptation.
All right. But all I'm saying is that with the ideals of the past, which were much stronger, ideals about family unity, religious ties, how one appeared in society, and so forth, and a lot of the pressures that were put on people to live more straight and arrow lives back at that time. All of that was much greater than what it is now.
Well,
So
I disagree with you. Okay, there are people in their 90s. They'll tell you some horror stories about what their daddy did or what their brother did, some more shit. I mean, what the sisters have done or what the mother had done. I mean, there are horror stories, so you can't just saying, well, before 1964 everything was good, the family was intact. No, because there was not enough black lawyers at the time that represent black people in those white man courthouses.
right. But what I'm telling you, Big J, is that, and oh, good grief, maybe maybe I have a more optimistic view of Black Americans post slavery. But it seems to me as though your view is more or less that the majority of Negroes was Mister on The Color Purple. and I'm like, nah, that's a caricature.
No. I don't think me talking to my grandpa's brothers, and talking to my grandmother's brothers and sisters and shit. No, it's more nuanced. It's not. Listen to them talk about themselves and the shit that they have done. No, it's more nuanced. It's not like, oh, I'm Mister and I did this. No, it's more like one did this, the other one did not. One nigga did this, the other one did not. I mean, it's not like everybody was Mister on Color Purple, beating their wives up and beating their women up. It was more like, one might dabble, he took the time in the army to dabble, with So I mean, shit like that. But I'm just saying,
Yeah,
it's
I,
not it's
I,
not
I
it's
even
not like with Color Purple. One makes out how black men are. I'm talking about their nuances,
right. I
right?
even get
And
that argument. I even get that argument, Big J. Like,
right,
I can follow you there, but then I would just state statistically, the majority of black men were not in the military by far,
but then
and that's what I mean
I came from a military family, so
right. But the
so
majority of black families in America
uh-huh.
did not come from military families. It's
Yeah.
not even close. So I understand that those things did and happen and so forth, but they are not representative of the whole. Here it is. Look at this. I'm being the pro-black here.
Yeah, but I'm coming from because I'm tired of hearing that same argument being made that everything was good before the
No,
quote
everything
unquote
was not
quote
good.
unquote before the feminists take over. That's where I'm coming at, because everybody think everything before the feminists took over and destroyed the black community, and the Monahan report, blah 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 blah. That I'm coming from that perspective. Not everything was
No,
good
no.
like that.
See,
How
yeah, that's
yeah.
yeah, that's a what I would say a romanticization of, that era. You had
Mm,
both sides of the coin and you split the difference, and that more towards the truth. It wasn't everything was hunky dory in black America before 1965. For 100 years there was a utopia of black America from 1865 to 1965. No, that's not true.
right.
But on the
And I get tired of hearing that argument on these panels, these niggas saying that, like, niggas, some of y'all don't even some of y'all's grandparents are no longer here. So my grandparents are still here, right? And some of their brothers and sisters are still here. They up in their late 80s and 90s, right? They still
right,
here, right? So I can go there and talk to my grandmother right now, right? And
right,
and they'll tell you some shit, but it's not like The Color Purple, and it's not like The Cosby Show, or it's not like I mean, Cosby having the '80s, but no, there was no everything was good. People did blah 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 blah. Man, they went through terrible shit too.
right, and I absolutely agree with you. All I'm stating is that just on as people present that way, it's kind of polarized. Well, then you got the other people that were presented like, everybody's dad was a Rolling Stone and all this other stuff, and everybody had 5 or 6 families across the way, and it's like no, 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 it didn't go down like that, So you kind of split the difference. You accept that there were some of the bad here and that there were some of the good here, and everything else is averaged in as okay,
And
you had examples of extreme good and extreme bad, but then you have the average in the middle, and the
right.
average in the middle does not tell the story of um everything was hunky-dory every day, and the only thing that stopped it was the evil feminism. And the other story isn't correct of uh the feminists, they had to do it because all black men, they were just running around screwing everybody. It's like, okay, what?
No, the black feminist movement, right? I mean, when you started in at least around 1946, when I forgot her name, she got great, she got SA. That's really started the black when the black feminist movement, when black women broke away from the white woman feminist. That well, how I'm gonna say this, because like I hate I the term feminism is very confusing because people don't know that the first, second, third wave, fourth wave feminism. So people just say feminism, think it's all these women all lumped up together. No, the black feminist movement that Alice Walker from who wrote The Color Purple, and Whoopi Goldberg and them. That came from 1946, 1947, when I forgot that woman. It was two women who got raped in South Carolina. That's what really started the black women into the feminist movement. The modern day black feminism started in 1946. And I forgot the two women who got raped in South Carolina, and the person who did not was not charged.
I don't know. I would go further back than that, but
No, if you want to study feminism, you have to study it in the waves, first, second, third. Like Ida B. Wells, that's first wave. So you can't. Okay, looking at her from Ida B. Wells, and then looking at these two women, 1946, their perspectives were entirely different. Because these women was talking about being essayed, and nobody was giving them attention and shit to the crimes that was perpetrated upon them. But Ida B. Wells was on this. Well, I have to help the black man, I have to help the black woman to get jobs and shit.
well,
You know,
well, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think there was like a woman named Anna Julia Cooper. I
I
think
think
that
that's the name. Hold on,
I
hold on.
think
I
that's
gotta
her
look
name.
her name up.
I think that she even in the I would say the Greek system, the AKAs, they hold her as one of their pearls. And she was a writer, and she was a feminist as well. And one of the issues that she was writing about, and this is at the turn of the century, late 1800s, early 1900s, was that there was a division between black men and black women over the voting issue. And so I I think that so far as the black feminism thing with voting power and so forth was always an issue.
Yeah, Esther Cooper Jackson is who you referring to, right?
Um, I want to say it's Anna Julia Cooper.
Okay. No. The case I'm talking about. It was 1944. It was Racy Taylor. She was a victim of gang rape.
Yeah. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about like
Okay.
did yeah,
That's who I'm talking about. That's where black feminism really came to be after 1944.
yeah. I think what I'm stating is I think that it began before that with people like Anna Cooper, who
Right.
was writing about it like around the turn of the century, like right around like 1890, 1900s.
No. That's Esther Cooper Jackson. She wrote the book called the Negro Woman Domestic Worker in Relation to Trade Unionism. That was 1940.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, I would just say I'll put a link in the back for who I'm talking about and her
Oh, wait a
writings.
minute. Wait a minute. Are you talking about The Colored Woman in the White World by Mary Church Terrell and Zora Hurston?
No, no, it goes before her.
Oh,
Yeah,
but Anna Julia Cooper.
right. A, a
Okay.
voice. She wrote a voice from the South by a black
A
woman
black
of the
woman of the
South.
South. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, black. Yeah.
yeah. And I mean, people even within research, they state this was one of the first articulations of black feminism,
Right. Because I
and they
remember.
and they
I
even
remember
give her the title of the mother of black feminism.
she was the female version of Booker T. Washington.
I would probably say
W. Du Bois.
WB. Yeah,
Yeah. She was W. Yeah, she was the opposite. No, she was the female version of W. Du Bois. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. Because her politics was aligned more with W. D. Du Bois.
yeah. but she was on this whole thing of like, hey, if you're even if you're married, um, and the black man wants to vote on this, how do you know that he has your best interest in mind? And I'm like, wow, that's 20 years off of after the Civil War, and you already have a lady that's writing, how can you trust your husband?
Well, that goes off the heels of a journal of truth talking about am I a woman? That comes off the heels of that. If you think about it, that's what 50 years prior. That's 45 years prior.
So it's like, but that's what I mean. It's like, well, I can put forth an argument with the ain't I a woman thing,
Mm-hmm.
because it's like, okay, ain't I a woman? When was that written?
Oh shit! I gotta look that. Hold on. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let
Yeah,
me look it up real quick.
I'm
Ain't I a Woman came out in 1851.
see, and that's what I was thinking is you're talking about a time where you still have slavery that is
Right, right,
codified.
right. Okay. It came
So
out. It came out on June 21st, 1851.
right. So what could black people do? They couldn't. The black men couldn't do anything about any of that stuff.
Well, I mean, okay,
They weren't
okay,
even slated as well in the South. They weren't even stated as free people. What are we talking about?
okay. I get. Okay. You're looking at it from that aspect, right? I'm looking at it from okay. When it comes to Sojourner Truth, she's looking beyond slavery. She's looking at it from the patriarchal paradigm. She's not looking at it. She's looking. Okay, there's layers, right? Okay, first is the racial part. Then is the layer of patriarchal society, right? And it's a patriarchy that has the slavery, and then it adds race on top of it. So her being a woman, she's already set second class anyway. Even if the black man rises to the you know to the level of his white counterpart, he still he's still taught patriarchal shit, right? So he's gonna do patriarchal things. So she's still gonna be at the bottom. Even if he rises to the top, she'll still be at the bottom.
Right,
I see if
right, but
and
here's here's
go
an
ahead.
issue that I think that I think probably one of the strongest arguments um, that the other side holds to um, that situation is w- people trying to take modern times
Hmm.
and place it upon those times. When
Right.
she wrote or made the speech, "Ain't I a woman?" Okay, uh, could women go to war?
No,
No.
Could when there was a fire and you didn't have like they didn't have fire departments. You had men that would come together and do the whole bucket pass and all that other stuff. Were women involved in that?
no,
It was mandatory for men to though.
yes,
So there were, even when you gone up into the early 1900s, and then you have the enactment of the draft, and or a little bit after her time in the Civil War. Um, were women drafted into the Civil War?
No.
Okay, so when they were talking about um, at that time the vote and all that other stuff, and when I get to the point of what's her name, Anna Julia Cooper. Well, one of the other side's arguments is that okay, if you want the responsibility of the vote, then that also means that you would have to take on the other responsibilities that are generally given to men.
Okay, can I read? Let me read the last portion of "I Am I a Woman," because
Oh,
because she's talking about the page. See, when I read it, she's talking about the patriarchal structure, right?
okay.
So she says, I'm gonna begin here. Hold on, where am I gonna start? Okay, you need not be afraid to give us our rights for fear we will be taken too much, for we can't take more than pint and hold. The poor men seems to be all in confusion, and I don't know what to do. Why, children, if you have women's rights, give it to her and you will feel better. You will have your own rights and they won't be so much trouble. I can't read, but I can hear. I have here heard the Bible and I learned Eve calls man to sin. Well, if a woman upset the world, do give her a chance to set it right up again. The lady has spoken about Jesus now, never sprung a woman from him, but she was right. When Lazarus died, Mary and Martha came to him with faith and love, besought him to ra- raise their brother. Jesus wept, and Lazarus came forward. And now, how come Jesus came to the world, though God who created him and the woman who bore him? Man, where was your part? But women are coming up, be blessed, be God, and a few of the men are coming up with them. But man is in a tight place. The poor slave is on him. The woman is becoming on him. He is surely surely between a hawk and a buzzard. She's talking about the pyramid of patriarchy.
Well,
Would you agree?
I
Because
mean,
it's layers to the paradigm of patriarchy.
right. I would say I agree with what she's stating, but I disagree with her overall thought process. Like, so it's one thing to say women deserve an equal standing because women can do what men can do.
Right. Right.
I,
Okay.
I don't think that that's true. I think a better argument, which he should have stated, was women deserve equal dignity, whether or not women can do everything men can do,
Hmm.
because women cannot do everything that men can do.
Okay. Granted, but she was put upon that position to do what men are on the same level as men.
She couldn't fight the Civil War.
But she was out on that field doing men shit,
Yeah,
doing men work.
there's a big difference between working a field and getting on a horse or something like that, and leading men into a battle line, and then charging and dealing with another grown man across from the field from you. She
Yeah,
could not have done that.
right. That may be true, but how many wars are what? But between wars, there are peace, right? So, or or some semblance of peace. I wouldn't use the word peace when you're in slavery, but let's just use this for the sake of the argument, right? So, in the semblance of peace, as being a slave, but she have to do men's jobs, manly jobs, as her husband and her sons are doing
Well, to a certain degree.
out there in that field.
To a certain degree, it just depends on the type of work that we're talking about. Like, say for instance, if we make a statement concerning, I don't know, something that happened during that time that was very important to Americana, um, fuel sources. You didn't see women in the oil field.
Mm.
You didn't see women in the coal mines. That
Right.
dramatically changed how industry was done in the whole nine. It changed the how wars were fought. So it's like it's one thing to say, oh, okay, we see, um, a woman with her bandana on, and she's Rosie Riveter and so forth, but that has nothing to do with building cities and being on the skyline of New York, putting those buildings up. It's just like
Okay. I see where you're coming from, but when in the context of what Sir John Truth is talking about, it's deeper than what you're saying, because she's talking about the paradigm of patriarchy and her being a black woman, and her being a black woman who was a slave. There are layers to this, because you have to worry about, okay, her as a black woman, her being a black slave, she's under the mud seal white woman.
well, I think whenever we play into the wordplay games of the victim Olympics, people could try to stand on the podium and say I deserve first place, but
No, that's not my argument. But the argument is the reality. It's not pretty much. Well, I'm not speaking on her behalf, but me interpreting what she's of that speech is the reality of the layers of within the patriarchal paradigm.
well, okay, you say I'll answer two things at once. Well, I tell you what, you
Okay,
keep going. I gotta answer this business call.
oh, okay. I should be going to bed, but anyway, uh, oh yeah, I did release my single early this morning. I don't give a fuck. The bomb cherry. Go and listen to that. Anyway, I released that this early this morning on this live stream. Go ahead and listen to it. Anyway, um, where I was at. I'll wait, because I
Wait for
think
what?
he. Okay, okay, Queen.
Yeah.
Do you understand? Do you understand where I was coming from when I
About what?
read Sister Turner Church "I'm a Woman" speech? Because I read expert from the speech.
Hmm.
Yeah. Do you understand that what she said was kind of ahead of its time, and um, and she was looking at the pyramid scheme of patriarchy.
I can see that.
Yeah. That's where how I look at things. That's how I look at how I view patriarchy. I know everybody, when people use the term patriarchy, men in this sector, oh, you're against us, you're against fatherhood, all that shit. That's not what when people talk about patriarchy, they're not talking about what these niggas talking about. They're talking about the structure and the societal and economic structure that hold people into to a certain position, and
Oh,
some people become trapped into, they come trapped into in where they're born in.
yeah. I guess two things that I want to answer real quick. It's like to answer Stanley, equal dignity as a human being. Um, Now that is like I don't. I know he was ragging me, but I don't see anything funny about it. It's like all humans should get an equal amount of dignity as a living being. But I think the idea that Sojourner was trying to push forth, I think she went too far in stating and trying to place her um, experiences as the experiences of the majority of women, and it wasn't. The majority of women were not, even amongst the slaves, were not, um, doing all the things that she was doing. They never have.
Hmm.
You said that to say what exactly?
You said what?
I said you said that to say what exactly?
Okay. Say if um say if you had a what I'm saying is that she tried to place her personal experience
Hmm.
as a statement of stating that women are, doing all of the things that men do, but are not getting their just due, as quote unquote equal cohorts. And even I think that she overestimated even the things that she did. I think that she overestimated her hand in that the things that she was able to do, one, the most women could not do. And then two, even if they were, even comparing in comparison to the things that men were able to create, it's like it's dust on the scale.
Oh, that's terrible. Dust? It's dust. That's insane.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. Um, the Civil War. Do you think that the Civil War changed the direction of the country?
Yes.
Okay, so in it, um, I forget how many people died, but you had well over millions of men that were on the battlefield.
Okay.
Women would not have been able to turn any portion of that style of battle. They would have been crushed.
Uh, okay, but okay,
Well,
but
when they would fought aside on right alongside men if they
How
were
could you?
allowed to.
How could you? Okay, so let's take your words verbatim. Um, I'm pretty sure you've seen a Civil War movie like Glory or something like that.
Yeah.
mhm.
Okay, so um, you're carrying rifle, what probably somewhere between 40 to 70 pounds of gear, transferring um cannons, other things and so forth across terrain that has no. Sometimes it has roads, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes those roads are muddy and going through all sorts of conditions and so forth. And then after that, you're eating whatever you can come across, pretty much. And there was no refrigeration and different things. You're fighting in the summer heat as well as the winter cold. And you're fighting against other men who have the same strength and skill as you do. Where were
Hmm.
the women who were walking side by side with them?
But most of those women was in the back cooking.
In a caravan, they were not making marches
Yeah,
from
but they they
from
they, they, they was the support role.
okay, even if you take them the support role, those people were transferred on carriages. Soldiers marched.
Not all
They
so
was
soldiers
nurses
march.
on the battlefield.
Not all
They
soldiers
acted as
march on the
spies
battlefield like
The
and
majority of
told
soldiers
men to
marched.
disguise themselves as men to be able
that.
to
Okay,
fight.
but you have to. Okay, the Civil War is different from the War 1812, the war against Mexico, and the war against against the British in Revolutionary War.
I think that they have a lot. I think that they have a lot in common because the
No,
conditions were pretty much the same.
no,
You
no, it
had
wasn't. No, no,
the
no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Read that book called The War of President, The Presidents of War, because what happened is the the Civil War was more of a modern war. It was more modern because the locomotive was shipping the Union soldiers to and fro from west to east. That's why Grant was just demolishing. the Union forces. I mean the Confederate, because he used the railroad. The railroad was what really. That's why Lincoln created the Union Pacific Railroad in 1862. Because when they actually created the railroad in the North, all he did was moving the soldiers to and fro, and that's why they kept grinding the Confederates to a halt, the grinding halt. Now,
Right, but
right,
right, but even with the midst of, let's say, something like you're talking about a railroad, even the work that is required in order to move a train required men.
right.
Even the building of the railroad required men.
And then on top of that, though, you can't compare it when you have the telegraph. The telegraph was the president, or should I say the Secretary of War was talking to all the generals in one day. He was sending messages to and fro from Ohio and from Memphis, Tennessee, to talk to General Grant. And
Right, instead of sending writers and so forth. So
right.
you're right in that accord. But my counter to you would be, even when we talk about that technology,
Mm-hmm.
what did it take in order for the
Men,
telegraph to be put up?
Okay, yeah. It takes men to drive the post in the ground and extended the wire, stretch the wire from Washington
E-
D.C. to
even
like where
even
the
even
battlefield
before
at.
that, who's felling all of those trees? Who's clearing that area?
Men. Okay, yeah, for the most part, men. For the most part. So
Even when you head out west and you start talking about Indian territory and so forth and blah blah blah, who's protecting the telegraphs that the Indians were tearing down?
men for the most part.
So I mean, what do we? It's like, I understand her argument, but she overplayed her hand. There was a
Yeah,
lot of things that men were doing that women
but
just
you're
could
not.
not do.
Right, but you're looking at from the aspect of a free man in the 21st century, a man who was born in the latter part of the 20th century. You we all were born. We all born in the late latter part of the 20th century with the technology and stuff, right? But
Right. That's why.
but
That's
she
why
but
it's
she was born. Yeah, but she was born in the 1700s at least, the 1790s, early 1800s, and all she know was a horse and a whip and chains. That's
right. That
all she knows.
right, and that's why we only focus in on that time and those specific things during it. That's why I didn't mention anything about modern day anything. I actually was the one that mentioned to you. One of the failings of people that have these conversations is that they try to take a mindset from modern times and place it upon, that
But you
era.
just did though. But you just did though, because you try to frame discern the truth. See, for me, what she was saying it's on some futuristic shit. She's talking about today, right? Or I mean, well, not today. I mean, the time
Her,
that she was in her time of
right,
1851, right?
right,
But she was looking ahead, like how I be talking to you, right? But I can talk about colonization of Mars or colonization of of the moon Titan that surrounds that orbiting Saturn or some shit. So wait, do Titan revolves around Saturn or around Jupiter? I forgot which one. Anyway, I mean, you know what I'm saying. So I may be talking about to you today, but I'm also looking in a futuristic standpoint. Do you understand? Because that's what I'm gathering for what she write, what she had stated.
yeah. I didn't pick up anything about her talking about far off into the future or anything of
Yeah,
that
but she
nature.
yeah, but
Um,
okay, but she talking about the layers of the patriarchal system.
right, and that's what
And by doing so, she's looking at it as if the black man rises to the occasion to be equal that of the white man, she will still be at the bottom.
Right, and what I'm stating is well, my counter argument to you is when I say that she overplayed her hand is that there is, especially during those times where men were required to do more things out in nature in order just to make a living.
Uh-huh.
There were a lot of things that women could not do, period. And it had nothing to do with a dignity or equality or any. It was just a fact of nature that there were certain things that women could not accomplish
Right,
that
right.
men could,
Because
especially in her day.
okay,
And
because
10
of the
years and 10
limitation.
years after her speech, one of the big things that came up was the Civil War.
Hello?
Right. Yeah. What's going on, Queen?
Uh, wasn't that lady born a slave?
Yes.
So, what work would she have done that was different from a male slave?
I tried to tell them that. I tried to
Okay.
tell them
Oh,
that.
okay. So
So they would be working in the winter cold in the summer heat as a slave. So why does it change just because the Civil War come around?
okay. So were there slaves that in the South that worked on the railroad?
Uh oh. Hold on.
Were there slaves in the South that cleared forest in order to make roads?
Wait a minute. Wait. She should be back. I guess she's at work. I guess.
Uh huh.
Uh, she's up. Okay. She's back up. Okay. Um.
All right, y'all can hear me?
Yo. We hear you now, Queen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand what is so different because white men fought in the war. There was no difference between a female slave and a black slave.
Okay. And this is what I'm saying is let's slow what you're saying down.
Okay.
Right. So let's slow this down. Could black female slaves clear a forest for roads?
I don't think they gave a fuck. They just went ahead and just told them to
No,
cut
I'm just saying, did they?
down. I bet they did. Yeah. Yeah, they had to.
So you think that that black women
Yes. Historical record.
were felling trees?
Yes. Yes.
Um, Historical records document that enslaved black women performed heavy physical labor, including cutting down trees, clearing land, and building or repairing roads alongside men.
You think that black women were digging canals?
Yes. Yeah. hmm
You think that they were making railroad beds?
Yes. Yes.
You think that they were blacksmiths?
It says gender and labor demands by Frederick Law Olmsted stated noted that enslaved women often made up the majority of the crews performing identical heavy labor tasks as enslaved men.
You think that black women were doing stevedore work, were
Yeah. Yeah.
that
If
they
you
were they were doing like lumberjack type of style of work and so forth.
You
right.
keep saying this, but I'm telling you that these people are saying they documented that this stuff was happening.
Okay.
So if she's coming from that era,
If you
then she would have a case for ain't I a woman too, which wasn't necessarily directed toward black men. It was the comparison of how white women were being treated in society versus the way black women were being treated in society.
okay, if you read the narrative by Sally Hemings' children and grandchildren, like the nail factory. See, Thomas Jefferson, when he was after he left the White House and went back to Monticello, right? Because he has Monticello, and there's another mansion he had way out there. It's somewhere in West Virginia. I forgot what it's called, or is this in Western Virginia? But he used it as a vacation home where him and Sally can meet up while he's present, so he can do where he want with her. But when he the children and the grandchildren, um, if they become more, let's say, okay, let me put it like this: anytime he had guests visiting Monticello, and people start to figure out that some of them children look like him, the family resemblance. So he sent them off to a nail factory where they make nails and screws.
Yeah,
So
that
nail,
yeah, I can see that.
okay,
There's a big difference between making a nail and a screw, and then being in a
no, it's not.
mine or a
No,
quarry
no,
breaking
no, no,
rocks.
no, no. If you're going to do nails, if you're making nails and you're making screws, you got to do a little bit of blacksmithing because you have to sit there and forge all that shit in a flame and all that shit. See, a
Uh, uh,
nail, an 18th century nail, is not the nail that we use today. An 18th
yes,
century nail is
I know
big and long as fuck.
I know that Big J. What I'm saying is that I think that
Okay,
right now
okay. But
I think that right now
SKC, but
I think that
SKC, the
I
heat.
think
Okay, but SKC, you don't even know what goes in making a nail in that type of time period. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of heat. You know, chemical. You fucking with chemicals and shit. You up in that 100. It's 100 degrees outside, and it's 200. It's 150 inside that factory. You about to fall out and shit. And women over there taking iron and shit and forging this shit.
okay, now this is the part where I'm saying that I think that you guys are going way too far with
Oh
things. Like take for instance in the chat, I think Rude is getting the backside of the conversation. I'm not saying that black people were not lumberjacks and blacksmiths and carpenters and so forth. I'm stating that the majority of those tasks were done by men, not women.
yeah, but women, you can't say that when you read the narratives. If you read some of the
Yes,
book,
if you read
if
if you
you
read
read the
even
book,
if you read slave narratives, even in the slave narratives, the women are telling you that they did more of the domestic style work or they did stuff like
no,
in the
but
field with
you
picking things.
think
They didn't
hold
go
on,
out with they didn't
SKC.
go out with male crews to go chop down forest and
Yes,
stuff.
it did.
No,
Yes,
they
it did.
didn't.
Yes, it did. Okay, there are certain men who wrote narratives. You think all these narratives is written by women?
Oh
Some
no,
of them were
no,
written by
I didn't say
men,
that. I said
and
that,
they will tell you.
I
And, and,
said that in the narratives, they write this themselves. You are not going to find me, I would say, a bunch of female narratives talking about today out in the field, we cut down this forest and such and blah, blah, blah. Or we dug up and made this road. No, they didn't do that work.
they was
So
doing
you
it
saying these
together.
first person's accounts are lies?
You said what?
Uh,
You
uh,
saying that these first person accounts
No,
is
I'm
being
saying
recorded?
bring the first person accounts to me. I remember being at it's like I remember being at Hampton at Emancipation Tree. You go right across, there's the library, and then there's this huge deck of various slave narratives that we were able to read. When I was reading this stuff, there were no slave narratives of women talking about felling trees, making railroad beds, digging canals, and so forth.
okay. You think? Hold on. You think it is only the slaves writing the slave narratives?
No, I did not say that.
You, okay, but like but though slave owners and their children had written slave narratives too. Of they also documented what they did or what their slaves had done
Correct.
on their behalf.
Show me the ones of yeah. We had a crew of 15 big black books male slaves and a crew of 10 black females.
Okay,
chopping
okay,
chopping
okay,
down this forest.
okay,
No,
okay,
that did not
okay,
exist.
okay. Wait, hold on. Now we all three of us are Texans. Who is our greatest hero in Texas?
Yeah, I think it depends, but I would say Bowie.
No. Okay, who's the father of Tex? No, I'm sorry, that's the wrong name. Steven, that's not Steve. That's Steven S. Austin. Who is
Yeah,
the general? Who's the general in Texas?
Sam Houston.
Okay, Governor Houston, right? So who did Governor Houston use when he fought Santa Ana?
You tell me
The Yellow Rose of Texas.
Right, the Yellow Rose of Texas.
to do what?
What did she did? What did that woman did?
Yeah,
Was she a
you
spy?
tell me.
She wasn't there in a vacuum. She was doing the same shit the men was doing, and then on top of that, she was being a spy. They left her black ass behind to gather intelligence. When the Mexican army split, she was telling the white men, "Listen, the Mexican army split in three." And that's culminated into the battle of San Jacinto because she kept riding that horse back and forth, gathering intelligence and recon missions.
Yes,
So
she was and don't sugarcoat it.
and
Don't sugarcoat.
she helped them fortify. See,
Wait,
Sam Houston's own slaves. Sam Houston's own
wait. Don't sugarcoat it though.
Sam Houston's own slaves was a better fighting men, and they did a lot more heavy work than those Kentuckians and those fucking ass Tennesseans on that battlefield.
You said what?
Most of the Sam Houston men are from Tennessee and Kentucky.
Okay.
Yeah, but the shit that the slaves was his own slaves was doing all the intelligence work.
What is that?
Creating a
What is
raft.
that got? What does that got to do? What does that got to do
It was
with
there
women?
because his female slaves was there. They was making the rafts and the boats and shit to get him across what's that river? Sabine River, not Sabine River. What's that river before you get into Fort Bend County? I mean, what's that river?
The Guadalupe River.
No, not like Guadalupe's isn't that's west.
That's more
I'm talking
west.
about, yeah, that's more west. I'm talking about going towards Houston. What's that river over there? Around Fort Bend County. I forgot the river name. Yeah, he did a lot of
So you think that they were making the boats and stuff?
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they'll chop down trees and clear fields for the army to move.
You know something. You know something, Big J.
Yes.
I'm a man of my word. If you can find me information showing that women were in General Sam Houston's, I guess, brigade, were chopping down trees and building boats and stuff, I would go ahead. Give me the price.
I'm not betting on. I'm just saying.
No, you don't have nothing to lose. I tell you what, you send me that information, I give you $50.
Hold on. Rude Imp sent something real quick. Let's hear it. Let's hear it.
That's YouTube. I want to see it in print.
But this is 11 News. You know 11 News.
Explains in a story you'll see only on 11 News.
Most will do a double take. The resemblance is unmistakable.
My great grandfather is
At the age of 7, lived his whole life answering questions about Texas history and his choice to keep growing post office.
Hey, Mr. Houston. How you doing?
Temple tries to be low-key and is a man of few words, but he does sometimes tell stories about his legendary great-granddaddy, one of the founding fathers of Texas, the man who cried out, "Remember the Alamo," before the Battle of San Jacinto, and winning independence for Texas. You're going to be in Channel 11, Mr. Gibson. Yes, I am. Temple travels with no fanfare, but people always seem to pick him out of a crowd.
Look at him. You can't see it? You go stand him up next to the statue up there in Huntsville, and he looks the same.
Temple, though, isn't an open book in all subjects.
Okay, tell me about that. Why'd you have to move?
I don't know.
Like so many of us, without a famous name, Temple struggles with money too. He doesn't like to talk about it, but he did recently have to move because the place he was renting was falling apart.
You'd think that he would have some, something. He has nothing.
So some kind-hearted people in the
Well, I
city named after him-
thought it was some evidence or something, but I'll watch it later on.
Yeah, here's the evidence that I found. It says here, no, there's no evidence that Sam Houston's enslaved women performed the Army's heavy battlefield labor at San Jacinto. It says the Texas Army heaviest military work, moving artillery, hauling ammunition and provisions, handling horses, constructing positions, transporting equipment, and carrying wounded men was primarily performed by male soldiers, teamsters, servants, or other male laborers. The Army possessed 2 artillery pieces known as the Twin Sisters, and men assigned to the artillery company operated and moved them. Women did perform essential military support work, including cooking, washing and repairing clothing, carrying water, nursing wounded soldiers, maintaining camps, caring for children and displaced families, and serving prisoners and refugees. But that general pattern does not prove that Houston had enslaved women doing work at San Jacinto.
You know what? I stand corrected then. I'll be a man enough to stand corrected then, SKC. I stand corrected.
It's like, come on, man. We talking about heavy stuff. Women can't do that work.
Okay. Well, okay. What is the point you're trying to make, SKC? What's the point?
The point of what I'm stating is I'm giving detailed information. That's why I told Son, let's slow the conversation down when she stated, well, what were men doing that the women couldn't do? And I'm slowing that conversation down and showing, even if you're talking about something like Sam Houston, which you brought up, women cannot move artillery. They are not moving or hauling ammunition. They're not handling horses that are going into battle. They're not constructing positions that need to be constructed during a short period of time in order to protect a battlement of men.
Okay.
They're not doing that stuff.
Okay, really, then explain Dromino's wife.
What about her?
Because she was commanding troops.
Okay.
So are we gonna put Dromino's wife? I forgot. I can't pronounce her name.
Geronimo.
Yeah, Dromino's wife. She was.
And what happened to her? What happened to her? I guess people that she was. But she was over.
But she fought. She fought both the Mexicans and the American armies in New Mexico and Arizona.
Okay.
If you're fighting 2 armies at the same time and you've been looting and escaping for I don't know, I forgot how many months and years, you're a badass. And you're a woman too. You're a badass.
Okay, so I'm looking this up. It says, first of all, Geronimo had several wives, but it says, but if you mean the one that fought, her name was Alope. All right, and it says, what happened to Alope? Mexican soldiers killed her in an attack on an Apache camp around 1851.
No, we talking about later on. You talking the one? Oh no, are we talking about? You talking about Geronimo, or are you talking about Quanah Parker? Because
No,
Quanah Parker
Geronimo.
was 18. Because Quanah Parker was in the 1850s.
Yeah,
Are you sure about that?
yeah. This says Geronimo. It says he had several wives, and the one that fought in a lot of battles was Alope.
Let me look this up.
And they were killed during a Mexican attack. Geronimo was away from the camp, and when the Mexicans attacked, they killed her and took over the camp. That's how effective she was.
Okay. Or
And
maybe I'm
that's
talking about Joe. Maybe I'm talking about what's his name that came after him. Maybe I got him confused with what's the name that came after him. Gokis? No, what's his name?
Mm-hmm.
What's the one that came after him?
I don't know, but all I'm saying is that it's like we don't have to go through event after event after event after event. We know that when it comes to general speak, when we're talking about women in general, women cannot handle men on the battlefield. Heck, we even see that just in right now with the whole WNBA thing. We know that if a man goes and plays in the NBA, he's going to dominate.
Even with all of that being stated, it does not make the contributions of women to society. Does it?
No, I'm not. I am not downplaying the contributions of women to
Okay.
society. I am not.
So
but then
then what is the problem with what
Okay,
she
what I'm saying is again is Sojourner Truth overplayed her hand by stating that women can do everything that men can do because they can't. We know that biologically they can't.
Then explain to me the Red Guard of the First World War.
Okay, Jay.
If we want to go here with this, explain to me the Red Guard of the First World War.
Okay, what about them?
Okay, they did what? What did the Red Guard did?
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh my God!
Whatever they did, I will say this, Big J. Whatever they did, because I do enjoy different portions of various famous battles that have happened in history.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they did, and if you're stating that there were women there or so forth, it did not make the top 10 of whatever happened in World War I or II.
But I'm talking about the Russian women and the Finnish women brigades.
Okay, whatever they did, it didn't make top 10.
Oh my God. Okay. You know what? We just leave it alone, man.
And what I'm saying is I'm not stating that they could not have done something that contributed to that war. No, I'm not stating that at all. Women can contribute to wars and so forth, but they are not on the level of a deadly force as men. Just the same thing with Sojourner Truth when she was saying all this stuff about ain't I a woman? I can do this. I was working on this. I do. Yes, but what you were doing in compared to an average man is it's dust on the scales of what a collective of men can accomplish.
But that's like to say that her contribution does not matter.
No, I'm not stating that. I'm stating that when she tries to I gave you a better argument for her. A better argument for her would have been, okay, you guys have this wrong. Nature does say that there are certain things that men can do and there are certain things that women can do. But that does not mean that just because we have these different fields in which we excel, that we should have different levels of dignity. That's a better argument for her to make. But the argument that she made was, I can do this stuff over here. Well, isn't this the same as what men do? And it's like, no, it's not. 100 Sojourner Truths can't make the Erie Canal. 100 Sojourner Truths, 10,000 Sojourner Truths is not going to make Hoover Dam.
Okay. Then what about Amiris? And Amiris, I can't pronounce her name. The woman, the queen of the Kush. King.
You can make all of the standouts that you want, but
it's true.
And that's fine. I'm not, and that's what I'm stating. Even with Sojourner,
what he is stating is that these women are very few in comparison to men, and men having a biological advantage of strength does not negate that there should be some level of equal respect to the contributions that men create for society as well as women. I don't understand why that's such a problem for men.
yeah, I like I stated, I think that she made a poor argument. A better argument would have been, just because you're stronger than me doesn't mean that I should get less dignity. Because there are certain things that I can do by function of nature that's outside of your realm as well. But to try to make a apple to apple comparison, saying, no, I'm just as good as a field hand too, and I can do this. It's like, nah, you're making the wrong argument, because the majority of the people on your side cannot do what you do.
And what again? What caused us to get to the position where we at? Because we used Sojourner Truth, and now you.
I think what originally got us here was the whole Emmett Till thing, and it came down to the Mammy Till, and then people went into the thought about
black feminism
and so forth, and where how it began, and you were talking about in the 1940s, and I stated no, I think that black feminism began before that with Anna Julia Cooper around the turn of the century, who was kind of like
right. Okay. We all caught up. See, I think that modern day black feminism started in 1944.
Yeah,
black feminism movement.
Yeah, I think it started at the turn of the century with Anna Julia Cooper.
But
yeah.
I think that what they was talking about, I think with Cooper was more on that first wave. I think with these ladies, 1940s, they came in on the post World War II, post-war perspective, because with the focus being on sexual assault.
Yeah, I think SKC. I think with what you're saying, SKC is on point. But I think when it comes down to the men lately, we haven't created a clear distinction between men and women, because you have women thinking that they can do what men do, because men kind of like falling back and letting women do what men normally would do. It's kind of like, all right, let's just say you're a professional in what you do, right? Okay, a person who's not a professional is not supposed to ever in life get on your level without you spanking them. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're supposed to squash anybody who you know haven't been through what you've been through if they trying to like swing at you. You know what I mean? Like, when it comes down to you've been a doctor, a lawyer, you've been an athlete. It's like you let an average person think that they can actually get out there with you, and now they believe that they can actually do that, right? So in the case with women, not saying women contribution is not needed, but if you're talking about why women feel that they can do the same thing men can do, it's simply because men not making it their business to say, you know what, lady, I'm not dismissing you because you're a woman, but I'm going to show you why you are a woman and why I'm a man. Why I'm faster than you, stronger than you, while I can do these things here and you can't do it. I don't want to ever give you the chance to think that you can actually do what I can do as a man. You see what I'm saying? If that makes sense
Well,
to you, SAC.
yeah, it makes sense, but I think one of the like take for instance one of the issues that comes up like right now that I think that is apparent in our modern day, the WNBA.
Yes.
Everybody, for the people that are yelling at the top of their throats that they are the most educated, they have all of these degrees and so forth. It does not take a degreed person to understand that you throw a man, average, semi-athletic man in the WNBA, he's going to dominate. Much less a ex NBA player. He's going to dominate. So since you have so many that are of this opinion of no, I can do whatever a man can do and so okay, well then you allow them to see what will happen. Since they obviously don't have the brain power to understand the difference in biology, then you have to show them. But then another problem comes up if you do that, Rue.
Okay.
If you show them, hey, like say for instance, if the WNBA experiment happens and they let Royce White or Cantor to be able to play, we all know what's going to happen. But then after it happens, then we also have to go to the next stage of stating. So then, since this had to be proven to you, you can't make decisions anymore.
Damn.
Whoa. See.
Yeah, because what you're telling me is that if I have to prove it to you every single time, and you're stating that you're educated, but you need something like that to be proven to you every time, that means your education ain't worth a dang.
Yeah, that means you lose your right. Like you forfeit your right to a man. Like I hear what you're saying. No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, it could be wrong sounding, but I understand if women are saying, okay, we can stand against men, and now when you get your chance to prove it, if you can't hold it up and you can't stand against them, you kind of like you forfeit that. So now you go back. So are you saying that? Hold on, 'cause I don't want to sound sexist, but is that what you're trying to say? Like, okay, if you guys can't hold a candle to us, then we ain't worried about your education. Don't even mention your education to us, none of that, man. If you can't outright whoop us, let me get over. Can't this nigga jump in the goddamn street for? Is that what you're saying, SKC? If a woman can't
to a certain degree, but what I'm stating is this, Rue, if let's say an average, I don't know, medical degree is costing a person like, let's say on average, and I'm gonna go low, $35,000 a year. Okay, so 30. Let's just say 35 grand a year. At the end of it, they didn't pay $280,000 or $250,000 for their degree.
Okay.
And this is supposed to be a person that studied medicine for 8 years.
Yo.
Okay, so what is your degree worth if you telling me a guy can play? These women can hang with this guy in the WNBA.
Yeah.
And you didn't study this for 8 years versus a person who didn't study it and they say, nah, that's just impossible. I just know nature.
I got you on that. You saying
what? Okay. So then that means that we wasted close to over $250,000 for you to learn something, but you don't know nothing.
Exactly.
So then at that point, everything that you learned for all those 8 years and all of the papers that you wrote and all of the various shows that you've been on talking about this and this, no, you no longer are able to even speak anymore.
Yeah, I got you on that, dog. Like, why are we wasting money on your research? And your research is flawed because now if somebody else who's not degreed in your profession can come in and just give you the basic eyeball test and say, no, she's not gonna beat him. Like Brittany Griner is not gonna beat Wemby. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like so do I need a degree and 10 years of research to show that Brittany Griner, you just outright can't beat Wembanyama? And then now when it come to find out Wembanyama just straight smash you, it's like, why are you talking about your degree at this point? Like, I understand, why are you mentioning you have studied, you're degreed, you got this scientific research. Why are you talking about all that? And yet our people, us, just the regular folks, said, man, ain't no way in the hell she can beat this man. Or
Right.
even in
And
case,
then and then the whole time, the entire time, it's not the money has been wasted on
yo,
within education, but then you also on TV getting paid.
getting paid. So I hear what you
So
saying.
it's like we wasting money to
You
hear
saying
you lie to us.
yeah, he's like, all right, I get what SKC is saying. He's saying this unnecessary squandering of money being put into people who most definitely is not being genuine about just the basic things you can be genuine about. I get you. If you really want to put money into research and things, it need to be something that you know for sure, even as a woman, that it can hold a candle to a man's observation or his opinion. It's like it's just obvious. Okay, this woman, hidden figures, right? Those women, you guys out there, you was mathematicians, and you guys prove that you can do math with the best of them. Now we can put money into women who do know how to do math, compared to women or somebody saying this woman in the NBA can beat this man in the NBA. This woman in the WNBA, you can beat this man in the NBA, and we know that's not the case. Like, why are we wasting money on this shit? We wasting money on this? I hear what you're saying, SKC. I don't get you. It's just funny how you said it, because folks are
Y'all
trying to
come
get
up
you.
with any kind of way to try to take women's rights to make decisions over
I'm not taking
Nah,
their rights away from them. What I'm stating is that if you want to be in the realm of, hey, I want to have a say so in this and this and this and this,
you got to be competent.
and you want to state that you are highly educated and so forth, so fine, more power to you. But you also have to be responsible
Yo,
for your failures.
yo, you got to prove it and be responsible on both sides. I got you, Miss Queen. He's saying, Miss Queen, straight up, you want to be taken serious in this? That means if things don't work, you got to stand on it. If it works, you stand on it too. And if you're going to compare yourself to a man, it has to make sense to why you're comparing what you're saying to what a man is saying. You both got to come out with the same outcome.
The,
But if
res-
this man,
the
it. So how
go ahead.
about what if she came out with an outcome, but she got it a different way?
okay, but
Because
that's what
I
I'm saying
don't
is
agree with women
let's
can't clear land. I believe women could clear land. Would they be able to clear it in a way that men clear it? No, of course not.
so let's use the example of the WNBA.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna just give you just a little detail. Let's say Royce White goes into the WNBA. In college, I think he's what, 33, 34, something like that right now.
Okay.
In college, for his team in Iowa, he led his entire team in all statistical categories: rebounds, steals, assists, points, blocks. He led them all, his entire team. If he goes into the WNBA, do you think that there's going to be any woman who's going to be able to deal with him?
Not at all, man. Not at all.
Not likely. Not likely.
How is there some other way that they can compete?
That's a
Mm.
sport.
Correct.
That that has to do with nothing but physical capability. So I mean,
No,
men not
there's a lot of mental to it as well.
but I mean, the bulk of it is gonna be based on biology, and men
No,
are
no.
stronger
See,
than
see,
women by nature.
and you see, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you, Miss Queen. The sports, maybe I ain't gonna say this is a bad example, SKC, because when you're talking about competency, I feel that a woman scientist, she can actually compare herself to a male scientist. I believe that, like a woman mathematician, a woman doctor. Yes, I believe based on the medicine, based on the expertise, the professionalism of it all. I believe yes, women most definitely can compete with men in this field. But when you're talking about just straight biology, nature, I don't think it's always a comparison. I think men and women got two different roles. So even if they're doing the same thing,
That
it
part.
still it'll still be two different roles. You're right. A woman NBA, WNBA player, she's just outright. You're not going to outdo LeBron James even at 41. You're not going to outplay him. You're not going to beat him. You're not going to beat these superstars that's coming up in the game. You're not going to do that at playing football. You ladies who play flag football or tackle football, you're not going to actually defeat male football players. You're not. Boxers, even Clarissa Shields feel like she was raised up boxing boys, but the truth of the matter is, them guys not gonna really hurt her like that. If they really, but if she really tried it, she try to show she want to hurt them, she will get her ass knocked out. She'll get her ass whooped. She'll
Oh,
get whooped.
she done
Yo,
got knocked down a couple of times by these dudes because she thought she could.
and that
she
and
could.
that was because them guys take it light compared to a guy who don't give a damn about beating on women. and feel like a woman is really being offensive to him by trying to even get in the ring with him, I mean, who to say that Floyd Mayweather wouldn't just really beat her ass though for playing with him? And I'm just saying though, these guys that you see, Tank, I don't think Clarissa, you can't beat Tank Davis. You can't.
Man, it's like, and the point about the beating is that's like way beyond the pale. The issue would be, would one of those boxers actually kill or damage one of these women in a way that they would not be able to recover from?
That they would though, especially if they start hitting them in their breast, in their chest. If they start hitting these women in their breast, dog, it's gonna hurt them a certain way. Hit them in their ribs. Yes, it's not gonna be the same as you hitting the man though, and especially a woman's face. I don't feel a woman's face is stronger than a man's face.
Yeah, yes, their bone makeup is different, and the whole that's why I don't know if you know this or not. I know Big J probably know, and I know you know, Rue. But once a boxer gets to a certain point, they have to register their hands.
They do
as deadly weapons.
Yeah. So I guess I think all right. So SKC, I'm agreeing with you. Physically, no. If a man at his full strength versus a woman at her full strength, the woman ain't gonna stand a chance for. She's not gonna compare herself. Not like that, right? But if you're talking about mentally, I do believe women most definitely can be on the same level as a man, mentally, professionally, most definitely. I believe a woman is just as competent as a man in being a president of the United States. Yes, I believe a woman can do a good job too. But if you're talking about just basketball, football, boxing, I don't even want to play with women like you can actually, Jacqueline Frazier or Layla Ali can beat Mike Tyson in a prime.
So then this is what I'm talking about, Rue. It's like, if we know this in modern day times with something as simple as a sport, then when we go way back into like the 1800s and so forth, no, you did not have groups of women that were clearing forests and pulling ammunitions and digging canals, and so that was men doing that stuff.
No, you're right. SKC, you're right. That's what I'm telling BJ. You're right. I feel the women, they were doing that, but not with the men. They did that. They had those skills. Can we agree?
Yeah. I would say this. Right. That was the entire reason why, for the most part, the male slaves cost more.
Yeah.
Because they could do heavier labor.
Yeah. But I'm saying the women, I believe the women, I know for sure the women could be carpenters, lumberjacks. They could go and build rail. I know the women could do the same thing, but they did it on their level though. They didn't do it out and about with the men. So I agree with you. It wasn't women like that going out in the world with the men doing this shit. But you talking about for their homestead? Yes, I believe women can most definitely can build some shit for their home.
Yeah. They can do that stuff. I'm talking about on large scale operations. You need we need 85 tons of this coal to come out of this mine by the end of the week. No, you're not gonna. The same amount of women are not gonna get the same amount of men's work done.
They're not supposed to. I agree with that. They not. I don't think women fighting that though, SKC. I don't think the women were fighting that part. I think women don't want to be discredited like as if they wasn't helpers or they couldn't help.
Yeah. They certainly were there and they were helpers, and nobody should take anything away from that. The point that I was saying was, I think what Sojourner Truth stated, she overplayed her hand when she stated, she can do the same thing that men can do. And it's like, even if you are on the upper scale of the women, so far as like endurance and strength and power and so forth, you are not on the upper scale of men.
But I don't believe that that's the case. I believe that, first of all, women haven't had the opportunity to even attempt to do what men say that women cannot do. Women wouldn't necessarily carry out the task the same way a man would, but they'll probably get close to or a similar result. So, that is it's a senseless argument in my opinion, just to try and relegate women to nothing.
Okay, so let's say this. We're in no, we don't even have to go to back in time. We are out in West Texas. We went camping.
Camping, okay.
The rifle is back at the cabin. We just was outside barbecuing or something like that. A wild boar comes into into our camp. Can Son deal with the wild boar better than Big J, Rue, or myself?
All right, you talking about
I'm
physically
not dealing
with
with
a
no
gun,
wild boar.
with a gun, with a
No,
weapon, or you talking about physically with your hands?
all we have is hands and whatever we can get our hands on that's right near to us.
Shit, may the best man, best woman win. I mean, shit. I mean, I'm not,
10 times out of 10, who's gonna have the better chance with the wild boar?
Whoever's down there with it, because I'm going up a tree. I'm not finna play with
Okay,
no.
what happened? What happened if we have children? What happened if we have young kids there that we need to protect?
As somebody, oh, that's rude. As somebody who been in that similar predicament, let me say, I'm not going to test that answer for you because, wild boars are wild boar. You don't know them motherfuckers are unpredictable. So
Right, but
I don't
if
know
you had to put your chances on it, Big J, do you want a man next to you or a woman?
I mean, it's okay to say a woman. I mean, a man, because hell, I would want a man.
I'd rather have a man next to me though. If it's two of us against that boar,
So then why are we playing this game?
because
This stuff ain't rocket science.
Because a woman would usually try to. The only thing she might do, she might be lighter than I am, and she
you
might
throw it down?
evade. No, she might evade and run faster than my ass to get to the house to get the gun. That's why I'm looking at it. But she might be yelling, screaming, and louder than my ass. Because I'm not gonna run. I stay and fight. Damn it. Fuck all that running. She be tired. You be dying tired. I'd rather be die. I'd rather have my breath. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. But carry on. But you know what? It's kind of getting late for me. Y'all over there yakking and yakking. It's supposed to be a 2-hour event.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying, son, is I'm not taking away from women's contributions, but it would be similar as if men could say, men are better on average. Men are better caretakers than babies than women, and we know that's not true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because but you're using that argument to benefit the patriarchal structure.
No, that's not patriarchy. That's just nature. Women
No,
have babies.
like
Men don't.
men made themselves the defaults as far as we do better at this, that, and the third because of the way men set up society.
No, men didn't set up nature.
No, biology is biology, but in society, the way it's structured, men made themselves be more important because they put more emphasis on a particular thing. We don't know what society would look like if
Okay,
women
so
were the
so think
default.
about this. Let's slow that conversation down then.
Okay.
Okay, let's say we're in a state of nature. What is required in order to even have a society?
A family unit, of course.
Okay, but in order to have a family unit, what are some of the things that's required?
A strategy of mating and ability to build a home.
Even before that,
The ability
don't you need a dwelling?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes.
Don't you
Good.
need to have some sort of protection against the elements?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Don't you
yes.
need food?
Right, right.
Yeah.
Don't you have to protect
And
yourself against wild
therefore,
animals and different things?
there are
Right.
female societies that do it. So
O-
I'm not.
Okay. So then when we start to get to, hey, you got to start creating dwellings, you got to start creating things like paths and roads, you have to start creating protective structures, you have to protect yourself from not only the elements of nature but also the animals within nature. Who excels at those things?
Yeah.
This isn't some we're before we got to a society. This is just nature. Men didn't make those rules.
Okay, but patriarchy begins when men start to farm and follow the paradigm of land ownership and agriculture. That's when patriarchy started.
Yeah, and even if you want to put it there, Big J, then the issue comes up as this. Let's say you start talking about things like agriculture and so forth, or let's say even hunting, because before agriculture you got to hunt.
Right.
Okay,
Right,
so
because then back then though we was hunters and gatherers.
so
Uh,
then if you don't hunt, you don't eat.
right.
All right, so who are you going to tell? The guy that's going out and getting big sums of meat, that the meat that he went out and battled for and hunted after, that he shouldn't get a large section of that meat, and that the people that stayed behind and didn't have to chase after this animal, didn't have to get poked by its horns and all this other stuff, that they deserve the equal amount of meat that he did.
Um. No, he deserved his portion.
Okay, well then there goes patriarchy.
Yeah, but but you don't
Patriarchy
understand.
just begun.
But you don't understand the mechanics of patriarchy
He can
is
take his meat and stay away from the rest of the society. Have it. Go away.
right.
All
Okay.
right, and that's what I'm. But the thing that I'm stating to you is that society has not been made yet, because if you don't have the meat gatherer, if you don't have the guy that can protect against the wild animals and so forth, your society is going. Your little group is going to
Okay.
die.
Right. But
But then
you
who's
don't
to say that
understand.
they cannot come together and figure out how to defend themselves? Okay, he
because
may be more
because they
effective,
didn't.
but if he is not uh healthy for the society that's being built, to hell with him.
Well,
You
well,
want
the thing
something
that the thing that
over.
everybody is worrying about at the very beginning, they're not thinking about whether he's healthy or not or any of that stuff and sociological stuff. They're thinking about survival.
And we can survive. You can survive without him. It's just it would be easier with him. But like to think that everything would simply fall apart because this particular brute strength is not there. I mean, you can just collectively come together and figure out how to fix a problem, how to solve a problem. You don't necessarily have to rely on the easiest out.
Oh, okay. Well, if you believe that that's the case, then you have solved the human equation, because people don't come together on a lot of issues and they solve it by war, and that's men and women.
No, that's mostly men because
No,
No,
is
when women
largely
start wars too.
let,
When
let
women
me let
start
me
wars too.
let me give you an example. Let
now
me give you an
women
example of that, son. Let me give you an
they're
example of what you're talking about, son.
okay.
Right now, Big J didn't, to a certain degree, on certain things, didn't do anything. It was a whole bunch of women that wanted to start wars with him.
See,
They didn't.
so
They didn't want to come together and have some sort of kumbaya and let's have diplomacy and talk it out and so forth. They chose war.
and y'all ain't see what's going on the last night. I see that shit. And I'm not
Well,
talking
I
about
don't know what happened last night, but
and I'm not talking about bomb either.
Yeah. So
Man,
this
you saw
idea that
SK, you saw what's going on last night, right? You saw that
no,
bullshit.
no, I haven't seen it. I'm just picking up on cues. But the other argument that always comes up is that, well, men are the ones that are responsible for wars, and they the
yeah,
ones
they
that
are.
that can't get along and so forth, as if women get along.
Right.
Well, nobody is saying that women get along, but women are not the default authority in society. So this is laid at the feet of men. So
It's like the only thing that would be different with women is the way that they would go about it. A woman would not come out and just for the most part come out and try to go straight battle with a man, but she will poison him
Or better yet,
or try to get
Oh,
others to fight him.
right, right. Hold on. Like how somebody said, Big J's a predator, right? I know what you're trying to do. You're starting a war by instigating, get other men to attack the other man. That's how women start wars.
There you go.
Women don't come out and say, I'm gonna scratch this nigga's eyes out. Some women will actually try to manipulate this man who's willing to be a crash test dummy to
well,
fight
when
the
we
other man.
start talking about the structure of society, that has very little to do with women, because women are not the people that's in charge of modern day society.
But
So,
they don't have to be in charge. They still
They
play
don't
a
have to
role in
be.
it.
Yeah, all she had to do is collect the benefits off of it, and she's good.
Yeah,
okay,
it's like
that's
playing this
the
role
way
of
that men just set up this particular society. Women don't have no say so in none of this.
but you see what just took place, son? A
What?
little bit earlier, you were stating that you can't take away women's contributions to society. And then
Uh-oh.
now you're stating that, well, women didn't set it up. They don't have nothing to do with society. You can't
Uh-oh.
have both at the same time.
No, I'm
Uh-oh.
saying that there is this minimizing of women's contributions to society, which leads to women not being able to have much say so in the structure of society. So when we start talking about wars and things, this is largely a male dominated particular area because men don't generally default to women but nothing but support
Okay.
roles.
Okay. So, give you an example of what we're talking about. In the Civil War, there was for all intents and purposes, for the shorthand, war about slavery. Okay. So, we're not, the homie not having female warriors that were enslaving other people.
Yeah, they did.
Okay. So, what did they do differently to set up their society that was different from other people who were slaving?
They didn't do anything different. It was just women that were
So then
warriors
why are we playing this game as if we can
because
say,
they were subject to
you know what, humans are humans. Humans have human frailties, they have human desires, they have human faults.
because they
Women
were
are human as
subject.
well, and they will do some of the most deadly and treacherous things that men do.
Those women didn't set up that society. That society was
It,
still
it,
male dominated.
it still doesn't matter long as you still had the tools. Okay, yeah. I may make the hammer, but yet you used it. I might sit there and create the chainsaw, but yet you the one who cranked it up.
But
I'm the one who
the
cranked the car.
society was already structured, and it was structured through male dominance.
Right. It's male dominance, but then when you got a bunch of Delta Novembers lying around, one woman can manipulate dumb niggas to do something that otherwise, if she was a man, she would have done it herself.
And then here's the other part of it, son. Let's say if your female society set up some sort of way of getting things done, that was, I would say, more peace-like and so forth and blah, blah, blah. Okay, how are they going to stop some other male society that comes through and says, nah, we just want to take your ish?
But that's an issue they have to figure out.
But how do they figure that out without the manpower to stop them? Because that's not going to be some, oh, you got time to think about it and so forth. No, they show up on the horizon. They say, oh, you just have free stuff just sitting out here. Let's just go take this stuff. How are you
Okay,
going to stop them?
wait. Hold on. Better yet. Let's do another argument. When if there's an invading army coming into your place, who rather you root for? Your men or the patriarchy you under, or the patriarchy of the invading force? See, that's the question that should be asked. You know what I mean? If we're going to sit there and question patriarchy, you know what? That's a dumb question. Never mind. I'll be quiet. That's a dumb question. Never mind. That's a dumb question. I thought about it. Nah, that's a dumbass question. Let me back out of that. You see,
Look, if they didn't think about that, then guess what? They finna learn the hard way to think
Yeah,
about that.
yeah. And all I'm saying, son, is that if for the people who uh, say that things could be set up a different way and blah blah blah, yeah, that all sounds good and dandy until Hannibal shows up on the elephant.
I mean, but there are many societies that had to rebuild because they took losses. That's just part of building the society.
Right, but the things that what I hear from a lot of the, I would say, more modern feminists and so forth, they'll say things like, oh, well, if women were in charge, they would have done this and this. It's like, okay, but how would you protect against male-led societies? Because it's not just one world society.
Right,
And if you didn't have the manpower to do it, then you just would have been destroyed.
right. I think that's just something they have to figure out.
Right. And all of that comes down to that has nothing to do with patriarchy or matriarchy. That's just nature.
but I don't think that patriarchy. I think we're living in a patriarchy in decline, and I think
What
and I see that we're going to more of an even egalitarian society.
whatchamacallit says your fan Shiesty Bum says with modern weapons, as if modern weapons was just they just grow out of the ground. It was just they were just there for anybody to take advantage of, as if they didn't need it to be created by various societies. A quote unquote uh a society that a lot of the modern feminists talk about so far as like, oh, they would just been peace loving and done this and that, they would not have made modern weapons.
Yeah, but do you think that without peace, if the world's more peace, do you think that feminism would spring up more if there was more peace?
No, I don't think that at all. I think that when we see various decisions that are made by those who are more of the feminist lens, I think that you see more chaos.
Based upon what?
Okay. You take, for instance, I'll bring up one of Sarge's greatest arguments when he talks about criminal justice and a lot of the things that you see that a lot of the female judges do on, so far as like criminals and prison and wanting to get away from corporal punishment and all of those things. You put those people back on the street and they create and do more heinous things at a higher clip. They create more chaos instead of just having the fortitude to say, no, we need to go ahead and put this person down.
Yeah, but you act like women are not as rootless as the male counterparts.
No, I think that they lean more towards trying to
Compassion, you saying?
yeah, this having empathy um for others and trying to find different ways in order to combat certain problems. And in doing so, I think that they lose track of another bigger issue, which is limited resources and energy.
I guess so. I guess so. I'm just.
I
You know
don't
what?
believe any of it. I just think things would just be structured and carried out differently than what we know it to be today.
Like
Okay,
what?
like what? Like what?
I can't tell you because we don't live in that type of world. We don't
Okay,
live in that.
well, give us just an idea of how you would set up things.
I haven't the slightest idea, but I do know women think and move differently than men do. And what we know, that's all we know. So I can't really tell you what it would be like.
Well, all I can tell you is that that we have had some matriarchal tribes on planet Earth, and they have
Yeah,
not
I'm
been
not
able
saying that.
to compete with
Yeah, but
patriarchy.
but
But I don't
patriarchy.
think they're trying to.
Yeah,
They can't. That's what I'm saying.
no, but
There's no such
you,
thing as you're trying to. It's like if when that's like somebody stating when Cortez and company landed on in South America. Well, the Aztecs and such, they weren't trying to compete with the conquistadors. Well, you didn't have a choice at that point.
yeah, it was kill or be killed at this point. So, but I think the point is, I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired. I need to take my ass to bed. Y'all overstaying my fucking time. Damn.
Yeah, hey man, you can get some rest. You can give it to Son and finish it off.
My son is at work. She must be at
Oh,
work. Yeah, she
okay.
at work. So yeah,
I'm here
I
by myself
got.
right now, so it's cool.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay,
If I need to
well,
go, I'll end the stream.
okay then. Okay, I'll end. Okay. Let me get my ass to bed then. Shit, I got my ass up. So yeah, but I think but what you failed at SKC
Go ahead.
is matriarchy was here before patriarchy.
Okay.
If you really want to, if you're studying Kemet society or ancient Egypt society, it was a matriarchal society before 300 BC or some shit. I forgot what year it was, but but it was a matriarchal until they was invaded from the Assyrians from the north.
Right.
So
So
or the Europeans. So that's why it became patriarchal, and
right, because that
because the
proves my point.
proximity and because of the proximity to Israel and all that, our Abrahamic religions became very patriarchal in nature.
Right. So that proves my point that the matriarchy could not handle when the patriarchy came through. They lost.
But it was more peaceful before they was
That's fine.
Society was more peaceful. Wait, stop. Hold on. I gotta do this, y'all. I gotta do this. Go ahead, figure it out while I get the more You know what? Fuck it. I'll play it again because I'm in a good mood right now. Go ahead, figure it out while I get the more paper.
And and I like you were stating with the even if you were to I would cede that argument to you and not argue the whole thing about the Egypt and patriarchy and all that other stuff. That's fine. You even if you want to make that argument. But my argument would be that actually proves the point of what I'm stating is that whatever stuff that they were doing when the men came through, they had nothing to stop it. And just like in various segments of nature, you have certain animals that dominate others.
That's true. I can't argue with that.
Everybody can sit up and say, oh, well, the world would be so much peaceful if the sheep were in control. Okay, well, you don't live in a world where there's just sheep. There's
Yeah,
wolves and bears and everything else.
but you got to have the wisdom to make sure that the meek. It says in the Bible, the meek shall inherit the earth. Who's the meek? Oh, the sheep.
All right, and that's fine. But the Egyptians didn't believe in that.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, but I'm saying is, us men, must have the wisdom to lend, to make things right, solve the problems, make things right, so that see, I was talking to my girlfriend at the time, right?
Okay.
And me and her had this conversation, and we were talking about femininity and masculinity, right?
Okay.
And I was being romantic with her, but I was being romantic at the same time being very threatening, right?
Okay.
But not towards her, but not towards her, but I was talking about like these niggas online. What I'm talking about, right?
Okay.
I was telling her that the dark and brutal nature of masculinity must defend the soft beauty of femininity.
That's an interesting way to put it. I think that uh, you can describe masculinity as brutal and so forth, and be well within your right to do so. But at the same time, I think that both sides, masculinity and femininity, have some very dark spots and they have light spots as well.
No,
I think,
true.
and I think that people tend to try to kind of gloss over the dark nature of femininity.
Oh man,
like,
I know about the dark side of femininity. Because I'm being targeted by the dark forces of femininity.
Yeah,
because I got 5 women trying to use strings, try to pull strings around on these YouTube streets. So, but I see it coming. But
so it's like women are humans too. They can do good and bad, just like men are, and so forth.
Right. But what I'm just talking about how women like to put themselves under men when there's danger around, and they know that he will defend her at all costs and shit. That's what I'm talking about, and then you as a man, you're activated for violence at this point. Well, I mean, I know I am activated. You come to my woman on some bullshit, I'm killing you. For real. So I mean, I think the job of the masculine is to defend what is feminine.
Big J, I think that there are men.
And I'm not trying to be no blue pill simp. I'm just talking about as a general rule for a man protecting his own community and his own nation. That's
I think that there are men who are more geared towards violence. And I think that there are men who are more geared towards diplomacy. Just like I think that there are some women who have no qualms about about putting a man in a situation where his life can be in danger, so they can try to feel better about themselves.
Oh! You must read that book by Issa Villar, The Manipulated Man. That's a good book.
No, I just human
Yeah,
nature,
yeah.
and I also
I
think
read that book. I read that book, and that's how though I survived these encounters by these women on the YouTube streets.
yeah,
Because I know what they do. I know what they're gonna do it before they even done it.
and I also think that there are women who are compassionate enough to be like, yeah, I see that this person called me this name, but I love the man that I'm with, and it's not that important that he get into a fight with this person over some name that was called me. I'm gonna just tell my man, hey, let's just go somewhere else. This isn't that important.
Right.
So
And I love women who does that shit too, though. But maybe is the I don't know how to say it. It's I don't know. I'm kind of tired right now because I could go on and on about this topic. I mean, you got me to a place. You got to me a place where I want to go in on, but man, you got man. I just got.
Well, you stated that
I should be in bed about five hours ago. I should be in my bed 5 hours ago, and I'm over here talking to y'all.
But you stated that you wanted more elevated conversation, so I just
I know, and I thank God for that. I thank you for that. You know, I don't got time for Delta November shit. So yeah, and women do protect men, like Shicey Bomb said. I mean, she using her wisdom to steer him from that fight that he may not win. It's kind of like the Bible when King David was arguing. His family member was arguing with him. I thought one of his brothers was arguing with him, and he wanted to kill him, but it took his wife to tell him, don't leave it. I forgot who was it. His wife or something. I gotta go back to my Bible.
It was Abigail and Nabal.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. You read the book. Okay, good. That told him don't. Because David really was a killer. I don't know why people, David used his authority as a king to kill people and shit. So they trying to tell that walked him off that ledge. Yeah. I read that Bible. Yeah, you read that Bible. I need to go back to church though, but because you niggas get on my fucking nerves, and I ain't trying to send my ass to hell.
It's just one of those things of like, I guess to the big thing that we were talking about was that I don't have anything against Sojourner Truth. I just think that she overstated her position.
I'm about to leave. Okay, well, I guess Pierre won't show up, but I'm about to leave. So,
who?
I don't think she overstated her position. I just think her position is not respected in a male-dominated society.
Well,
Because the default position would be to relegate women as to be lesser than men, so they can maintain their power.
Well, I don't. I think that people view it in a weird way. So far as like this idea about power and so forth, it's there is a very real world that we live in, and it has nature, and humans did not create nature.
Hey, Queen, how you guys doing?
All right.
I don't have very much time. I just want to say I was listening for about 10 minutes or so when I was getting ready. And I guess SKC, you're talking about brute force. Listen, a lot of those matriarchal systems that you spoke about that got annihilated from brute force from the Europeans and whatnot, those different tribes have lasted for thousands of years prior to being annihilated with warfare and guns and things like that. And I don't know where your perspective, it's very like one-sided, as if men's brute force is the be all for survival and endurance for life. And that's not the truth. Okay. So, yeah, men have created brute force systems and structures and put everybody into it, right? Conquering them and whatnot.
Did they
That doesn't
create
make it a good thriving system. And we can see the end results of that from what's happening in the United States right now, what is happening all over Europe right now, France, Spain, you name it. They're having uprisings, everything's fucked up. So yeah, men can use brute force to do and get things accomplished that they want to do. Women don't usually think like that. There are some women that have that type of mindset, right? But for the most part, women don't do that. So you're talking about just the recent, not even 1,000 years, really, mainly with this type of system that we're under, right? Before that, these matriarchal systems, they lasted tens of thousands of years all over the globe, had no problems, had no issues. So what do you think is the main factor of their problems?
Well, I would just like to ask a question about something that you presented. You stated that men created brute force.
No, they are brute force.
Okay, so they are brute force.
Yes.
Okay, so you're stating that. So you're stating that even in like the animal kingdom of nature, that men created the animals to use the force that they use.
I mean, what you're trying to use is the logic of people being taken over by men who have more strength. Because I've been listening to you. It's very one-sided, right? So you've been using
I'm just
that, and
asking,
now
where did
you
that
want to,
come
and
from?
now you want to straw man me and pop back into nature. Well, nature, the majority of the fighting is done by lionesses, and they can take down a male lion.
And how do they do that?
But my point to you is
how
we
do they
can go
do that?
tit for tat. We can bounce back and forth with nature and what's happening with human nature. However,
Right.
you didn't address the fact that those matriarchal systems lasted for thousands and thousands of years before they were taken over brute force. Same thing with indigenous Indians. Same thing with Africans coming over here. Brute force is what got them all here, right? And somehow you've equated with that brute force as being something good. Was it good for the indigenous people? Was it good for Africans? Was it good for the slaves in America? It wasn't fucking good, was it?
Well, just
So
a
at one
question to
point or some point, you got to step back into nature like you're talking about and let women do what women do. And that is cure and heal the earth and people. And you got to step back and stop fucking dominating shit and let women do what they do. And then if something gets out of line, like you're talking about having to protect what these women have created, then you can step in. But just using brute force in itself is not a good thing, because that's what I've been hearing from you on this panel for at least 15, 20 minutes.
Well, that's not my position. My position is that, just as you brought up, you stated the lioness, and then I
I
asked
only
you.
brought the lioness because you keep on talking. You keep on bouncing back and forth. That's what you keep doing. You want it to fit your narrative, which
No,
the narrative
I'm
is
just asking a
men to
question.
be in control.
I'm just asking a question. You
I'm
stated.
not saying men can't be in control, because I personally believe there's a such thing as a divine patriarchy. We're not under that. We haven't been under that, right? So I don't have a problem with divine patriarchy, but I do have a problem with dysfunctional patriarchy. And what you're preaching is dysfunctional patriarchy. That's what that is.
I don't think you know my position at all.
What I've been hearing.
Right, but I think you stated that you probably listened in to like 15 minutes or so, and I've been here for a couple of hours. So I think
Yeah,
you're catching a tail.
the premise kind of got lost in the sidebar arguments.
Correct.
We're making sidebar arguments, trying to get back to the original argument, and it's comical though. It's comical though. We try
Yeah,
to get back.
it is. It is.
Well, I can't
And
stay long, and I just wanted to say that women have contributed in society since societies have ever existed. Women have
no
put their part
one has
into
said
it.
otherwise.
Okay, I'm just saying I have to say my piece about it, because to try to undermine what actual women do in societies, it's sickening to try to under appreciate what women's roles are in society and what they have done throughout thousands of years of society.
Thousands of years.
People have been on the earth for they found bodies, dead bodies that have, when they predated or when they dated it, their bodies are over 30 and 40 and 50 and 60,000 years. So yes, thousands and thousands of years.
Okay, so even and I'm willing to cede your argument and work within the framework of where you're coming from. Yeah, I have no problem with that. My argument to you is that just in the same way when I presented the idea that before there was man, there was nature. Man did not create nature, nor did woman.
Men came from nature, period, and so did women.
And so did women.
Yes.
Okay, so when we go back to that beginning and we think about before there was a society, we started looking at various animals and so forth. And then when I brought that up, you stated, well, even the lionesses can take down such and such. And then I asked you, how do they do that? And we know the answer. The way that they do it is by brute force.
Okay, so but what I was hearing from you is that the only aspect of nature is men's brute force, and that's not true, because women in those Amazonian civilizations and stuff, they were warriors as well, and they used brute force when they needed to use brute force. However, they didn't do it willy-nilly like we have a society now who wants oil for greed. There was no such thing as those things back then. Greedy nature, right? That's an introduction into actual nature, right?
But that's what I'm saying is we don't know that. All we have are perhaps fanciful tales of those things and a romanticization of what occurred there. We have no information about, okay, well, if they had this, and the other, well, then why could they fail to protect themselves against an outside invading force?
Are you trying to be funny?
No. How did they fail then?
Okay, I'll tell you part of how some of indigenous people in America failed, through smallpox, through giving these tribes who have never been introduced to these type of diseases that were in Europe, and these these Europeans purposely used chemical or biological warfare on them and killed. Do you know how many indigenous people used to be in the Americas? Just America. Not even talking about South America, not even talking about Canada. Over 60 million were eradicated off this land.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Okay.
So they were using all kinds of tricky tactics to do it. Did they use brute force when they gave them land? When people trusted them and they gave them, just the same as today, people are trusting our government to produce clean water. I'm not done yet. They're trusting our government to produce clean water, clean food, clean air for them to have healthy families and raise healthy families. Are we being given those things by this administration and past administrations of failed dysfunctional patriarchy? Are they upholding the nature you claim that they should be upholding, which is taking care of the earth and taking care of our food and making sure that our food is clean, making sure our water is clean? Is that happening?
I didn't make that claim.
Well, I'm asking you, is that happening?
I can't answer something that I didn't make a claim
of. Is water dirty that people drink now?
Water has always been dirty.
Is water chemically dirty?
Water has always been chemically dirty.
Thousands of years ago, water was chemically dirty.
thousands
Incorrect.
of years ago.
Incorrect.
When Mount Vesuvius exploded in Pompeii, the chemicals that came out of Mount Vesuvius landed in water supplies, and it was chemically damaged.
There weren't no
Water
scientists
has
putting
always been
one
chemically
periodical
adapted.
chemical and another periodical chemical together, creating a very toxic periodical or an extension of that periodical table. That wasn't happening back then. So don't lie.
Okay, so
That was not happening.
volcanoes have always been erupting on planet Earth.
Volcanoes are a natural occurring
Yes,
thing on the earth. That's not a
they
chemical
pollute
in the
water.
way that I'm
They
talking
pollute
about.
water.
You knew what I was talking about. That's why you jumped off to something
No,
else.
I just gave you example of what you're stating. It pollutes water.
Did fluoride exist back then?
Yes, fluoride is a natural chemical that occurs within our within our periodic table.
Fluoride.
It is a natural element.
It's part of.
I know there are natural elements. I'm talking about putting two natural elements together to make something like a bomb or whatever. Did that happen back then?
No, that actually,
Thank you.
yes,
That's
actually,
my
yes,
point.
it
You
did.
knew where I was getting with this. You knew what I was
I
talking
have to
about.
recant. I have to recant. Yes, actually, it did. It's always been happening. We have a sun. We have a sun that puts elements
we are
together
under a
that have
dysfunctional patriarchy that
nuclear
doesn't care
bombs
about
that
human
happen every
racial groups.
second.
It doesn't care about people in general. It doesn't care about the earth. It doesn't care about women. It doesn't care about children. That's that dysfunctional patriarchy that's got to go. I'm sorry. That's just it.
That's fine. I'm just talking about the reality of actually what occurs.
Well, I gotta go because I have something I have to do, and I didn't really even want to jump on here.
Okay.
But hey, take it easy. Big J, can you drop me off?
I appreciate the conversation though. Yeah. Yeah, on the sun, there are billions of nuclear bombs that go off every second. There have been all sorts of natural phenomenon on Earth that pollutes water.
But she's referring to man-made, human-made, disasters. That's
right. And where do you think a lot of them learn it from? They learned it from nature.
That might be true, but we didn't know the effects of electricity. We didn't know the effects of
yeah, we did. When we saw lightning strike a tree or strike some water and see a fish float up and different things, we knew exactly what it could do. When we come across snakes.
When we split the atom, right? What the first thing we did? What the first thing we did when we split the atom? We annihilated two cities, and then that's before we realized, oh, we can replace the man a crew of men in a coal mine.
Right. But even in that, like, take for instance what you're stating so far as like what's that, Big Boy and Little Boy?
Fat Man. It's Fat Man
and Little Boy. Yeah. So even with that, those two were used in a way to where they could have pretty much annihilated Japan, but they used them as a last resort.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a last resort to use in Japan. You got to look up the Korean the World War II from the perspective of the Asians. Japan was going to quit anyway.
No, they weren't.
No. They was about to quit and since Korea was being invaded by the Russians and rest of Asia was being conquered by the communists. In order to back off the communists, that's why they made that decision to drop them two bombs.
Hey, Big J, I know you know what a kamikaze pilot is, right. But when did they come into
1944?
Okay, so why were they made then?
Because they were a pariah. because the oil was cut off. They couldn't get any oil from Europe. They couldn't get any oil out of Russia because soon as Hitler invade Russia, invade the Soviets, the Soviet Union was the only lifeline for the Japanese to get any oil in other supplies. So when Hitler fucked up and invaded the Soviet Union stopped trading. They had to use whatever resource they had to fight off the Nazis and also the fascists in
Okay,
Europe.
so Big J. Now this is in my wheelhouse. The very first kamikaze attack was in 1944, and it was against American forces.
Right.
This was after
not arguing.
America told Japan to surrender. Their response was, let's put these dudes in planes on a death mission to sink your ships.
Right, but
because we're not giving up.
Because they didn't have enough oil to fight. They have enough material, enough tin, enough aluminum to fight on, because they need aluminum and tin from the Soviets.
So then, if you don't have the material, then you surrender.
You don't tell a country that never been conquered in 5 centuries to lay down.
Okay, so then, and you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. You don't tell them that. What you do is that you send Fat Boy and Fat Man and Little Boy to them, and then that ends the discussion.
No. They was already a pariah in the world. Japan was having their little internal, the intelligence community already knew, especially the Soviets already knew there was internal, because the prime minister, the guy who's going to be the prime minister, almost got assassinated. The other one, there was a battle between the army. There was a beef between the army and the navy, between that shit, and then though they was trying to make sure the emperor does not stay where he was at. They didn't want the emperor to go outside of Tokyo. They want him to get outside of Tokyo.
Big J. So far it's like the Japan, I guess the Japan not following up with, hey, you need to surrender. It was so bad, and it was so bad that you had members of their own military who would rather commit seppuku and kill themselves rather than being captured or to surrender to the United States.
But you have to read Japan. You have to read Japan, read World War II from the perspective of the Japanese.
Right. I am reading it from their perspective.
Or read Japan. Read World War II from the perspective of the Koreans. It sheds a whole new light on why they didn't give two flying fucks about the 2 bombs. They didn't give a fuck about them 2 bombs. They were like, okay. They saw the second one. The first one surprised them. They saw the second one. They said, okay, we'll tear it. We'll burn the whole damn house down. They was on this shit. Come on, and get us. They didn't care at the point. So you act like 2 nuclear bombs dropping from dropping on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. You think that shit was going to sit there and tell them to stop? They wasn't even going to stop. The only thing though the Japanese were scared was that the big Soviet army coming down from the north. That's all they were scared of. Because as soon as the Soviets declared war in June of 1945, they were surrounded, completely surrounded. They had nowhere else to go. It wasn't the bombs.
Right. What I'm stating is that it was a combination of the two.
Well, that's fine, but you act like
they were hoping that Moscow would help them to create a more favorable peace.
Right.
But
Right.
when confronted with imminent,
Stalin was doing the racist shit. See, that's another thing. Stalin knew that America had the bomb already. So he was like, well, fuck it. I'm gonna see what the Americans do with this bomb. See, World War II could have ended six months earlier. On the Japanese side, it could have ended six months earlier if Stalin would have said, "Okay, I'll accept the terms. I'll hear the terms."
and that's fine. That's fine, Big J. I'm not taking away from that, but I can also I have to include in Japan's own words. It's like Hirohito stated in his letter, the Americans have created a gruesome and monstrous bomb. That was in his letter about surrender.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't just push that away of, well, America dropping the 2 bombs, that didn't have nothing to do with them surrendering, when the emperor himself said it.
Right, I know that, but I'm talking about the military planners. I ain't talking about the emperor himself. I'm talking about the military planners at the time. They didn't give a fuck.
Right. They were willing to kill themselves and so forth.
Right.
But but the person that was over Japan was the emperor.
Right.
And the emperor stated, hey, when they drop these 2 bombs, we can't deal with that.
Because the next target was either Osaka or Sapporo, Japan. It was either Osaka. Osaka's like south of Tokyo, south of Oklahoma. I'm sorry. I know these Japanese cities because I watch too much Godzilla. Okay, forgive me on that. But the thing is,
you're in great company because I'm a Godzilla fiend. So
right. Because I know all the cities Godzilla destroyed in those 25 movies. But anyway, yeah.
What's your favorite one?
Godzilla versus Mothra of 1964.
Okay, so right now, where I'm at right now, for a long time, my favorite before the last one came out was I can't even think of it now because the other 2 that are coming are just so superior. But Godzilla minus one is I think is number one.
Man, minus one. Listen, minus one is one of the best. Godzilla minus one is the best. You remember that blew the shit the piece of his face off and that shit grew back and the eyeball grew right back.
Yeah,
man.
man.
When that was on that boat, man, that shit was weird. That was a weird scene, man. Shit, minus one is badass. I'm sorry. You know, I might want to do a review on that shit. Might want to do a review on minus one and also minus zero. Wait, minus zero came out. Minus one coming out. What?
Minus zero is coming out. Minus zero is coming out December. Well, November. If you,
it's November. It's coming out in November.
Yeah.
I gotta watch that one. Man.
Yeah, man. I got posters in my library of Godzilla minus one, man. But before those, before minus one, my favorite one was Shin Godzilla, man. I think that's like.
I like it, but it was too much like watching C-SPAN. It was too political. Now I know Godzilla is a political allegory.
In certain ways. Yeah, it has to do with the war and so
the
forth.
War, but it's deeper than the war. It's more like King Ghidorah is more like the space. The nuclear weapons being used in outer space type shit. I want to say like Rodan is a symbol of. Well, Mothra is a symbol of Western Christianity, destroying Japan. But anyway, we going to far weeds and that shit. We going to
it sure could.
Yeah,
sure could, man. That's my stuff there, man.
That's far in weeds because the little girls carry that cross. You ever watch Mothra? Them girls carry that cross and shit, and then they sing in that big moth fly in the air and shit. It's simple Christianity and Eastern shit. It's some weird. That's some weird ass shit though. But
Yeah,
the
man.
allegory behind it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Toho Films did wonders with the Godzilla story and everything. I like the. I'm a real big fan of the original
The
because
1954, the one, the
yeah, because
1954. Yeah.
the majority of the writers and the people who worked for Toho, they were
Was actually in the military, Japanese military. Yeah.
yep, they were veterans of the war.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then though there was a reason why the American version, if you watch the American version, they cut some of the music off.
Oh yeah, they cut a lot of it out.
Right, because you remember the marching band, the Navy marching theme song. Every time you see the Navy or the Army, you see that marching theme. They cut that out of the American version because that's really a lot of American soldiers die hearing that song,
Yeah.
the Navy theme, you know. Yeah. Well, I'm going off in the weeds on that. That goes over people's heads on that shit. Y'all you going to, but yeah.
Well, you think about it, Big J. The majority of people within, this space doesn't even know anything about Godzilla or anything outside of just like, normie type of stuff. So, I mean, because it's just it's not something that would fall within their wheelhouse of even exploring.
Yeah, or let's talk about King Kong, the allegory of Kong. Yeah, we ain't gonna talk about that. That one just.
I mean, it was like the emperor was over Japan. He stated in his surrender letter that the Americans have this powerful and gruesome bomb, and they cannot deal with that. It would eradicate Japan, and so he offered his surrender.
That's true. That's true. But I'm just saying, I'm looking at the military planners part, because how they were perceiving. How they perceived the bomb. They say they didn't give a fuck. They said go ahead and keep on fighting. Because the
So just
generals was like,
because you can beat somebody with brute force does not mean your way is better, nor does it mean you're still alive.
I think what was the lady that came up, Butterfly or something like that?
Pure Butterfly.
Yeah. And one of the things that I noticed in, I guess, the way that she conveyed her message is, well, first of all, she's very passionate about the whole thing about, matriarchal societies and so forth. But I find that in a lot of feminists that in the same way that that you said, Big J, that you have these people that look back between 1865 and 1965 as like some sort of utopia of black people and everything was perfect until feminism hit. On the opposite end, you have, in my opinion, people like her that look at feminism as, and matriarch as they were doing everything perfect and the world was just in balance and beautiful and peaceful and nothing bad was happening until these bad men showed up and they ruined everything. And I'm like, nah, history doesn't show us that at all.
I would say that if it wasn't for patriarchy on some, but let me be fair, because she wants a divine patriarchy, not the patriarchy. You kind of skip that over, SKC. But however, having said that, what she's, I believe the patriarchy, men start to discover and create things because of patriarchy, and patriarchy started based upon the ownership of land, because in the ownership of land, because the use of of the ground, the use of the soil through agriculture. That's where patriarchy take root, was based upon domesticating animals and growing crops.
I mean, I disagree. I think that
how you gonna disagree with that when that's really the main cause why there were invasions and shit of other people's countries and shit? Why you think Cain killed Abel? I mean, I mean, it's based upon growing something from the soil and land ownership. So, I'm jealous of this nigga, or I'm starving. Where I'm a dirt farmer. I can't eat, but homeboy over here across the hill, his soil's good, so I got to take because I'm starving.
Okay, so even
So
if
it
you
works like that.
even if you want to use the, like, take for instance when you say the Cain and Abel thing, it's like Abel was the one who raised sheep. Cain was the one who grew things out of the ground. He was the farmer. So but going even further than that, to try to trace quote unquote patriarchy back to agriculture, I think is I think it's a bad argument
No, it's
because
not. No, it's not. It's not. It's not a bad argument. I'm telling you why it's not a
okay,
bad argument. It's
this is
not a
the
bad
reason why I
argument.
say it's a bad argument. Because for the people who want to I can work in both paradigms. For the people who want to say creation, for the other people that want to say more of an evolutionary model. Okay. For the people who want to go into more of an evolutionary model and so forth, that men have been here, tens of thousands of years and so forth and blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. But at some point, you had to get food. And the first way that you got food was hunting. That's
Right.
the largest amount of food that you can gather at once. Even if you do the gathering, you have to get very small amounts every day. And as your population grows, you are not going to be able to gather enough because
Oh my God.
it doesn't replenish itself as quickly.
I found a study that backs up my claim. I just found it too. Let me put that in the chat.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So go ahead. But I got to go. But I'll let Queen tell you go take over. But yeah, here is what I'm talking about. Patriarchy is a part of it.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind actually debating this with somebody if you wanted it. But
because this person have references and studies. She had references from agriculture demographic transition during the end after agriculture inventions, and there's some books that you use as references. So it's really a short read. It's really a short read, but he has references for other books that back up what I'm saying. So
okay, so just before we go forward, could he be wrong?
I mean, he
What you
could
eating?
be. I got to go though. Y'all be easy.
What are you eating?
SKC, what are you eating, SKC?
I'm not eating anything.
You sound like you're smacking or something.
You
What
sound like you eating something, sir.
No. I'm not eating anything.
Look here, I'm fat. I know food when I hear it.
I was moving my mechanical keyboard.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
All right, but let me get on going. I'll let y'all carry on. I'm out. Y'all have a good one.
All right, BJ.
All right.
I don't even know what I was talking about.
Nah, I guess people were. I guess what's her name? The butterfly lady. She came up and she was talking about matriarchal societies and so forth. And the way that she described it was, as if there was basically a utopia. And I don't know where that comes from. I don't know what you have that could substantiate those claims at all. But it seems more mythology than anything else.
Women have that particular mindset.
Yeah, I would be curious to find out where that information comes from.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I think a lot of women carry that idea, but that don't even make sense because women don't even get along like that to make those claims. I do think that they would have issues because women have issues amongst their friend groups. So
Yeah,
I think
it's a weird claim. I do not understand how someone could substantiate it though. It seems as though one comes forth with the idea of, hey, believe my mythology, and then once you believe my mythology, everything should make sense to you.
no, I would like for somebody to substantiate it if there's anything there to substantiate, but I don't think that's even a logical statement.
Right. So I don't know. To me, that is part of some of the issues with I would say both sides being extremely polarized of you know um men good, women bad, women good, men bad.
Hmm.
I think that's just a ridiculous position to start from. I think the more balanced position is to start from the idea that both men and women are human, and they have they have flaws because they're human.
I believe that. That makes sense. But I mean, I still don't think it takes away from the fact we don't know what our society would look like if male dominance wasn't the default standard.
When I hear that, it to me it sounds a bit pie in the sky because it's almost similar to someone stating, we have no idea what Mars would look like if it had an atmosphere. It's like, okay, but Mars doesn't have an atmosphere. Yeah, but I'm just stating we don't know what it would look like if it did have an atmosphere.
Well, I mean, I think it's uh one second. Travis. I don't see him on
Where did that start? Where did you
he's
get that name?
over
Oh,
here.
oh, that's his therapist.
So I can just write
Yeah, he had
Travis.
2 therapy appointments when he was here. I think one the day after he got here and one a week later. And we scheduled the others that were going to be after. He partnered just to get him on his schedule.
All right. Okay. I think that's a reasonable thought process considering that the only reason why it is because of the brute strength of men.
Well, what I'm saying is that's why when I was speaking with her, I asked her about just the realities within nature. So when I asked her about nature, she stated the lionesses, they bring a bunch of kills and so forth and blah blah blah, and they can take down a male lion. And I stated, okay, so how do they do it?
Collectively.
Right. Using what?
Force.
Brute force. And that's what I mean. It's like we come right back to the same thing. A lot of them use the same thing that the male lion uses: force. They didn't come up with some new and inventive way of how to hunt and so forth. They just use numbers. they're still using brute force. Why? Because nature requires it.
But humans supposed to have a bit more logic than an animal.
And that's fair. That's fair. So then the question comes in is when it comes down to when you're building a society, you still have to deal with the natural elements of the planet that you're on. That planet necessitates brute force. If a strong windstorm comes through and you're inside of your home and you're trying to close the door, can you think of like some extraordinary way to close your door without using brute force?
No,
Would it make would it make sense for you to, in the midst of a storm, think, I need to figure out a way outside of brute force in order to close my door to secure myself within my home? Would that make sense for you to do? Or does it make more sense to just get up, use a little gusto, and close the door?
Well, now this, yeah, you need to use some force to close the door, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use force. You have to necessarily impose your will just because you can, and that's what it look like patriarchy has done in this
Yeah,
society.
and I agree with you that that's a, I would say, a totally different argument. But what I'm stating is that from the very beginning of everything, there is no living on planet Earth without using brute force.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I agree with it.
So then from that very beginning, you found that there were certain people who had the ability to have more brute force than others. There's a we need food. Um, what do we have to do? We have to go over this large set of hills, and these are what these animals are, and so forth. Well, who has more endurance to go over this hill and climb up this ledge, and then go and deal and fight with these animals until you kill one of them, and then have enough energy to come back and drag that animal over that ledge and bring it back to us? The
Typically,
people
that would be
who were more set to do that were male.
right.
That had nothing to do with, oh, we just want to use our power as some sort of patriarchal such and such. That was nature decided that.
Okay. So what does they have to do with making
So
women second
so
class citizens in
so then
society?
when it comes, so then what occurs is this: when those dudes get back to the camp,
Hmm.
let's say one of them had to deal with an animal or so forth and got a horn in his gut or something like that.
Hmm.
And the other ones had to pack him back and such and blah blah blah. Okay, does it take more energy to do all of that, or to take care of the camp?
Well, it depends on who you ask. Because
Who who
if
who need
if
who needs more food?
the person is exerting the physical activity,
So then now we got to make a decision of, okay, we got this, I don't know, let's say 40 pounds of meat in 10 people. Do we give meat out equally, or do we give meat out according to what was done?
that's gonna depend on how your society is structured.
Correct. And what I'm stating is though that's the beginning of society. And if you structure it in a way to where you're stating, well, everybody gets a equal supply, then the dudes that have to go out and deal with the animals and so forth are not going to be very motivated to continue doing that very long.
Well, shouldn't they be
Because then
motivated by the
because
fact?
then because then some of them are going to be like, whoa, I got to go out here, climb this ledge, go down this other side of this ledge, go fight with this much stronger animal and so forth. It almost killed me, and then I bring it back and so forth, and then I get just enough to where I'm still hungry at the end of all of this. And these
And you
people
get
over
the
here, they
benefit,
don't have to deal with near almost dying from dealing with the animal and so forth, and they get to eat just as much as I do.
but they also get the benefit of being a part of the society.
And that's what I mean. What benefit is that society?
Well, if he got a horn in his stomach, somebody got to take care of that.
All right, but he did that trying to do what?
Secure
Get
food.
get food for
So
everybody
would it
else.
not be a symbiotic relationship? So why would one be perceived greater than the other?
It's not. It's not a percent. Nobody has even made any perception about who's greater or not. The only thing that was asked was, "Hey, since more energy was exerted doing these tasks, wouldn't you get more food because food equals energy?"
Maybe.
Which is why, just from a very basic biological set, generally speaking, men eat more because they're bigger and stronger and they exert more energy.
Mm-hmm. So then, if that's just the basics, then why would Ida B. Wells need to write about her being a woman?
Okay, so we go all the way back up to Ida B. Wells and so forth and blah blah blah. And this is where I'm
We
stating that
can tie it all in together.
this is the
In full
reason
circle.
why I state that you have people like that who are overstating their hand.
Mm-hmm.
Is if you go back to other societies, you don't even get to write in the first place.
So that does that make it correct?
No, what I'm saying is this. You're okay. And I'm just gonna give you a very crude example.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Over in Africa during that same time,
Mm-hmm.
they didn't have trains and uh and houses at that that same type of house and um
Mm-hmm.
you know vehicles and all of the other modern conveniences
Mm-hmm.
of that time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's like someone stating, you live in a mansion, son. I used to live on the street. Now that I'm in your mansion, for whatever reason, and I've been here maybe a year or two, and I'm going to begin to try to tell you, well, why is it that I can't sleep in the master bedroom?
Oh, my house?
Yeah. I
Well,
mean,
this is
I'm
disrespectful.
here. I mow the lawn sometimes.
I mean, you can have a room, but you can't have my master bedroom. It's my house.
All right. So, in a sense, and I told you this is very crude. but in a sense, America was not built by black women. Your position within it is you have a large sum of amenities and a lifestyle that anywhere else on the planet you would not be able to have. I'm talking about Ida B. Wells' time. And your gripe is more. Why can't I have more?
So is that not a position of hierarchy? Did you
Nature
not
has
establish?
hierarchies.
No, nature just affects biology. It don't establish hierarchies.
Okay.
Hierarchies are established in society.
Okay. So um in various animal groups, there
Hmm.
isn't there isn't a leader.
Yeah, usually based on hierarchy by usually brute strength.
Okay. You see where we're going here?
So we're animals.
No, I'm not stating that. That's not my argument. For the people who want to delve into the the evolutionary theory, I can make the argument to them in that way. But um this idea of that we do not live in a world where brute strength matters. Um that's people that want to live outside of reality.
I don't think you should determine importance.
I don't think that I'm not stating that it should determine importance. I don't think that anybody is saying that it determines importance. But I think that the argument is that you can't sit up and have all of the benefits of brute force, all of the amenities that were brought about by brute force, and then try to state that you don't like brute force.
Mm, but if you don't agree with what's happening, how come you can't say that?
Okay, so that's why I was telling you the analogy of the mansion. Okay, if you don't like the mansion, why did you move into it? You have an option to leave.
Wouldn't both people groups have the option to leave in the inception of creating a society?
I'll give you an example, son. Right
Hmm.
now, and this is before, even now, people can in a way do it.
Hmm.
You've heard of those people who live off the grid.
Hmm.
They're creating their own rules and their own society.
Right.
Women can do that at any time. They can go out in nature and deal with nature however they want,
Okay.
but they don't want that. They want the keys to the kingdom that was built by brute force, and then state brute force isn't necessary. Okay, but then why do you want the kingdom that was built by it?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna say it's not necessary, but I got you. If that's the way it's established, then you just got to deal with it.
Well, that's called just dealing in reality, you know. And then you have people that want to operate outside of reality, and then they get into all this, you know, ultra mythical stuff. And in order for you to even have a conversation with them, they need you to accept things that outside of reality in order to make their point. And at that point, it's like, okay, well, we can have the conversation just as long as you recognize that we're dealing in the delusions of your mind. We're playing make believe at that point. But if that makes you feel good, okay, it's not going to change reality.
I see your point. I still don't believe that brute force should just be the be all end all dictator of who
I
gets
don't.
to
I don't
determine
think.
what.
I don't think that it is. I think that.
Hmm.
I think that in many ways, the quote unquote evil patriarchy has showed on many occasions that it does not just use brute force. If it did, women wouldn't even have a voice today.
That was for that wasn't because brute force willingly said, "Okay, you can have your voice." They had to fight for that.
Okay, so you use the word fight,
I did.
which has to do with brute force.
Indeed.
Okay, so women can now out brute force men.
No.
So what was done was not a fight, but was actual sitting down conversations, argumentation, diplomacy, so forth, and both sides accepted that.
Mm, I guess.
Okay, to give you an example, this is the same example that I placed before the pro blacks that say the thing about slavery and so forth. I pushed the argument before them. How did the slaves get free? How did slavery become codified? It became codified by a group of all white men voting for it to become a law. In a similar way, how did voting become codified to women? A group of all men voted for women to be able to vote. There was no amount of brute force that women could have done that could have made those men vote in that way. They listened to arguments under a patriarchal system, and they allowed themselves to um, be persuaded by arguments.
I mean, that kind of negates all the things that happened going up, leading up to those negotiations. But
You
I
said what?
get. I said that sort of negates everything that happened leading up to why those negotiations even got to the point of negotiating. But
Okay, so give me an example. Was there ever a war fought in order to allow women to vote?
no,
Did anybody bleed on a battlefield?
no, no, no,
Okay, so then was there any uh, female soldiers that assaulted men and forced their hand into, hey, we got to get into this diplomatic relations with women in order to prevent this war from happening?
no.
So then how did they convince men who held the vote, who solely held voting power, to vote for them to be able to vote too?
With the recruitment of other men.
Hmm?
with the help of other men.
How did you get the other men's help?
Negotiations and conversations, like you stated earlier. It's just still a way of fighting. It's just not necessarily a physical fight.
So then the evil, bad patriarchy set up a system that would allow a voting mechanism to where women would be able to acquire some sets of power as well. That's what an evil patriarchy did.
No, I wouldn't say evil.
I mean, that's how it's presented.
Well, I mean,
When the butterfly lady came up, she was talking about, oh man, it's so jacked up, and this is what blah 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 blah, blah all the patriarchy and such and such. And it's like that same evil jacked up patriarchy allows you to have a voice, allows you to complain about its system, allows you to be able to have voting power, allows you to enjoy a lot of the modern conveniences that were brought about by its brute force. It
true,
allows you to criticize it.
but you also talking about a system that at one point decided it was legal to be able to put your hands on your wife.
And who did away with that?
The same system that allowed such a thing.
Yeah, yeah. So it seems to me as though again the argument comes in of under this quote unquote mythical matriarchy, everything was perfect, but everything under this patriarchy is jacked up. And even if it does get some things right, it wasn't fast enough.
Well, I don't know much about the mythical matriarchy. I haven't seen much evidence. The only thing I know or I'm aware of is patriarchy. So there's nothing necessarily to really compare it to.
And and even beyond that, I don't even think that the quote unquote patriarchy is even real.
I don't either. I think that's why society look the way it do.
I think that it's just a made up boogeyman to place into some thought of some women that basically want all women to be in control of everything.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't think just women created the so-called patriarchy.
Mm, mm. I wish the other lady was here because the way that she was describing it was, well, what you need to do is you need to fall back, allow women to cure and heal the world. And then if there needs to be something that needs to be protected or use some sort of brute force in, then you listen to us as to how to do it. Like, what? Okay. That almost sounds like slavery.
So how does this sound like slavery? It's crazy.
Oh, okay. Um, Listen to me. Do what
Hmm.
I tell you to do.
Hmm.
You do any sort of hard laborious stuff. You do it how I tell you to do it, and
Hmm.
everything will work out for the best of you because you don't really know what is good for you or not. I'm curing and helping you, and so long as you listen to me, then you will be all right. But
So what's the
nobody like you,
consequences for not doing
nobody
it?
likes you needs to be in any sort of control of anything.
So what's the consequence of not doing that?
Huh?
And what's the consequence of not following that structure?
Well, I think one of the bigger issues is like Deacon Dave put in the chat where he said use the WNBA as an example, SKC. Well, now you have a group of right now there's an experiment being run where there's a group of women who wanted to play a game that was created mainly for men. And in order to be able to have this game that was created for men to play, what they did was they got with the male group that was playing this game, and then convinced them to, hey, could you um shed off a little money so that we can have basketball courts and that we could have referees, and they was like, yeah, sure, you'll give you that, and then they're like, no, but we also need stadiums. Okay, here's a few stadiums. Oh, okay, but we also want TV time. Well, we can't force other people to watch your stuff. Well, you can if you advertise with your league as well. You know what? I tell you what, we'll cut a deal with you. We'll start advertising, but you got to give us a percentage because we're all ready to help with the stadiums and the referees and the setup of everything and so forth. Sure. Now we're at the point of we need to ride around in jets too. Okay, but not enough people are watching your league in order to substantiate that. But enough people watch your league. Okay. I thought you built this league for women. Yeah, but there's a lot of different types of women, and we're not sure about the whole biology thing of women, and the science isn't back on that. Well, that's not what you said at the very beginning when you said it that you wanted your own league, because you said you wanted this in league because you couldn't play with us, because that wouldn't be safe. But now you're stating that that there are some guys that identify as women that can play in your league. Okay, well, let's test that theory. We got a couple of guys that want to play in your league. Oh, we got to have a secret meeting and so forth. What are y'all trying to do to us? It's like you're literally biting the hand that fed you. Said dead air. Oh man. Uh, oh man. Deacon say they said Butterfly should run the NBA. You know, it is really a I would think an awesome experiment in the mindsets of a lot of people who just do not want to deal with reality. And I'm kind of like in a bit of a difficult place on that argumentation, Deacon Dave, because for better or worse, I don't mind seeing different people play at different levels. I think Caitlin Clark and a few others are some pretty good players for their league and everything. There's another lady that plays for, I want to say it's like the Washington Mystics or something like that. Her name is Sonia Cintron. And I think she's a really good player as well, for the women's league. And however, these arguments about, what is a woman and, trans women rights and all that other stuff in the WNBA, getting super political and that entire thought process, I think that they really dug a hole for themselves and they're going to ruin the possibility of making a much better product because they just can't stand on a biological truth. And you have so many of the players who are ideologically compromised that it would take a Cantor and a Royce White to be a physical sledgehammer to hit people over the top of the head to knock some sense into them that, no, you can't compete on that level. So, it's like, it is what it is. I think that they'll probably back down or try to do some sort of back-ended way. Like, say, if it does proceed up to a point of where they hold to their guns and state and don't come out and state what a woman is and define it so that they can protect their league. If they try to do some underhanded stuff to where Royce White or Cantor can't play, I think that they're just going to set themselves up to be sued. Oh man.
My apologies.
No, you're all right. I'm just sitting here working and chatting.
Okay. So I believe I heard you say something about biting the hand that feeds you.
Yeah, I really do think that the one of the biggest holes in the feministic argument is that ultimately they end up biting the hand that has fed them.
So would the answer be for the women to rise up and brutally defeat the men?
No, I think that, the world is a pretty large place and you have a lot of women who are super, super rich right now. And if they want to create a specialized society for themselves, they have more than enough money to be able to do it. There are like some island places or different segments of places in various countries where you could pretty much buy a large section and create your own bylaws and the whole nine and have the society that you want. But you could have someone like the Bezos ex-wife to fund a lot of it as a study for whatever academic institution like she normally does. She has billions to give away. Not to mention the other women within the feministic society that have access to funds and resources, and they could do it. But the problem is that they don't want to do it. They want the keys to the societies that are already built.
Okay. I can understand that, I suppose.
There's a whole bunch of places you could do something in New Zealand. You could do something in Australia. You can do something in South America. You sure do it in Canada. They'll probably fund the whole thing. This is a matriarchal stuff. We bought this land and such for so much, and we want to show the world that there's a better way in order to live and such and blah blah blah. America isn't going to attack you.
Until he decides he wants to. And then they have to make sure they have enough brute force to fight.
It's like America protects Canada right now for free.
That's because Canada protects America.
How so? How so?
If Canada, we sit between two countries and two bodies of water. That's protection, natural protection.
But that's what I'm saying. They're not doing anything.
They don't have to. It's just the way things work.
Yeah, it's like it's just the landmass. It doesn't. It's not. They're not actively doing anything. Whether the people were there or not, the land would do the same thing.
Just like men have to do nothing to be biologically stronger than women. It just simply is what it
is. I wouldn't. Okay, but then the same thing could be said about women, though, right? You didn't have to do nothing to be able to make babies.
Nope. Simply is what it is.
All right, so that's just nature then, right? So then we're back at square one.
Exactly.
We follow the dictates of nature. Nature dictates that it requires brute force, and brute force is the way that you begin to get a lot of stuff done.
But that doesn't mean that a hierarchy has to be instituted.
So you do have to create a hierarchy because you have to create a hierarchy of people who are able to do certain brute force actions, and then you have people that don't. Not saying that one is good and the other is bad. It's just you have to create those categories because they're true.
But they don't make it a hierarchy. They just make it so wrong. Our society dictates a hierarchy. Men are above women. It's even like that in religion.
Yeesh. I don't think that that's the. I don't think that that's the case. Leadership does not necessarily just mean better than or something like that. It's like leadership could mean that the person that's in leadership is actually sacrificing more than everybody else.
Repeat that again.
I said leadership is a part of hierarchy, but leadership does not necessarily mean that the person that is a leader is better than everybody else or so forth or is above everybody else. They place the person in the leadership role because the leader is actually sacrificing more than what other people are doing.
That's an interesting way to look at it. I don't have any argument for that. Schedule.
Did you ever heard of the burden of leadership?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so there are a lot of it's like even in a business, you have certain people who are doing certain things, like an owner or so forth. They have more burdens than their employees. There's a lot of things that the employees don't have to think about, don't have to worry about, they don't have to address. They some of them have no concept of whatsoever. All they know is I get this done, and every week my check is there. It's like an owner has a lot of other bigger concerns and burdens to carry. Said Third Ward Colombian. I haven't seen that name in a long time. Deacon Day said SKC would be good on Boxing Scholars channel. He would thrive there. I don't even know who Boxing Scholars is. You have to let me know about what that is. I don't know a lot of. I'm guessing the name is different from the content of the channel because I don't know a lot about boxing. I know a little bit, but
Okay.
yeah.
So Boxing Scholar does boxing content, and Boxing Scholar met these people from coming to my channel. And so he has started having some of these people's conversations on his channel.
You said
But
he talks about what?
he usually talks about boxing, but he'll have uh conversations about um male and female relationships and um black community topics. He don't too much do as much boxing as he used to because he wasn't getting the support that he felt like he should have gotten.
Um,
So he
well,
kind of
how
dabbled
would
over in this space.
how would you rate him as a scholar?
When it come to boxing, he real good. hmm
Oh, okay.
he I used to watch his uploads because he used to commentate a fight. What's that? I'm talking. He used to commentate a fight and would basically talk about the moves, how they was doing, who's coming, why. It was nice to look at. I put his link in the base page. You can check it out.
Yeah, I know you probably um uh, blow me out the water concerning boxing. I don't know a lot about it. It's just a little here and there.
Yeah, I enjoy his pre-recorded content. Do real good with that.
Mhm. Oh man. Deacon Dave says he's the contrarian. I wish he would. I wish he would come up. It's been a
Who,
while
Deacon
since
Davis?
I. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had a back and forth with Deacon Dave. I just chatted with him. I know a lot of the argumentation that people present. Um, I don't think that they've. I don't think that they've thought it through. Um,
Well, I ain't thought through most of these conversations. I just be talking on the fly. To be honest.
okay, yeah, but even with if that was the case, um, then why? I'm not talking about you. I'm just talking about people in general. Then why so dogmatic? It seems like if a person is talking on the fly about a subject that they really haven't thought through, the it seems as though they would be a bit more open to the possibility of being wrong.
Well, that would depend on if a person is actually having a conversation on any type of intellectual level. Most of the time, people just talking to be right.
I think the last time that I was able to have a conversation with you and the other, I guess, women that were on Big J's panel, um, I made an observation where I stated that many seem to be very combative. Well, why do you think that that's the case? And I think Deacon Dave is asking for the link. Yes. Yes. Oh, let me see you again. Sorry. 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 I'll do. Uh, I'll do. I'll do so. Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Okay, let me grab it. It should be on BJ Community while ago. Let me grab it. Copy. Uh-oh.
Oh, okay, that's Boxing Scholar. Okay.
Yeah, in the big set.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I will probably when I get an opportunity, I'll try to listen to that. Yee. I'm the only one here? Wow. Working and streaming on another person's platform. Huh. That has to be a first. SKC in total control.
Sorry about Bob.
Oh, there it is. You had to switch to the admin, huh?
Oh man. Oh man. What is going on, Dicky Dave, man? You did this to me.
That's not a
Man,
first.
it's
He's taken
hard.
over my channel before.
It's
It's
hard.
happened.
My bad, Queen. I didn't
Okay, I'm
mean
gonna
to
be quiet.
keep
I'm gonna be
jumping in.
quiet.
It's hard to walk away from. It's something about it when you're working and you just need some noise, some background noise, and I just linger around the space a lot, man. I tell you, every now and again, something will happen where you're just like, man, nobody else is seeing this, because I like your commentary on and your opinion on a lot of things, SKC, and it's hard to get other people who I think are like minded to see what I see half the time. And when I do, sometimes I just want to share it with you, see if you're interested, or but I hate to witness most of it by myself.
He said he had to. Why is that, man?
Because it's like you're not gonna believe what was said, and I know some things stick out to you for different reasons than they would stick out to me, but you
Yeah.
do get to see the full range of it.
Yeah. It's just it's all perspective and so forth. So I mean a little bit earlier, when I was had an opportunity to speak with what's his name, Aunt T for a little bit. I saw this comment. I think it was from this lady named Shiesty Bomb or something in
Mm-hmm.
the comments, and she, and to myself, I've just noticed that it seemed as though she kind of told on herself when she said something about Big J. How could you have Aunt T and SKC here? How could women and black people ever respect you? And what was notable to me was that delineation: women and black people. Because I'm thinking to myself, like, so there are no women who are black people. I mean, and these are two separate groups or two different entities here. but I think when people are so fed into like that feministic viewpoint, and on the opposite side for the dudes that are on the whole, gender war thing, even in that normal flow of conversation, ideas like that will pop out as though, you know, you have two different.
all kinds of tales everywhere, man. It makes you wonder, how long has this been going on?
Yeah, man. Yeah,
But
it's
it really got pointed out with the whole Ice Cube thing. I guess the space jumped all over that. Before that, I can't say I've noticed this difference. For me, it's always been, one, or the group. I didn't know they were different. So there's some education going on there.
no. I recall like when I remember doing a deep dive, and I left it on one of my old like I guess chopped up videos or whatever, and but there was this lady, this black feminist. I think her name is Barbara Smith, and she made this comment stating that the black patriarchy, um,
is naturally against black women and queers. And I was
Wow,
like,
sounds like a wild misinterpretation.
oh
That's
yeah.
what, that's what it is.
And so, um, and I mean, and this lady's been saying this stuff since like the 70s. I mean, like Tony Brown's journal era and stuff like that. So I don't know, this idea of like that there's been this group of black women who went into academia with these type of views. At first I found it kind of shocking, but later on it explains a lot.
Well, I'm not even going to act like I understand it. I don't. I think that in recent years, things that I've seen has changed my point of view and outlook like drastically, and I'm still trying to work that out. I don't make content because I think I have a warped view until I understand it a little bit better.
Mm.
It's almost as if I have a warped view of everything, and I don't I don't I don't want to say that this space caused that because there was things in real life that I seen that started that, and I always
Mhm.
wondered why do I think this way, and I do come across people who do think the same way. Um, like I said, I'm just trying to make sense of it.
He's like, why do I think this way?
Yeah, the
Mm.
norm. I don't jive with the norm. I don't.
Hold on,
Well,
given the history of the things that happen with groups like the Black Panthers and their attitude towards women, you don't understand why women would go into academia with those particular mindsets.
Oh yeah, yeah. So much background. I was trying to hear what you were saying. I I didn't
Oh,
quite
you
catch
couldn't
that.
hear me?
No, I didn't catch what you were saying. Can you say it again?
I said, given the attitudes that some of those women experience for, say, groups like the Black Panther Party, etc., you don't understand why women would go into academia with those type of mindsets. And I'm just using them as an example. Did y'all hear me?
Yeah, I think that's the SKC.
oh, the you're saying that the what's going on, Trey? Man, I haven't seen him in a long time. I think I saw like an X um shout out from him or something like that some weeks ago. But yeah, I don't know. I think that uh, I don't know. I would listen to Deacon Dave first.
So the women of the Black Panther Party and what they went through, and you're saying that that's what contributed to them not seeing themselves as and included in the group as Black people. Is that what?
Oh, I'm not saying it's included in the group as black people. I'm just speaking about from a feminist perspective and why they would feel the way that they felt towards black men.
Oh, okay. Okay, so okay, my view on that is that the the women who were part of like the Black Panthers or whatever, Black Liberation Army and all this other stuff, including the men as well. I think that all of them were extremists, radicals, who had um, just odd views of the world and America in general, and that whether the men or the women, I think that they both were just outside of operating outside of reality.
Yeah, and I also think that they weren't in their control. They weren't in control of their own circumstances, and whatever they did not achieve, it was because of everything else. So that might be what creates their delusion. It's the fact that you're not really taking the reins of your own destiny and doing what's necessary to get there. So every failure and shortcoming is from some other outside influence or reason. We're looking for something, a group of people that share the same issue. They can cluster on each other and try.
You kind of borging a little on me, Dave.
Yeah, I'll just step outside. Like they share the same grievance, so they're gonna bind them with that grievance.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I don't know, man.
But a lot of those women are the women that went into
Oh
academia.
wow.
So wouldn't their thought process is shaped
Oh wow.
what they study? And
Ah,
I don't know who you are in the back end, but you gotta tell me who you are.
okay.
Yeah, I'm at the latter part of my work day, and the interesting conversation. I mean, you guys went all around the world in that back and forth with Big J, and I didn't understand. I do understand the energy. Like some women just hate men, and not to be gender banging, but that energy that you get when they're trying to explain to you something that you didn't say and all that. It's so the lid is off. So we got a guy up here. He's talking that talk, and I think he's going this route, even though I didn't really listen to what he said. You're gonna get that. She's gonna hit the link. She's gonna hit you with full force, and then you gotta kind of deflect on that energy, and then explain to her, reset the conversation. That's tactic. The fact that you could do that, I consider that a skill alone.
I think people, people strings get pulled when they're easily manipulated. I think people peep game, peep what people have on their mindsets and the way they view life and their perceptions, and people play off of it, like pulling strings, like a ventriloquist.
You said what?
I said people pull people's strings like a ventriloquist based on manipulating them, based on what they think, how they perceive life, the things that people peep other people's game and then start to play them.
Oh, so far as what?
So far as the way they think, their viewpoints, political, sexual, any way that they think. If I could peep how you think and see how you view life, then I could start to play you off of it.
Oh wow, wow. So you think that I'm guessing are you kind of like thinking that most people are like manipulators and so forth?
Yeah, definitely. Everybody's, peeping game, seeing where they can get in at, seeing where they fit in at, where they don't fit in at, and yeah, definitely.
Wow, wow.
Yeah,
That's
the smartest people are the ones who can, do it the best.
wow.
Smart, I don't know.
So you
Devious,
have like
maybe.
a more dark opinion of.
Yeah, yeah. Devious, I can understand. They could be smart when they do it, but because they're devious doesn't make them smart.
Do you believe in evil genius
Yeah.
or?
Yeah, uh, yeah. There's evil genius. I believe that exists.
I think that I don't know. I think it's almost like a rock paper scissors type of thing of where the people who even believe that they're manipulating others, that in doing so, there are a number of telling signs that they are of what they're doing. So it just kind of I think that there are antidotes to every person in every situation. Um, kind of like take for instance, um, a few days ago, I remember having a conversation with Big J, and there was some lady that came up, and she was pretty volatile because the name Coon and my thoughts about that. One of the biggest issues in that's with Black people is culture. So it's like she'll be able, anybody like that will be able to defeat me easily by just going off of a bunch of emotional filibustering and yelling and hollering and so forth and blah blah blah. Yeah, it's like I'm not going to be able to touch them. I'm not going to match them and so forth. They'll be able to completely blow me out the water every single time, and that's it. But if if a person want to call that a win, it's a win. So I think even for the people who believe that they're manipulating and so forth, I think that there are people who can overcome what they are thinking that they're accomplishing pretty easily as well. Um, I think that that's where a little creative trolling comes into play.
Yeah, definitely. Because people know people's buttons and people's triggers,
Mm-hmm.
and like Big J, they know to trigger him with the manosphere, certain political stances.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna play off of that.
I find that a lot of people who manipulate, they don't like questions.
Right, right. They don't want to give up their position.
They don't like questions, and they do not like to. They hate to slow the conversation down.
So it could be easily understood. Everybody can get it. No scams. No fast talk.
Yeah, because when you slow the conversation down and have to connect the dots, as it were, it's a lot more difficult to explain things instead of using telltale emotional language like using right after making a statement. Such and such and such and such, right? Or
Right.
everybody knows this. We all know this. It's like, no. Let's slow that down. We all don't know that. Let's walk through that. They don't like that stuff.
Right. I agree.
Mhm. I'm kind of curious when what's his name? MOT and what's the other guy's name? Sarge. When they have their debate, I won't be able to listen to it live, but um, I think it'll be interesting to see how they counter one another. I think I'm not going to say who, but one strategy that is going to be useful to someone is going to be slowing the conversation down and proving A to B instead of just accepting statements as facts.
Mhm. I think facts. I think truth is different to different people. Mm, It's like
But
what fact are we agreeing on, or agree that this is a fact?
I think you can't really. Okay, people can play that game, but then there's certain things that you have to have a base level for of fact. Um, are we having a conversation online? It's like
Yeah.
if a person says no, then it's like there's nothing that you can continue to have the conversation with about because they don't accept very basic ideas of reality.
Right. I find a lot of people are in their own fantasies and in
Hmm.
their own reality, and it's clashing with everybody's reality. That's why it's hard to understand anything right now, define things, and to get all the people on one accord, or even a group of people, because everybody has such a different way of seeing things.
Yeah.
And I think it's hard to control the people now because people are way more free. They, seeing from their own mind's perception instead of going what the news or the media said or what this person said. So they're probably scamming, or, they're part of the corporation and things too. Like, people believe in more conspiracy theories, and people are definitely becoming more free, which it means that it's hard to control people. So I definitely see that.
I also see the one thing SKC pointed out a long time ago is that people don't like to have their beliefs challenged. And when you do that, they just have like this volatile reaction to it. It's like, how do you know what you believe in is actually right? If you never challenge it, you don't put it to the test, and that happens a lot. There's people who believe in
Yeah.
things with no evidence, no research, no facts. I believe it because I heard it 50 times.
Yeah. Or I just believe in it because I believe in it. Like when I was young, I tried to bring new world ideas and things to my elders and things like that. They wasn't going for that. They believe in God, we believe in Jesus. That's that. You know what I mean? Belief is just belief. It's what you believe, and it's personal. People don't want their personal foundation shaken, and so it could be a little off-putting sometimes and things like that. It's like telling people where they come from, who they are. It's like I'll tell you who I am, and if you don't believe me, then we'll just have that back and forth between us, or bad energy with us. But to try to tell me who I am and where I come from and this and that, it's like making up my story of life for me. You know what I mean? It's like I know my life, I know where I've been. You weren't there, so eh, this is where I look at it, is where people can't be controlled, and people just have to respect who somebody is instead of trying to make up their life for them.
But yeah, I totally agree.
I think the biggest thing is freedom. You know what I mean? Letting freedom ring. You know what I'm saying? From sea to shining sea. Let everybody be free. Let them be who they are. If you want to debate about things, and what I'm saying, and I'm sure people want to do that, argue about things. But as far as well, at least me, I like to let people be who they are and take them for who they are and deal with them for who they are. You know what I mean? And it creates for better relationship. I find for myself where I'm not trying to put something on them or color outside of their lines and their guidelines.
So, do you believe in absolute freedom?
Yeah, absolutely. We have laws and things. I believe in not breaking the laws and not violating people, but to have your own free mind, to feel like how you feel, think like how you think. I think that's the key to life for anybody. To be themselves is the ultimate.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. I think. I don't know. I believe in relative freedom. I don't think that we can have absolute freedom, not without inviting chaos.
Well, what is freedom?
Well, some people kind of view it as being able to, think however they want, or to, and some take it further and say, being able to kind of do or live however they want. And um, I think one of the problems that happens within a society is that in order for you to have a strong society or a civilization, you have to have certain standards or principles. Typically, the standards are going to be based on principles. We call those standards laws. However, if you have a bunch of people who just want to be free to do whatever they want, then that kind of tears away from the fabric of society, because you have to have agreed upon norms in order to push your society forward.
So then, what they would need to do with the women do and go create their own society.
No, I don't know. It becomes problematic because you take for instance the uh and we'll just use it again because it's just been prominent in the news, the thing with the WNBA, and you're like, okay, well, what's the big deal? Some of these transgender dudes want to play in this game and so forth, but why don't you just let them play the game? Why don't you just let them be free and blah blah blah? And it's like, okay, but that makes inroads into a number of other real world things.
Mm-hmm. I don't
Like
understand why
what?
they just don't form their own little organization.
Because I think they here to corrupt everybody else. You know what I mean? I think they here to pervert the
I got a question.
heterosexual.
Is that not a form of patriarchy though?
Oh my god.
Yeah, she trolling.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Is that not male
No, I mean,
domination?
good try. Good try.
I'm serious. That's not male domination.
Imagine, imagine they give them what they want. They just said, let all the troons in the league. I think that's it would be turned on us as men that we failed to protect the women.
But are they not men as well?
Are they not what?
Men as well.
Well, that goes back to what Black Man is Fair is stating is if you have people who just want to believe whatever it is that they want to believe, they want to have just absolute complete freedom of thought, whether it's connected to reality or not, then you'll have people that are saying stuff like, well, what actually is a woman? Is if we don't have the biological definition of it. And then that creates, you know, other issues within society. Why? Because they want the freedom to believe that they can be whatever they want, even though biology says, no, that's not how reality works.
When we count man, we don't count woman. We count man and mankind. Woman is part of mankind. A female is a grown sperm which a man produces. It's all man. So her connection to man is I'm connected to man. Man is how I got here. It's not really, like rocket science.
I like it. I like it.
Oh boy, that is the most insane thing I have ever heard.
That woman is not mankind.
I'm entertaining. The woman is not a grown sperm, sir. Stop it. That is crazy.
That is a funny way to look at it. Oh, man.
I
Oh,
guess the
man.
man sperm busting in the egg and all the fetus developing, all that it has no relevancy.
Repeat that for me.
I guess a sperm going inside an egg and a fetus developing has no relevancy.
So at the point that the sperm meets with the egg, it becomes a whole different entity. So it's not a grown sperm, sir. That's crazy.
I guess you don't even need the sperm then.
I mean, if that's how you feel, but that's not what biology says. But okay.
What does biology say?
Biology says that a male sex cell meets with a female sex cell and they combine to create a zygote.
And where does the beginning of this start at?
With a male and female sex cell.
Starting with the sperm, correct? Is that not the heart,
No,
the
no,
blood,
no, sir.
everything carried
That is
right in there in that
that,
little glob of sperm?
that is definitely not what I said, and that is definitely not scientific facts.
Is a woman's clitoris not
Oh my
small?
God, is not what?
Yeah, I got called to work. I'm gonna be back in a little bit.
Deacon Dave is crazy, man.
But that is crazy. Oh my God, I got a question. You support Trump, right? SKC,
You said what?
you a Trump supporter? Are you?
Nah, I'm really not political at all. I mean,
Oh,
I have viewpoints on different subject
I
matters,
got a
but
question. Do
yeah, I'm
you
not
think it
a
was a smart
conservative or anything.
idea? You think it was a smart idea for him to get rid of the JCPOA?
The what?
JCPOA?
I don't even know what that is.
That is the agreement that Obama came up with for Iran.
Um, I don't think that I'm versed enough to be able to give an opinion on either side.
Doesn't every administration come in and do their own thing? Like we're not going with the last thing that the guy did. We got a new deal on the table. We going in a new direction, and especially if they're Democrat and Republic. I don't know. I just think every administration comes in with their own plan and thing, and what they want to do, what they want to continue, what they want to end. My life has never gone accustomed to or gone according to who the president is, or, my life doesn't stop because who's in office and things of that nature. So I'm like you, SKT. I'm not that political.
Well, it's like I try to keep up with this or that, but I think I don't think that, and this is just my opinion. I don't think that a lot of people who have views about Trump and different things are. I don't think that they've actually taken stock in understanding how much propaganda may have fueled their viewpoints of him.
Mhm.
Because just being forward and understanding, I do know how journalism works, and it's very easy to show verifiable proof that media and journalists are not being objective in their coverage of Trump. In
Have
fact,
you ever known?
I've never seen anything like it in my entire life so far as how any president has been covered at all.
This man is hated.
Yeah. And a lot of the statements and ideas are the way that they're presented is more as propaganda
then I just want to deliver facts and allow the person to be able to come up to their own opinion. It seems like with the media and other various entities with their agendas, that they want you to feel a particular way about the guy.
Mhm. Mhm. Absolutely. I just don't fall for it. I mean, you know, I think, do something to me, like you got to do something to me personally. I don't just go around hating on people. I could not agree with somebody's politics or views and things, and that's fine. But I'm not also letting it, govern my life. I think if somebody hates Trump or they really, you can start to troll them or get underneath their skin by talking about Trump. Oh, but he's a great businessman, no, and he's, this and that. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like you said, agendas and things like that. I just stay on my agenda or stay on family agenda, stay on black agenda, stay on things that are relative to me. And you know what I mean, to kind of move through life like that. I think a lot of people hold a lot of views about Trump and see the things that he's doing, and he's hated, and but he's the president though. I mean, we hated on Bush, you know what I mean, but he was the president at the time, so
Yeah, I think like okay, so I don't know. There's certain things about the whole scenario that just seems extremely fishing to me. Um, and I don't know. Just whenever you ask a few questions to people, it's you can kind of see where their emotions take over their sensibility.
right. That's where you
Like
got him, just like a woman. That's where you got him.
like take for example, um, if you go over like the like way back, what was that, '08 and so forth with Obama and such and such. It was a really big deal that he became president and all that to a lot of people. It's like record turnout and all that other stuff, right?
Hmm.
Um,
Unprecedented. Hmm.
right. And then you see like in various parts of media, nobody wanted to take a shot at, Obama or anything, or, do a lot of bad press towards Obama or such and such, even comics and comedy shows and different things treated them with kid gloves. You didn't see SNL or something like that going off on Obama for anything that he did or so forth. It's like, you know, and he was always presented as like, oh, this calm, cool, and collected guy. And it's like, okay, fine, and uh, people generally spoke well of him and the whole nine, very, very popular and so forth. There is no way that you're going to sit up here and convince me after that Joe Biden was more popular than him. That Joe Biden had more turnout than him.
Absolutely not.
It's like, are you crazy?
That's just absurd. I mean, where we at in history, where we were at is like, it's unprecedented to see a black president as the president of the United States. So, let that man get in, let him, if he makes mistakes or whatever. We've never seen this, let it happen,
Mm-hmm.
and the world wants to see it happen, or, the nation wanted to see it happen. So,
Yeah.
um,
And so
I
it's
think
like,
that, that was the leeway given.
so when I see stuff like that, and I'm like, huh, okay. And then, um, I would say, all throughout the Biden years, it's like, hey man, it is what it is. You still gotta live. You still have to make decisions and
Right,
do what's best for your family and make
right,
business moves and the whole nine. That who in office just changes how you go about things. It should not change, how you thrive. you know.
right,
So
right.
um
But it's like, man, I've been watching this stuff for a little while now, and I haven't been like some sort of super ultra political guru or anything. But I mean, going back to the days of like the first Bush and Clinton and the second Bush and Obama, and
Right.
no, I have never seen a dude on stage bumbling and fumbling and almost falling down and doing all this stuff. I've never seen a president do nothing like that.
Looking incompetent or not ready for the role.
Yeah, I never seen nothing like that. Heck, in all of my life, I had never seen a president not do certain events.
Right. Right. I think the next agenda, we're talking about agendas and things, was the female agenda. He had Vice President Kamala under him.
Yeah,
Next thing is to get her in office.
but the weird thing
Oh,
to me on that was how you were having people who claim to be political gurus, to have been, deeply invested in, all of these stories and political intrigues and so forth, and then they will sit up and look at you in a straight eye and say, "Ain't nothing wrong with Joe Biden. He's adorable." Like, like, dude, I've been to an old folks' home and seen people half off their rocker and stuff. getting led by the hand off stage and stuff like that. Like, what are you talking about? Everything's normal. This is all like, man, you crazy.
this man getting old to see now, right before our eyes.
Yeah.
Able to break it
But
down. This is
but
like,
because
what
they
time is it?
so invested into whatever quote unquote side or team that they're on, they
Right.
can't
Trump.
state that.
Yeah, as long as it ain't Trump.
Yeah, it's like good grief. You can't even. It's so bad to where you can't even make the concession of stating, yeah, I don't like the opposition, man, but the guy that we got here right now, he don't deserve to be there, man. They like it's something wrong with them.
Lesser of two evils.
Yeah, all that type of stuff. It's like, man, so let me get this right. Your lesser of two evils is to have basically you don't know actually who's running the country. Because this dude certainly isn't.
Getting advisement from the cabinet and things around,
Yeah,
he's
you
being
like
advised.
this dude here can't answer, basic, 4 or 5 questions or something. And then they gotta the media gotta rush in and everybody get out of here. Well, that's the end of the day. Well, we just got started. He was only here for 5 minutes. Yeah, man, it was just crazy,
Our
man. That's like,
president can't be bothered like this. Let him
yeah,
sit
man.
back and do his job.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like, but that's supposed to be the most popular guy that ever in the existence. Okay, gotta
That's
be
just
lying to me,
totally
man.
absurd. That's just totally overboard, absurd. Like go into extremes.
Yeah, man. Is this
Like
so? I
don't
guess
do that.
to kind of go back to what you were stating so far as at the very beginning when you were talking about people manipulating and so forth. That's
Right.
one of those. That's one of those situations that I'm like, dude, it's obvious you're trying to manipulate because the more questions I ask about this guy, the more upset you get.
Right. So what agenda are you on?
Mm,
What are you you know?
yeah, and
Yeah.
then it forces this odd situation to where if you question the guy, then that automatically makes you on the other team, and it's like, no, I cannot belong to any team and ask questions.
Yeah, and want a verification. I get some verification.
Yeah, man, it's like the that odd phenomenon of people stating, And I know some people who believe this idea about, oh man, you have to pick one side or this it and such and blah blah blah. And it's like, okay, um, what would a doctor say if they were, asking Joe Biden some questions at that time? I mean, how is your mental acuity and such? Do you feel that? Well, why are you asking me that? Are you a Trump man? It's like, no, I'm a doctor. Like, what are
Who
you
do I
talking
have to
about?
be to get?
Do
Or
you
who do
do
I
you
have to
think
be to get verification?
Yeah,
do you think Donald Trump is mentally stable at this time?
I mean, personally,
Incredibly, he's incredibly competent.
personally, I agree with Black Man is Fair. I mean, the schedule that the guy has, from what I've seen, I know a lot of regular 40-year-old people who can't handle that type of schedule.
Hmm.
Flying all over the world, talking to people and doing this and that. And I mean, in one day you're in Iran, the other day you're at Camp David, and then the next day you're at a game in LA. There's 40-year-old people who can't even, their body can't handle that. Not some jet lag and all this other crap.
So you think he's mentally competent?
Extremely.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the man got dementia.
Yeah.
Something like Biden.
I think Biden was old and he probably he got cancer, so I think his body was breaking down too. I think there needs to be term limits on the age limits on the presidency because I'm tired of this. But I don't think Trump is in any better shape than Joe Biden was.
Nah, I mean, I think that's a far cry from reality. It's like it is blatantly obvious that um, I've played golf before. It is obvious that Joe Biden cannot go through 18 rounds. I don't even think he could probably go through a 3 round. But it's like
Yeah.
you get Trump out
I
there.
don't
He
know.
he could go through 18 rounds in easy.
I'm
And
listening
keep
to
going.
Trump speak, and Trump sounds crazy. He
Yeah,
don't sound healthy.
yeah. I'm not debating you
It
there.
may be
He
evil
may he may
genius. It may
he
be.
may
It
sound
may be. He got a plan. He still got a plan. He's still executing.
Trump has no plan. Trump just gets up there and lies, and then goes rambling like somebody that done lost their mind. I think he's old, and I think they need to 25th Amendment him and get him out of there. Put somebody that got
He,
some sense
well
in
then
the seat.
well then I don't understand that concept then, because if you feel that he needed the 25th, did you feel that Joe needed the 25th?
Yeah, I did, because something was going on with him too. I felt like both of them were too old to be president. I feel like half of the Senate is too old to be sitting in their seats.
Okay. Okay. That's fair enough. Fair enough. But it was like it's just weird because I sometimes I hear people make that statement, but
Mhm.
then during the Biden years, they was acting like everything was normal.
No, nothing was normal about Biden being very slow to answer questions and looking like he was half dead. Yeah, none of that was okay either. So
Yeah.
I don't know why people
And
can't
and the
be
crazy
honest.
and the crazy thing about that is I was talking to Black Man is Fair earlier. With this situation, you like you can hold to your opinion. Hey, you may think the guy is crazy and so forth, but do you think that he's in control?
To a certain degree, yes.
Okay, so with the other dude up on there, Joe, did you actually think that he was in control?
Uh, Not as much as he probably should have been. I do think he still had some semblance of control because after he seemed to get some rest, he could speak coherently.
Right,
So I don't
but
think he was.
But one of the things
mhm,
about it was that a friend of mine brought up to me one time during those years. He was like, "Hey, SEC, look at this report right here where they said that the president typically takes these times, and then in the evening he's off to rest." And I was like, "Yeah, what about that?" And then he said, "When it's 6 o'clock in DC, what time is it in Japan? What time is it in Israel?"
mhm.
Think about that. If your president was so lethargic to where he couldn't take evening, um, uh, I would say, media, anything or so forth, and he had to get rest, how is he handling things that have to do with international issues? The world doesn't stop at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, United States.
Right. I mean, but the I feel like a similar thing could be said about Donald Trump. We watch him go to sleep on camera all the time. So they too old to be sitting in the seat of POTUS.
Okay. Okay.
Who would
Hey,
you like to see in your next?
Right now, it looks like also got the best uh possibility, at least on the Democratic side. I'm not sure who Republicans will put up there.
you said who?
John Ossoff.
Oh, okay. You heard of him? Black Man is Fair.
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I'm with you.
You don't know who he is either?
Heck no.
Well, I mean, I would take him over Gavin Newsom.
Wow.
Your girl said that they said that she's in the running.
It looked like she might try to run again, but I don't think that
No,
her.
not her. The other one.
Oh, Jasmine.
No.
Oh,
Hillary?
Nah. AOC.
yeah. I was gonna say they both of them look like they may be trying. I don't think that they would secure their seat. I don't think either one of them would get the Democratic nomination. I don't think they would even get close.
I don't know. I mean, the from what I'm hearing, Team Blue is they've been really delving real close with with old school old school mile type of stuff.
The old school what?
It's like what do they call them? The DSA?
Oh, the Democratic Socialists of America. I haven't even begun to dig into that. I don't. Mm-mm.
People up here talking about yeah, we need to uh get rid of jails and we need to open the border. We need to get rid of there shouldn't even be a presidency. There shouldn't be no Senate.
Don't Trump feel like he should be the last president and it shouldn't be no
Yes, he
more?
does. Yes, he does. Like our political system is it's terrible right now.
Mm.
Because we so out of
Because who
control
was it?
since,
Was it Thomas Jefferson? He said that the Constitution should be revisited every 20 years to make sure that it's up to date and working. And I don't think that was done. And look where we are now. A bunch of foolishness.
Man. People like Thomas Jefferson when he has certain statements about that, but they sure hate him with Sally Hemings.
yeah.
I mean, hey, it's not okay, but you know.
Humans are humans. There
actually
is no perfect human.
you don't
fat
want to
spit
hear
out the bone.
you don't want to hear my views on that one, son.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, I think Hemmings liked where she was at.
That's a possibility.
I think she was in the catbird seat.
Did she ever write anything?
Why does she need to? You're living lavishly in one of the most important men's house in the entire country.
She's still a slave. Is there not something to be considered?
I'll I'll put it to you this way, son.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of my major issues with pro blacks.
Mm-hmm.
From as long as we have recorded history, there's been slavery. Every nation, every society, uh, all throughout the annals of history.
Okay.
1776, a group of under 200 white men got together and they wrote a document.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people feel as though the document that these less than 200 white men got together and wrote was supposed to be so powerful that it was supposed to overcome thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years of the slavery train on its tracks. And once those other 200 white men signed that document, that it was going to put the brakes on thousands upon thousands of years of slavery and change everybody else's mind on the face of the planet.
Well, I mean, slavery in the United States was different than the slavery that was happening across the globe in some respects.
Nah, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, I
To
mean the
me,
North and the South were battling right here on
I
American soil.
that to me that is one of the biggest tall tale lies that has ever been told within academia whatsoever. The idea that slavery in America was somehow worse or more stringent than what had been practiced throughout the entire planet. That's crazy talk.
So the cruelty that was experienced in the United States, in the Caribbean, and certain other places under the transatlantic slave trade wasn't unique in comparison to the way slavery was carried out in earlier civilizations.
Absolutely not. In fact,
Hmm.
in fact, there were other societies that slaved so hard they had slogans on t-shirts and stuff that said "We slave so hard"
Mm-mm.
to 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 where your civilization disappears.
The civilization disappeared because of
Yes,
slavery.
yes. There are some civilizations that have been slaved out of existence.
Hmm. That's interesting. You'll have to point me in the direction of learning about this. Jesus.
Give you another example. um, you'll have certain super pro blacks that would try to make it seem as though um, ancient people never thought of this concept before. Um, let me uh, place my peen in a slave and have a slave baby so that I can get more slaves. No ancient person
Chat,
ever thought about that
chattel
ever
slave,
before in the history of mankind until it got to America.
No,
chattel
I'm not
slavery.
saying that, but I don't think it was like a common practice. Like
Ye-
that's
yeah, it was. It was
okay.
beyond common. And
Just
this is
have to
where I
point me
think
to
that
some sources on that.
a lot of people infantilize ancient societies. Let me see here. They say ancient people were smart and able to figure this out, that out, and so forth. So which one is easier? Go raid this other place, capture their men and women, and then those men and women die off or something like that, or blah blah blah. Or we gotta, you know, do something to them to where they breed again, or I can just keep having sex with them until they make me more slaves. Like ancient people couldn't have figured that out.
I'm not sure if that was done. You got some sources for that because I want to see that.
Okay.
Because I
I,
wouldn't understand if that was the case. Then why would the United States have to create a law that
you ever heard
gave
of
these folk?
you ever heard of you ever heard of Genghis Khan?
Yes,
And you ever heard about how many children he had?
a bunch of.
How do you think he was able to do that? Well, all of these women just falling out of the trees. Oh, Genghis Khan, you the man.
No, he was just uh taking what he wanted because he could.
Because all of the places that he was that him and the Mongolians were conquering and so forth, he got to choose the women slaves out of them. This isn't anything new.
Oh, okay. Well, I just learned me something. I'm just look it
Okay,
up. You are absolutely correct.
when the when the Arabs were going into Eastern Africa and had a slave trade for close to what 1,400 years or so,
Yes,
and where they were castrating the men.
yes.
What were they doing with the women?
R wording them.
The women that they captured, they just never had sex again.
No, they was R wording them.
So what are we talking about?
Well, I think when it gets to the United States and it gets, slavery abolished, and you know what I mean, trying to have a more civilized society, and you're trying to get rid of that. But at first, it was industrial. It was good picking cotton. And you know what I mean. It was all for America and for for people to get rich, and you know what I mean, and live affluent. But it gets looked at like, you know what I'm saying, it's good for business.
You know that the Indians and so forth were enslaving each other for quite some time, way
Yes.
before the Americans got here. We always read about that story about way back in the day in grade school and stuff. Sacagawea, right? Uh, Sacagawea's people were destroyed by the tribe that had captured her. The French Canadian dude that eventually married her, he bought her.
the little coin that has Sacagawea, and on her back is the little baby that's on her back and everything that she's carrying around. She was 16.
Mm-hmm.
This tribe destroyed her other tribe, captured her, sold her as a sex slave to this French Canadian guy, and he had a baby with her. But people want to play this game about, oh, the noble Indians and so forth. They were slaving people too.
Granted, given all of that,
If people
what
want to talk
makes
about
you
the
think?
horrors of African American slavery, when the conquistadors went to South America and
Mm-hmm.
they got off the boats, and then there was a tribe that was there that first met them and so forth, and they saw all of the things that they had, and they wanted to make a treaty with the conquistadors because they saw the weaponry and things that they had. And why did they want to make a treaty with them? Because they wanted the Spanish conquistadors to fight the Aztecs. And why did they want them to fight the Aztecs? Because the Aztecs had been slaving they behind for hundreds of years and murdering them on that temple, letting their heads and their blood run down that temple.
Granted, all right.
Were there any people in the South that had a temple that they were just chopping people's heads off and letting blood run down there while they was having parties and stuff?
Well,
It's
no, that's
still
not
just
what we did in modern times.
Were they doing that as a regular event before we? Hey, you know how we do? We gonna get together. We gonna go up this pyramid. I'm gonna chop out some heads. The crowd's gonna
No,
go crazy. I'm gonna let this blood run down these bricks. And we're gonna let
no,
this blood run down these bricks until all of the bricks are red. Did they do that on a regular basis in the old South?
no, not at all.
So what are we talking about?
We're talking
you're
about
saying it,
the inhumanity that took place in the United States of America.
So that's what I'm saying is it's like when people want to play these games and talk about, oh man, chattel slavery, that was the worst thing that ever happened. It was different from any place. No. In comparison, it was a lot lighter than other stuff that was happening all around the world.
it's still, I think it's still more like it still hits a nerve. It's still more intimate because that was my great great grandmother.
Right.
So
But when you take,
for
but when
black
you
people, it's gonna still hit.
yeah, and I get that, but that's part of the emotion of it. That's not the actual facts.
Well, not
Even
in
given it,
comparison, but it's still all gruesome. It was still all, things were still being chopped off, blood was still flowing. You know
I'm
what I'm
going to
saying?
concede
Like,
your point, but that still doesn't determine why you would think that Sally Hemings enjoyed her position.
No, what I'm saying is when you take into consideration all the other things that was going on with quote unquote slavery, it's like um, Sally Hemings lived in a virtual palace and she had sex with a dude that was one of the most powerful men in the land. He in certain places he doted on her, gave her gifts, allowed her to be able to roam the American palace as she saw fit, and she had a lot of other freedoms of things that a lot of other quote unquote slave people did not have.
she wasn't a slave anymore now. She's special slave. She's the house Negro. She's got a position now. You know what I'm saying? Like, she can get treated in a special way because she's mine. Like you say, he got the power. And you, like you saying, she didn't necessarily revolt or say, I didn't want this and run away or, you know. So she had to concede to the power and do the best with it at which she could. And, it is what it is. But at a certain point in slavery, as we moving forward, we trying to vote and you know what I'm saying, like go against these things and you know what I mean, emancipation and things like that. so that there can be freedom, and you know what I mean, and these black people can start to thrive and be a part of the country instead of just be used. So, but in comparison, I mean, to me, it's still gruesome. It still hits. It still hurts, and
I,
it's still wrong.
I view it from this perspective. Black man is fair, and I like the name. Black man is fair. Um,
Appreciate it.
um, you know, Shaka Zulu
Was crazy. It's all he
put
said.
heads on pikes, and pretty much whatever woman that he wanted from whatever tribe that they took over, they had no say in the matter, and it was just one of those things of wham bam, thank you, ma'am. I'm the king of this junk, and that's it. Um, do you and Son view those type of things that happen over and over and over within the continent of Africa times 10,000 with this? Oh man, it really hurts.
Yeah, it hurt.
I
It's wrong.
think Shaka Zulu was crazy as hell. I think it may have been terrifying for some of the people that lived in that time to deal with the things that he had going on.
But do
I
you
also
feel the
think,
same way?
well, I don't feel the same way because I'm not necessarily tied to those people. But if I lived in that time, I could imagine I would probably feel about the same, if not worse, than I feel about what happened with transatlantic slave trade.
Okay, so here's the issue. The white Europeans did not just go down on a boat to Africa and get off and then go run around and capture a whole bunch of people and then go back to their boats with the bunch of
You
slaves.
saying they work with the white man? You saying they work with the white man?
They couldn't even survive inside the interior of Africa because of malaria, and they didn't have
All of that's true.
and they didn't have the counter to that to malaria until the late 1800s, like around 1880, 1890.
That's
So
true.
they required to trade on the coast with other Africans who were in battle with the rest of other tribes and were already enslaving other black people. They were the ones who traded the people that they captured in warfare to the white people. Slavery on Africa was nothing new. They had been doing it for thousands of years. When people make this
We know
big
about.
argument about Mansa Musa and all of the gold that he had, where do you think the gold came from? Did it just fall out of the sky?
Africa is sitting on gold.
Correct. How did it get out of the ground?
Yeah, dug up. You saying dug up by slaves?
Correct. The
I
Mali
mean, we
warred with other
understand.
people, and then they enslaved them and had them perpetually in the gold mines digging for gold to give to Mansa Musa. That's where he got his wealth from. Even when you
Do
read the
you
accounts of when he traveled from Mali to Mecca, it states that in tow he had 30,000 slaves.
so? Do you agree with slavery? No matter what time
No,
period, because we're talking about. I mean, from the time of Pharaoh and Jesus and Moses and you know what I'm saying. It's always been slavery. It's always been, what I'm saying, that dynamic. We not. I understand slavery and wars been going on in Africa, and tribes been going at it forever. You know what I mean? Um,
yeah,
but do
yeah, but
you agree with it? Do you agree with that as human beings, just from a human aspect, no matter what time period or age period? Do
No,
you
no,
agree?
no. I do not agree with it. That's not what I'm stating. What I'm stating
Yeah,
is
no, that was just my question. I was just
yeah,
wanted to know from your, you know what I'm saying, where you stand with it. We
yeah, yeah.
understand slavery has been going on throughout all the periods and
Right, but
ages.
the
I understand
but
that.
but the problem, black man is fair, is that there are a lot of black men who are not fair, and they try to romanticize what was going on back then as if everything was just hunky dory and well it was a different type of slavery. They was nice to their
I
slaves
can't
and
see.
such and such. It's like Negro, please,
I
ain't
can't
nobody
see.
nice to
That
nobody. You can't convince nobody to go in a gold mine and dig up gold for you until they die.
right. I agree. So that's just absurd. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like slavery is slavery. It's something against your will, something that you didn't want to do, and somebody made you do against your will.
Correct. And they have been
So,
doing it for so long that, like, son, did you even you know the story about the British and how they had to sail around the coast of Africa to stop
Yes,
Africans from slaving?
yes, I know
It
about
was
this.
so embedded into that culture. You had an outside group that had to use brute force to make them stop.
and then take their own slaves and continue on.
Right around, what was
That
that
part.
around
Like the
the
white, hold on, the white man do everything for a reason. It's business. It's some business. It's something that he got to gain out from it. He ain't just doing nothing for free.
well, what occurred with the abolition movement, like right around the early 1800s, it got so bad to where abolitionists was putting so much pressure within Europe and other places to where they were stating you have to live up to what you say that you believe in. You're saying all this stuff about religious this and such and blah blah blah. You cannot enslave other people and hold those views. You can't do that. And so um, it's like once the laws changed towards all of it, then they actually had to send military to stop people from doing it because Africa was like, yeah, but we ain't part of your religion. I mean, this is what we've been doing from time immemorial. You can't make us
Yeah,
stop.
this ain't
This is
even.
how we make our
This
money.
ain't part of your. Yeah, this ain't part of your continent. This ain't got nothing to do with you.
Correct. And so, with that in mind, if you know that the mindset behind the people on the old continent was this is just how we do things. Hey, it is what it is. How
At
can
that
you
time,
have? How can one have a harsh opinion of America and think, oh man, reparations and so forth, without going to the source and saying you owe reparations too?
well, when did Africans go enslave Europe's and bring Europe over to build up the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not the
They
same, and
they couldn't. They didn't. They
it's
didn't
a
have the
business.
technology
Yeah,
to do it.
so exactly. And also, if we talking about, if we don't stop what you say do, you gonna, wipe us all out with your technology, then I'm sure that we are gonna cut some deals.
Right. So then the question comes back to you, what you asked me earlier when you said, well, how do you feel about slavery then?
Right,
I mean, was it okay with you?
right. Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Oh, hell no. You know what I'm saying? No human being on the face of this earth should ever go through slavery or be forced against their will. Hell no.
Okay. So then let me give you this scenario. There was this place called the Solomon Islands, and um, there was this tribe there. Um, they had this style of governance where all young boys were giving to these older warrior men. And from the time that they were like 6 to the time they were like, 15 or something, they were supposed to uh, uh, take as much man milk orally and anally to make them spiritually stronger as part of their training.
And you say that to say what?
A group of missionaries, along with a galleon ship, landed on Solomon Island and stated, "Yeah, nah, you ain't gonna do this to these boys," and just stop the whole thing with brute force. Was it right for them to stop them?
It's not in my call. How could I just? How do I look at it? I mean,
Let's say you the captain of the ship, and the men look at you and they say, Captain Black is fair. You know, we can blow these people out the water right now. It ain't no big thing. Do you want us to stop them with this practice that they doing with these boys? What is your command to the men?
if I'm calling it, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Let's stop. Yeah, yeah. Let's stop this. Absolutely.
So that's what they did. That's what they did.
Okay.
So
Okay.
when people say this whole thing about let's say the Africans and so forth and blah blah blah, the British came to the mindset of stating, you know what, yeah, the slavery stuff, that's bad. We was involved in it, but we cut it off. This has to stop. But they don't want to stop. Yeah, we gonna stop them, man.
Yeah. Great. It's a good thing.
But weird enough, the people who turned it around and stated really within a very short period of time, especially when you compare it to world history. Yeah, we're not going to do this practice anymore. We got to stop it. I know it's going to change a lot of mindsets. You ain't going to change this overnight. You got to do certain things and, slow it down first, and then you got to stop it and so forth. Okay, but they did stop it. Let's say over 6,000 years of slavery, they stopped it. Now you got people that are sitting in their face and stating, you should have did it sooner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, better late than never.
it's like nobody else stopped it. Nobody else on the whole planet stopped it. But the people who did stop it, the people want to look at them like, yeah, but you should have did it sooner.
It's so much nuance in it, but that's a point to be made, I suppose.
Did
Um,
your ancestors back on your continent stop it? No, but that's
but
different though.
did they conquer those nations? Did they conquer those people?
They couldn't. They had
They could
slaved
not.
so much for so long that they did not innovate in any sort of technology or anything, because instead of thinking outside a box of, you know what, I don't think that Bo Jib actually likes digging the gold for me until he dies. Maybe I should figure out some other way to get to extract this gold from the ground. Their mindset was, well, I don't care if Joe Bill Job dies until he gets the gold. I'm gonna get with Joe Bill Gob's sister and make another one of him.
It doesn't make it right. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't make it right.
Right, and that's the
People,
whole point. Even when you talk about this, just because you can do it, don't mean that it is morally right, and morals is are finicky. So whatever. But that same type of attitude would also lead to support uh women on the feminist end. Because just because you have this brute power don't mean that you need to
carry it out the way that you're carrying it out.
The
Yeah.
entire the weird thing about all of this is that we are, whether we want to accept it or not, we are children of the West. We are children of Western philosophy. And what I mean by that is that we have inherited a way of thinking and a sensibility towards moral ideals that a lot of other places never had at all. Just a frame of thought of stating, slaving this person is wrong. For
Where does it come?
thousands
Where did,
upon thousands of years in Africa, in Arabia, in India, it was just absolutely normal for people to be slaves.
where does our thinking come from?
It comes from
The
Western
Western thinking
philosophy, which is
comes
based
from the
upon
Bible.
Christian theology.
Okay, there you go. So, let my people go. Let my people be free.
Where do you think that all of those Negro spirituals and different things was based upon?
It's based upon those times they was going through in slavery and going through with Pharaoh and them times back then.
Correct. That entire language is built upon the Bible.
Which slavery was going on then. Take my people away, going through the desert for 40 days, 40 nights, and the whole story in Trek.
Correct. So that entire frame of thought from what I'm stating is that the African American slaves, once they heard things and learned English, and a generation or two happened and so forth, all of the inputs that they were given were based upon a Western philosophy, biblical theology. That was their whole frame of mind. The people back in Africa didn't have any of that.
Mm-hmm.
Heck, the idea about democracy was foreign to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the white man came and gave civilization and all of that, and he has his own. He has his own civilization, and
I
so
mean, that's
you know what I'm
implying
saying.
that
He went around
civilization didn't
civilizing.
exist prior. So they didn't bring no civilization. These people had their own civilization that was already established.
Well, what I'm stating is this. I agree with
He's saying
you.
it was savage. He's saying the African civilization was savage, and the white man had a better way of doing it.
Mm,
I'll put it differently. I'll say this: if you had looked at both civilizations and you had your pick of the litter of where you wanted to live, I'm saying not 10 times out of 10 you're going to pick the one from the West.
mm,
Yeah, am I free to pick that?
mm.
Yeah, choosing, picking. Am I free to pick that? Is somebody gonna stop me, block me? Are they gonna accept me over there? There's a lot of politics going on at these times, like where it ain't all. Say we didn't get up to, you know what I'm saying, abolishing slavery and in the West from the West point of view.
Mm. So it's like I think if we had a time machine and you had an opportunity to either live, let's say 1850, if you wanted to live up north in America, or you could live anywhere in Africa, I think that 10 times out of 10 you're going to say I want to live
That
in the
that
northeast of America.
lesser of two evils. We're always gonna go with that.
And that's what I'm stating is one can say I guess the choice of the two evils, but that's reality. It's like you don't have any other picks.
There you go. What about to not go with anybody's pick and go do a whole total separate thing?
Well, I mean, then we're going into into what the butterfly lady that came up here talked about so far as like way back in the mythical lands of from the times of before time that women ruled the earth and they had perfect civilizations where everything was pure and kind and peaches and cream was dripping off of the trees and everything was in perfect order.
There was a paradise going on.
Yeah,
Where's Asia?
according to this lady, that's how she said it. She was like, "Oh,
Where's Asia?
before the evil patriarchy man took over, the world was at peace and perfect utility, utopia, and so forth."
Well, we don't know what it
Okay,
was.
what time period was that?
Yeah,
And
that's what I
what
want to
region
know.
of the land was what region of the land was that? And where was Asia in this? Because I've heard of Shangri-La. I've heard of Shangri-La.
You say Shangri-La? Oh man, oh man.
Even with all of these this craziness that y'all just sit up here and discuss was perpetuated by men.
Well, this is a man's
And
world.
why?
It's always been that.
Simply because the brute force is crazy.
You said what?
I say all of this because of brute force is crazy.
Oh, nah, I'm not. I don't think that it is all about brute force. I think that brute force is just the beginning of, hey, you have to have the strength to be able to deal with nature. If you don't have that strength, you cannot build a society.
So a society of people can't go off into a land, excavate it, and build up a new society, or go, you know what I mean, civilize it, go over there and build a new society.
Yeah, they can. But when you excavate and you start to build things, you need people with the muscle to do it. And those people are men.
Right. We understand in history, man, this is a land, right? This is a
Yeah,
earth, this is a land mass. Ain't nothing
yeah,
but man and people and things on it, right?
yeah.
So at some point in time, in order to get that other land mass over there, I gotta go through another man. I gotta go through an army, I gotta go through something, right? To get that.
Correct.
Right? Right. So all that's been laid out in the history. And it's
Correct.
still, I'm sure, within the earth, it's still going on somewhere, right?
Correct. And what I was telling this lady earlier, Black Man is Fair, is that because she went into the mystical, the women was ruling the earth and all this other stuff, and I was just like, okay, so how did that work in the animal kingdom? Because animals don't obey no man. Wild animals do what they want to do. So,
Right.
um, who was taming them?
Now that's animal nature. They know it's kill or it's survive. It's eat or die.
Back in the day when you needed to, let's say you had some really smart women and they wanted to build a bridge or something like that to cross some water or something like that, and let's say they had the knowledge and the know-how in order to fell some trees and make them go over this body of water. How are they stopping the crocodiles and the alligators and the wildebeest from destroying their stuff?
Well, man is just gonna take everything over. There ain't no stopping. He just gonna mob it. He gonna get whatever out the way to do what he wanna do.
Yes. and and and
And
and just to have that viewpoint of, yeah, you needed brute force in order to take care of some of those things. They'll instantly say, oh, that's patriarchy. It's like, no, that's human nature. That's human nature.
well, Well, the world has always been out of war, and no, that's why you got to be part of a family or part of something, because you always at risk of somebody else coming in with their technology, their peoples, and taking over. You know what I mean? So you got to be willing to fight for something and die for something. You know what I mean? Or else you just, oh, I don't, I'm not gonna die with my peoples. I'm gonna go on with you. You know what I mean, master?
Yeah, yeah, man. So it's like, hey, it's a very
basic viewpoint. I mean, it's not that difficult to follow. But here we are in 2026, and a lesson has to be taught because you got a bunch of women in a sport that's talking about they want to compete with men, and some men are stating, "Okay, bring it on."
That's manipulation. We know they can't compete. You know what I mean? That's
We
a
know
whole
they
game
can't
right
compete.
there.
We know they can't
They don't
compete.
know that. They think they in some type of war. They in some type of they trying to rise in their feminism and all that. They in a war that to go where, to do what, to gain to what, to do what. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You're not doing man, woman, and child better than no time and no generation.
It's very basic. It is very basic. And then the crazy part of Black Man is Fair is these were the same people who originally came to the NBA. No, we know we can't compete with you guys, but could you guys give us some money so we can have our own league?
Oh, you talking about the leagues?
I mean, what
That's
else can you
industry.
do
That's
in
industry and
a
business. That's a whole other level.
Talking
But
about
what can you do in
manipulation.
a society where men have decided that they are the leaders by brute force, but ask for permission? What are we talking about?
I don't even think that it's just because of brute force. I think it's because of necessity of nature.
According to a male perspective,
No, according to just the nature of planet Earth.
yeah.
You
Men got to
need
put
you,
women in order and things like that to make sure that these kids is mine. This household, this thing that with you and me, this is all mine. You
you
know what I'm
you need
saying?
you need a male Nino Brown to come through and say, sit your $5 ain't down before I make change.
And ain't nobody brutally forced nothing on you. Y'all got we ain't never even came up in them times. We got the most freedom that we ever had. We choosing to do
Yeah,
what we
but we got
do
here
now.
by brute force. Like, what are we
Which
talking
was
about?
good, right? So that you could live, your mom could live, and whoever, you know what I mean? And got to live. I mean, we had to understand in a man's world, brute force was gonna happen. People wanted other people's land, women, children, you know what I'm saying? Whatever was a resource to somebody else, we want that.
Hey, Black Man is
But we
Fair.
don't live in those times now. We don't live in those times now, thank God.
Black Man is Fair. Does the planet care when it sends a hurricane to a city?
Oh hell no. Nature does its thing and whatever it hits is gone. That's that.
Does nature care when have anything to say about fairness when an earthquake hits or a volcano explodes?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Everything is fear. That's fear too. That you know what I'm saying? It's all fear. You know what I mean? The hell, the heaven of it,
Does
the hell of it, the death, the life and death of it, the whole thing.
son, does the typhoon say, "Oh, you know what? There's women here. Let me go around them because they don't deal in brute force. So let me go over here to where these men are."
No, but men are not nature.
And we don't brutalize and force y'all to do anything either though.
So,
Like
Yeah,
why
so
are
but
we,
historically, yes, men did.
but
Yes,
nature,
they did.
but nature, the planet Earth demands brute force in order for stuff to be fixed.
yeah, I gotta sweep
It
you up and
doesn't
put you
care.
in order. Yeah, I gotta put you in order regardless of your feelings. Just like a child, right? Just like how you would handle a child.
Nature
But we
says
gotta.
earthquake is gonna hit here. I'm gonna tear all this stuff up, and the only stuff that can put it back up is brute force. So when the earthquake happens and so forth, who do you want out there rescuing different things? Do you want a bunch of women or a bunch of men?
Nah, you
I
know the
want
men
whoever
gonna
can
go
get the
handle that.
job done.
You know the men gonna go handle that. Men long ago already decided women's best place is in the home, safe, out the elements.
You
Not
see,
to be
that's
all
what
up in
he just said.
everybody's face and doing
He
things
said
and
men decided,
No,
yeah.
the
and
planet decided.
therein lies the issue. The
That's
planet
what I'm
did not
saying. Is the
decide
planet
the
decided
way
this?
Western society is structured. The planet did decide it.
The
Men
planet did
decided.
decide it.
Well, when
The,
women use brutal force and take over this earth, let us holler at us. Let us know that we are under your control.
you see, everything is predicated upon brutal force, not because it has to be, because it is utilized to maintain power.
Okay, so let me rewind for you because I don't think you should get in my point. When the hurricane comes, does it require brute force to build things back up?
Yes,
Did man make the hurricane?
no,
Do you want men to build things back up after the hurricane?
maybe,
Okay, so maybe you want the men to go out and turn the power
Come on,
back on.
be
maybe.
honest.
Why do it have to be a man? A woman can't go turn the power on?
Can she?
Obviously
Will
not.
she?
They
Can
don't
she
do it.
go and do it? We want whoever can race out there and get it done quicker than you
There-
should
There's a
leave that
there's a
No,
bitch.
lot of
Let me
job.
whoever
There's a
can get
lot
it
of jobs
done,
for this.
whoever can get it done, go do it.
Hey, there's a lot of jobs
know.
for this. We don't see any women in any sort of political or on any sort of academic campus or anything that are pining for. We need more female emergency response electricians.
Anything that require work, women typically want men to do.
We
Anything that
need
require
more.
work.
We need more
Whoa,
women
whoa,
plumbers who
whoa,
go into the sewer systems.
whoa. Anything that requires work.
Yes, typically women want men to do. Women want men to, if there's a work to be done, women
So,
want men to do it.
See,
so
that's when
women
they that's when
don't
they
work.
want that. That's when they want that brute force.
So
So
women
you want
don't
to get
work.
underneath. So you really want to get underneath the sink and fix the pipes, and you really want to get on the roof and clean the gutters and shellac and hook up the. You know what I'm saying? You really want to work, or you know what I'm saying? You really want to go out into the workforce and work and be. Y'all complaining right now about you know what I'm saying? Not wanting to work and responsibilities and things like that, but you have to take care of yourself, but you don't want to do it.
Black man is fair. Men going down into the coal mines, getting black lung and junk, and they talk just so people can
Whatever
keep the
it takes
lights
to make
on
the
and stuff.
power come on,
Yeah,
whatever it takes for her to sit back in the air conditioner, she want man to do that, of course.
out
Whatever
on
it took. She
out
don't
in the
even want to hear
oil,
about it.
out in the oil fields and out on the deep ocean, doing oil rigs and stuff with 100-foot waves coming up and hitting the deck. Oh, you want the brute
Now she
force
could
then
barely,
though?
she can't barely stand the sight of a mouse. She
So,
gonna deal with some sharks and things in the
okay,
water and all this type of stuff.
all of that's
You
fine and
want the
dandy.
brute force then though?
That's cool. So y'all want to sit around a bunch of toddlers and snotty noses and stuff like that. That's what men want to do.
You said what?
Now we want to go get our
Y'all,
work.
y'all,
We want to go get our work done. We want to come home to
y'all
some
want to
love.
sit around a bunch of toddlers and little kids and snotty noses and crying baby. Y'all want to do that?
No.
That's
Nobody
y'all
No.
is
job.
stating
That's
that.
y'all job.
No,
That's
nobody
No,
is
y'all.
no. What
No,
stating.
I'm saying is,
I'm saying
No,
you're
that's
no,
y'all
stating
job.
no, because you're
nobody is
stating
stating that.
jobs.
What everybody is stating is if the tides were turned, we already know that after the storm, the power ain't coming back on.
Work. Y'all are
It take
stating
a man to
things
get
that
up there
y'all
on that
do.
line, reline that line.
Y'all are
We
stating things.
already know that. People can say all the stuff that they want about, oh man, the women can do just as much as the men and such as we already know that if the storm came through, the power lines went down, buildings were crushed and so forth, that it's gonna be a long time before we ever see any of that stuff again. If the
if the roles were switched.
Look, the power just went out. You know what I'm saying? Just went out last week on my block. Right, big huge tree came down, knocked all the lines, everything. Huge tree, dead in the middle of the road. Nobody could cross nothing. Everybody lights is out. Everything. A crew of men came through and removed the tree, restored the power. You know what I'm saying? And restored life.
Said some
So all
some
I'm saying is that y'all are naming occupations and jobs that men do simply because nature determined that they were stronger than women, and that's why y'all do these jobs. That doesn't denote that you get to di- dictate how society is ran. Y'all
We
take
gave
that
freedom.
by force,
and
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 that
and
is
that's
the
what I
issue.
that's what I'm saying, son.
And
Is
then and
if you
then
don't,
gave freedom. Like, okay, like go
and,
ahead.
and that's what I'm saying, son. Is if you don't understand the concept that yeah, that actually does give those guys more of a say so in how the society is going to be run. Because if they don't do their job, then society's gone.
Well, I think if anybody don't do their job, society will fail.
Absolutely. We
Men
need
just
everybody on
give
their job.
themselves
Right.
this ultimate importance, which is crazy.
But it's already
Well,
proven.
well,
But hold on, no, we're not giving nothing to it's proven. It's in every part of history. However you look at it, slice it, chop it up and down. Man, 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 man.
Because men dictate that by brute force, which men could not dictate that by brute force. Men could just utilize brute force when brute force is necessary. Men dictate that through brute force even when it's not necessary for the purpose of maintaining power.
Yes, because that is very that's an extreme, right? When it's necessary, we got to go to war. If you know what I mean, yeah, right. For an extreme and it's necessary, he will use brute force. We got to maintain what we built up, what we fought hard for, what we what I'm saying, fought off somebody else for. Somebody else was trying to bogart and get how do live and do what you want. But in the case that brute force is needed, yes, of course we will resort to it. Order must be maintained, like you said. We everybody got to work, everybody got a job to do, and man has to make sure that order is maintained. That wheel keeps turning. You know what I mean? And that's like just like a father.
Because men say so.
So I mean, until women use some type of brute force to do something that they want to do, I mean, she agrees. Man did it all. You know what I'm saying? Yes, he did.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I don't know, man. It's one of those weird things, son. Of like, it seems as though just stating certain basic truths, um, um, causes some sort of offense, and the idea is not to cause any offense, but it's just stating a natural reality.
Women don't want to
And
feel that they're under anything, right? Oh, my bad.
well, I'm just saying, I don't even think that if women were to really think the problem out, they don't want men not using their brute force.
Yeah, use it against what you need to use it against, not women.
It's
Are
like,
women out of order? Are women out of order? Are women doing anything progressive for man, woman, and child, and the benefit of man, woman, and child, and for humanity to move forward and everybody to be comfortable? And you know what I mean? Are women in order, or is she just taking time just to man, 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 man? Is she? You know what I mean? Like, if you saying there is an order and everybody's got to play their part, is woman playing her part?
What the hell? What do you mean is she playing her part?
Right. So here in humanity, right, we have to eat. We need food, clothing, shelter. We need each other as a family, right, to move humanity forward through our children. And is woman playing her part in humanity's role and in connection to man and what we have to do
I don't know what you trying to ask me, but women are doing what they supposed to do in society. Yes.
by herself with no man? You call that in order?
What are you talking about?
Battling man, questioning man.
She can battle and question whoever she decides to question.
And do you think that's order?
I do. Cause who told
Okay,
you you was in
enough said.
charge?
Exactly.
Okay, and that
Exactly. So
and, and
you
that and that
and
that
that's
goes back to the
exactly
big
where we at.
question. That goes back
It's
to
like a
the
child though. It's
Yeah,
interesting. It's so
yeah.
No, it's
interesting.
not like a
Cause
child.
it's like it's like you
A
saying to your
person.
mom and your dad, who said it's like
Okay.
you saying to your mother and dad, who put you in order? Who said you could do what
But
you
you,
who what?
y'all not nobody mama or daddy. What is you talking about?
Oh, you talking about order, and I talked about women in conjunction to order, and you said no, and we could question everything and do whatever we want, and
And she can. She
right,
can.
and then is that order, and it's like,
And
bite,
yes,
is
it
that do
is
biting
you
order.
consider that order?
biting the hand that feeds you.
I don't consider that biting no hand that feeds you. Because what if she decides she wasn't gonna feed you based on what it is that you do? Everybody has their place in their role, and just because you have brute force, don't mean that you cannot be questioned nor corrected.
Nah, I
Did he
agree with
brute
that.
force you into a marriage, or did he get down on his knee and ask you for marriage?
Some women were forced into marriage.
Okay, are we talking about the majority or not?
Well, that would depend on where you are in history.
Okay, we're at 2026 right
We're in
now.
2026. We're in
Well, in
2026.
2026, most women are not forced into marriage.
Hey, I mean, we're not using any brute force. There's no need to. All we got to do in a day is eat. You know what I'm saying? Love each
Well, you
other,
don't
take
have
care,
to
and do
because
it
at this
again.
point in human history, everything's pretty much been established. So now you just kind of coasting because the programming is already there. So to the ones that want to go against that programming, well, these are the things that they would say and they would probably question. Because who told you you was in charge just because you can perform brute force?
Okay,
I'm not in
and
charge, and I can't just if I perform brute force, another man is gonna come brute force me into jail or kill me.
but that's the weird thing about the I would say this. I'm just gonna call it like a hatred of brute force. Um, every day we can go inside of uh nature. We can go in the ocean, we can go out in the wilderness and so forth, and we can see brute force in action at all times.
Absolutely.
And so it's weird when people make this statement when they say, well, just because you have brute force, what does that mean? It's like, what are you talking about? It means the other, if the other party wasn't high minded, they could kill you. That's what it means.
Women don't want men with no low testosterone. You know what I'm saying? They don't want men at some type of real weak, you know what I'm saying, type of status or state in life. Like, you know what I mean? You
It's
want
like
strong men
wanting,
who can use brute force. You want to know your man has brute force in him and can use it when he needs to.
yeah, but they want to be the one that's in control of that brute force.
Now that's a conversation.
That's what's really occurring is no, you only use that brute force the way I want you to. And then that's when I stated earlier, I said, oh, so basically you want a slave.
And how is that slavery?
Do,
Your
do
brute
you
force
do
is
you
not
get that
necessary.
black man is fair?
Totally.
No, because slavery.
You
Totally
have this.
different.
You have this certain strength. Let me go
Mhm.
get me a big buck, and I want this big buck to do work as I see fit. He can only use his big buckness the way I want him to. Like, what?
I mean, it's plain and I mean, it sounds plain and simple.
Well, I don't think that slavery. Slavery would be forcing you to do something against your will, asking you to not utilize brute force so you can maintain control. Is not forcing you to do anything against your will.
Okay, then it seems to me that there should be a negotiation. Then, right
Yes. What are you eating?
now, I'm eating.
What are you eating?
Now I'm eating. There should be
Let's negotiate that. Let's negotiate that meal. send,
yeah.
send some of that over here.
Now there seems to be a need for a negotiation. So if you want this person not to use their brute force in a way that you don't want them to, then it seems that though you should negotiate with them and convince them of why they should not want to do it that way, right?
Right.
Okay, so then what's on the table?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know.
And there
Nothing,
and
I
that
suppose.
yeah, and that's what it falls back to.
I'll put it to you like this: it's family. Everything comes back to family. Man, woman, child.
Everything come back to
See?
family for men. Women ain't running
Okay,
around
okay.
saying that. That's what men said because that's how men want the society structured.
Okay, so
Okay.
then you're gonna have to
Okay.
deal with this brute force then.
No, okay. Even aside from the brute force factor, what is your plan, or what is woman? Okay, man had the plan of man, woman, child, safe under one roof. Is there a better plan for humanity that woman has? And I would just love to hear it.
Well, I don't know. You would have to get some staunch feminists up here and talk to them about it.
Do you agree with any other plan? Do you agree? You don't agree
I
with
don't know
man,
what
woman,
any
child,
other
safe under one
plan
roof?
would look like. I know that right now in American society today, this don't look good to me. I don't know what anything outside of this would look like because this is all that I know, even based on reading the history. I've not seen any credible sources of women being empowered and what that looked like. So I don't know. So I can't tell you nothing
Well,
Well
okay,
then
I
from
hear
a
you. I'm just going off
logical
of
standpoint.
philosophy or your own theory, your own philosophy for people, and how should
I'm just
humanity
going
live if
for
you had your own?
from a logical perspective. That's all I got.
then it sounds like the other side of when black man is fair is saying, okay, well, what's the other solution? It seems like the other side just has a question mark or a pipe dream. And part of that pipe dream seems to me of because nobody ever states, okay, we just want to throw brute force completely out of the picture. We don't want it to be used at any time, no time. We don't, nobody says that. So then that leads me to believe that the women want the brute force, but they want slavery. You use brute force as I tell you to. Until then, shut up.
But that's not slavery. Slavery is forcing you to do things against your will. That's just saying, like, don't use that without, I don't know, permission or whatever. That's not saying you can't. That's not saying you
They
can't
want
eat
the
right now
action.
until I tell you you can eat. You can't do this until I tell. That's slavery. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's taking your free will away from you. It's just like, why do you need to utilize brute force so you can maintain your position of so-called authority? For what?
Oh,
we
here's the
we
here's the
answered all
re-
those questions.
here's the reason why. The very simple
We
reason
have
why. Because you can't.
See, there you go. just because you can. And I think that as
No,
a
I'm saying because you
species,
can't.
But we
yes.
all
So that
agree that
means
his brute
because
force
a
was
woman
necessary.
can't, that means that it's because you can, and just because you can do something don't mean that you should do it. And therein lies the whole issue. Because if you weren't using your physical strength against
Then we would die.
the women, then
There
what would
would be no
happen?
power. There would be no
then
We
we
don't
AC. It
know
would
that.
be no refrigeration. It would
then
be
we would
no.
die.
It would be no
We
life
don't
as
know
you
that.
know it.
We do not know that.
Yeah, we
Well, hey,
do.
y'all run off and go build whatever. I mean, the earth is open. There's free space. Go. I mean, if you can make it happen, go make it happen.
Yeah, I told you this before, and we do know that if we don't use our brute force, we die, because nature tells us that. Nature says, "Oh yeah, whenever y'all least expect it, I'm gonna break up this earth. I'm gonna send a meteor. I'm gonna send a storm. I'm gonna send an earthquake.
And man,
I'm gonna send a
and
I'm gonna
right.
blow this volcano up at any time. And if you don't use brute force, you gonna die."
And man is gonna be out there on ground zero, like 9/11, building it back up.
Uh-oh. But that is utilizing things for survival that has little to do with the internal dynamics of the people involved. You don't have to use brute force for internal dynamics unless you have a
Right.
threat.
Well, you don't.
We usually don't.
But there's a hierarchy.
We usually
If you
don't.
don't use the brute force, the internal anything doesn't matter. During the storm, psychology doesn't matter. During the earthquake, um, higher philosophy of this that don't matter.
But we're not talking about natural disasters and things of that nature. We're talking about people deciding that they are a leader, so they get to dictate how and what other people get to do. But that's only because of brute force, and that's kind of problematic when we supposed to be logical thinking creatures and not animals. But it's real funny how when we get to this part of the conversation, we start talking about animals.
Oh, okay. Well, I can work out of that
Some
frame as
people are
well.
animals. Some people got animalistic mind frames and things like that. They do exist. They are amongst us.
But we can work outside of that. Take for instance this son. Let's say if it happened, just in a way that hypothetically, the men just say, you know what, you in charge, women. That's it. Um, a month from now, late September, a Cat 5 storm comes through and hits the Louisiana and Texas uh, um, seaboard.
Okay.
Are the women going to take care of it?
No, that would be a reason for men to utilize their brute force.
Okay. So what happened if the men say, okay, but you're in charge. You are the leaders and everything. We want to be the ones that benefit from your leadership.
Our leadership said go fix that shit.
Okay. So it's the same thing, because under
Still
the
come back.
paradigm of where the men were in control, the men tell the other men, hey, go out and go fix that. And then when
Right,
you're in
right.
control, you're going to say the same thing to the men. Hey, men, go
It's gonna
fix
go
that.
back to a man. It's gonna go. So everything comes back to me. This is why man don't even like pay attention to nothing else. It's like, look, what do I got to do? What work do I got to do here? And let me do my job. And that's
In the same scenario, America just says, okay, we're going to turn everything over to the men. And then Mexico and Russia and China decides to attack America. Who's going to go to war?
Most of the men.
Oh, so let me get this right. The men are going to go to
They
war under the leadership of the women, who the majority of them do not have to go to war.
Yes.
And that makes sense to you.
Why wouldn't it make sense? Why
Okay.
does it not make sense?
Okay.
Why does it not make sense?
So you just know how to sacrifice men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Anytime,
Yeah.
you just
Yeah.
you work well at knowing how to
Yeah.
sacrifice a man. So
Hmm.
So so it's not a sacrifice when men decide that men are going to do this. It's only a sacrifice when women decide that men need to do it.
No, no, no. What I'm
no,
saying is
men been
this.
doing it. Men been sacrificing, and men set up this world so that it could be as comfortable and the AC could come on and all of that.
What I'm
Men been sacrificing for the betterment. Go ahead,
yeah.
SKC.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is that you want to make you want to put people in charge that never have to pay the price or the cost or even have the thought process towards what actually needs to be done on the ground.
And how does that work with your mother and father?
That seems inverted.
No, but that's not our duty. The people that do that when they say, "Hey, go do this," that's their business.
Okay, so then why would
That's because the
anyone?
lights come on. That's because the lights keep coming on.
Yeah, and that's crazy.
I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
know,
that if
man.
the
That
lights
is a
did not come
crazy
on, we
mindset.
would figure out how to make the lights come on.
That's crazy.
If you keep giving them what they want, they never know what the sacrifice is. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like a spoiled child. That's why I said, how do you
Just
work
like
all of
we
this,
would
whatever
never
you think,
know
and how
what
you
the
work it
world
over
would
with your
be.
parents?
Just like we would never know what the world would be if women were in charge rather than men.
Yeah, we
We'll
would
never know.
Nobody wants to spoil your children running the world. Nobody wants to
we
go through that.
See,
yeah,
the
we
fact
never
that
would
you
know
would
what the world would
relegate
be like
grown
if
women
the
that
kids were in
contribute
charge.
to society to spoil children is fucking insane and very disrespectful.
Tell me a better plan than man, woman, and child under the same roof. Y'all disrespect yourselves. Like, cut it out. Like, we
Disrespectful.
not doing nothing. Like, yeah, all this
I
stuff comes
didn't
out your
sit up
mouth.
here
We
and
can't even put it
compare.
in there for you. Like,
I didn't compare y'all to animals, which I could do based on some of these conversations that have happened inside of this conversation. I did none of that. You compared women to spoiled children as if they have no knowledge of what it is that they need to do or should be doing as an adult in society, as if they just have to be taken care of by every facet of their life. That's disrespectful. You disrespected women, not me.
no, stop it, please. Stop it,
No,
son.
that these are facts. This is what you did. And now that I'm pointing it out, instead of you saying, you know what, that is what I did, you want to tell me to stop. And see, it's that type of mindset, frame, and behavior where you get these women that say, y'all just y'all just want to brutalize and control, and that's it. And it comes from those type of thought processes.
Wow.
I ask questions. I allowed to come up with something better. I mean, we only just been talking. If you had something better, I mean, the floor was open to say it.
What does that
Like,
have to do with calling
I'm not trying
adult
to.
women spoiled children?
Because I've tried to relegate it back to your own parents and the things, the way you questioning and fighting things and battling and then can't come up with another thing. And then, you know what I'm saying? All of that is like a spoiled child that's not trying to listen or
How would
do
you
right.
come
And
up
then
with
you got to
something when
brutally,
there has only been one blueprint that's ever existed? You come up
people,
with it.
women,
You tell me what the
we already
blueprint
live in
is.
man's world. We
You
already
don't
live
have
there.
one either.
We
I
already
guarantee
live in.
you that men didn't have a blueprint either. They figured it out as they went, utilizing their brute force to put themselves in the position of authority along the way. So you couldn't even give me an alternative because you never had to or had to think about it. Just like
Yes, you're the leader, but there's always somebody that decides that they can do better than the leader. And then
Right.
sometimes they get the opportunity to prove that, and sometimes they don't. And I think that's what we are looking at when it comes to some of the ideas that women may have against what men may have.
Well, I think men are with whatever's better too. Whatever works, whatever whatever works best. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know what I mean? That is what men go with. But as far as we know, for 1,000 years, this is the world that we lived in. It's a man's world, right? Women had no aspiration to take it over, take it from man, and then make everybody bow down to her. Within this time period of 2026, man does not do that to women. Everybody has free choice. So there's no real brutalization when woman goes out and shops and stuff. There's nobody jumping out brutalizing her and or using brute force. Um, she's got opportunity to marry. You know what I mean? Do family, do it again and again if you know what I mean. But if this is not good enough and women have something other better thing that she can do, I think the world is free and open for y'all to do it. Like it's not a battle between each other. We thought man, woman, and child safe under one roof was universal that everybody agreed. Like, yes, that's what we want. But if not, and you got something else better, that's all I was leaving on the floor was you to as a representing a woman and saying we don't want to do it man's way. We want to do something different. And we didn't get the opportunity. But if we had the opportunity, this is how we would do it. I was just leaving that open.
I could. I don't want to jump into those conversations about how men are still utilizing brute force to control things that really ain't none of their business, or trying to force women into positions that they may not want to be in, even in this modern time. But um, I
I
again
think
am
people try to
questioning
manipulate.
manipulate what.
I think people are suggestive. People try to manipulate. Like, come on, Queen. You come on, do this with me, Queen. Come on now. Oh, come on. Oh, what I gotta do? What I need to do to make? Come on now. Come on now. How? Which way I gotta be? You know what I'm saying? And come up with a way to suggest and keep coming at you to do something. But you got all the freedom to be like, no, no, thank you, no, no, I'm not, no contact, and all these different things. So I think, you know, I think women have freedoms of choice and a lot of brute things that they can do and exercise, but you know they don't
Such
take the
as,
advantages in their realm, and they keep
such
trying to
as,
look at man. Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm asking you, such as what?
Oh, when she wants to get married, the job that she wants to go to, the freedom of choice of people that she hangs around, the things that she listens to. I mean, I mean, what don't you have that you want? Is that a better question?
Right now, it is a question about whether women even have the authority to maintain their own bodies.
You said what?
Her own body.
What about it?
Right now, there is a whole political situation about what women can and can't do with their own bodies.
Like what?
Like anything. I watched a woman get taken to court while she was in labor because she didn't want to be cut open. Insanity.
That she was taken to court in labor.
Yeah, she was in labor and they pushed a computer into her room and took her to court because they wanted to cut her open
Or why did they want to cut her open?
because they said that her baby was in danger.
Okay, so what you're stating is that um the woman should have the choice of whether or not, I guess, how she wants to proceed with her baby, right?
Yes, her baby, her body, her birth, whatever the case may be, it's her body.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's I would say that's a very interesting concept. And I really don't have, much to say about that. I
I
do
do.
have questions though.
Okay.
Um, should everybody have had to take the vaccine?
No.
That's odd.
That everybody should have had to?
No,
No.
I'm just saying that that's pretty odd because a lot of um, the women that are in charge that are, stating this and that about various political issues, they were all stating that you're insane if you don't.
But you have a
They
choice.
they would
Or you
you take
should
for
have a
instance like
choice.
AOC. She was willing to put people on a list if they didn't.
Can I ask why was the woman like dragged to court? Like she wasn't there on her own recognizance. Like, and
No,
then
she
if
did
the
not want to have a cesarean section. She wanted to be back in her care leading up to her labor, suggested that she could have a VBAC. The medical staff did not want to allow her to do that, so they went and filed a motion for the court and they brought a computer into her room while she was in labor and she had no legal representation to try and force her to have this C-section.
What is I'm curious as to what does that have to do with men?
Why is there a legal proceeding to decide what a woman can and cannot do with her body?
Okay, because there are same legal proceedings to decide what a guy wants to do with his body during the draft.
why
That
why
has
is she in
nothing
the
to
a
do.
legal why is she in a legal position anyway? And why isn't she just in her own home doing her own thing, giving her own birth? Why does she got to go to the society and go to a doctor? Why does
Oh
she have to
wow.
go through it? You know what I'm saying? If a woman is doing her own thing and she's not involving, you know what I'm saying, the rest of the world, the society and the, you know what I'm saying, things there
So
of
now we
use
just
to
get to
her,
put the
and then she
law
can do what
in
she
people's
wants.
lives whenever we feel like it. That's what we doing. See, this is the problem when you
Yeah,
use
because if you get to the
number
doctor
one.
and you
Who number one? Who told you
no,
you
I'm
was in
sorry,
charge?
God.
And then with your authority, you decided that you were going to dictate what a person does with their own body. That's insane.
Because
That
you
doesn't
made your way
equate
to
to
the
something
doctor.
like the draft. The draft is something that is structured to help keep society moving. They don't have
So was the
nothing to
doctor.
do with somebody's body.
The doctor is the same thing. These are all things to help you be better. So if the doctor say this way, we got this woman going through these complications, we got to cut now. We got to do this now. You know what I'm saying? It gets overruled out of your hands. You should have never made it to the doctor. You should have been at your house doing your own thing. So nobody could have said nothing.
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous.
You know,
Right. So at some
they
point
don't
in
make them.
time, you got to
They
fall
don't
in
make them
line
like that.
because at some point in time, another authority can rule over you.
They don't make them like they
This
used
is
to.
this.
Black and spare.
Come
The
on now.
old
This is
school
the
women used
world.
to
We live.
have the old school women used to have the baby out on the farmland and then get up and work to keep working the field.
I'm just saying, if you can't just go to other people and have them just do whatever you want, how you want, especially if it's not healthy or safe, because that's what the doctor is there to rule for. He wouldn't overrule if it
The
wasn't a
doctor is
reason.
there to
Like,
give medical care, not bring about the legal system into the damn delivery room. Like there is nothing that you could ever tell me that's gonna make that excusable. Just like it's not excusable to keep a dead woman on life support in attempt to keep a baby alive because the mother died. Like none of that shit is okay.
Well,
These aren't women making these decisions. Case in point, they had a meeting about women's health, and it wasn't a stitch of female in the meeting.
okay, yeah, and I'll give you some concessions.
Because everybody would have voted that everybody die, or you know what I'm saying? The doctor is trying to preserve
Excuse
life.
you, but we're talking about a society that was studying women based off the bodies of men for a long time. Like this is recent science that they actually started looking at women's bodies to deal with women.
You know,
So that's a problem. But you're in charge. And so since you're in charge and you put yourself in charge through brute force when it comes to the actual needs, we can dismiss you and throw your needs away because you do what we want, you do what we say. That's the problem.
okay, and like I said,
Man
to a
fall
What
certain
are
victim to
you
the law
eating?
all the
What
time.
what look, what are you eating? I want to know what you're having for
oh,
lunch.
an apple, an apple. Um,
That's
to a
it.
huh?
That ain't no fun. I thought you had some food. Mm-mm.
Yeah, and to a certain degree, I'll say this. I'll give some concessions, but I'll say this. Okay, then I would have no issue with them saying, "Hey, my body, my choice, such and such," so long as you sign a disclaimer.
And what's the disclaimer?
No, that whatever happens to you from this point, we are not liable for any of it. So there can't be something about, oh, you died and then your family come over to the hospital saying, see, this doctor, he should have just went on and gave her the C-section and did such and such. No, no, no. She signed a waiver.
Yeah, that I don't have a problem with it. But to force somebody to do something against their will,
Yeah.
using the legal
Yeah. So
system
as long
as
as you
cover.
Wait,
signed the waiver, yeah, I'm good.
they had a gun to her head. She still had to be cognizant and a lot and focused. She still had to sign off on that.
She didn't
But
sign off on
there
anything.
was no.
The judge said
Oh,
this
she
is what's
did.
going to happen.
Oh, okay. So she had no sign off, but she's in. Okay. So now this is in the courts. This is in the law's hand now. It's an overruled. Men fall victim to the law all the time.
Hey, when they said the thing about the body and everything, it's like black man is fair. If you would have got drafted and you said no, you couldn't say my body, my choice. You going to jail.
Again, all of it has to be, let me not use fought for, negotiated to even get to this point. But while we negotiated to move forward, it looks like we're currently in a situation where we're moving backward, and that would give even more rise to the question of who put you in charge and why. And brute force being the answer, it's just not a good answer.
Well, I think better ideas, necessitated the use of being in charge. What we for I would say for what the better of close to what since the 70s, and I know there was ones before then, but I'm gonna just say the 70s on up to today in the United States. Um, you're going on to what 60, 50, 60 years. Say 60 because it's more. What grand ideas have come from women of how to, I would say, address American society?
Oh, I am grossly underprepared for that conversation.
Well, I'm just wondering, like they've had the mic for quite some time now. What grand ideas that have come up that have stated, see,
Here we have this. Women don't even have all of the power and so forth. But even with just a small inkling of the power, look at the grand thought patterns and ideas that have come forth from them. What?
I do think that women were the inspiration for a lot of ideas that helped to shape American society. You know, men typically get the credit for it.
Like what?
Oh boy. My God. 1 second. Do, 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 do. Who's here?
What's up? What up? What up? Okay, so to answer SKC's question, which is going to be a vague answer, but why doesn't anybody just check the patents? Because I could pull up a lot of things that women have contributed to American society, um, black women and otherwise. Um,
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about in the mode of some sort of invention or something like that. I'm talking about. We were talking about. What she was bringing up is why do men need to be in charge? And we talked about brute force and the ability to be able to deal with nature and all of the various concerns that just the natural phenomenon that planet Earth engages towards humankind as a whole.
mm.
Nevertheless, she states that just because you're able to deal with those issues, why does that mean that you should be in control or be in charge?
Which is a good question that I would have to say, and this I don't know if she's asking you that question like rhetorically or 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 just to see what your answer is. But I would say why shouldn't they be in charge? Like so why shouldn't men be in charge? Um for the most part, that's really how it's always been. And since human beings are creatures of habit, you really don't have much of a sample size with primarily women in charge of any nation over the course of documented history, or any society that's been led by women. So it would
Well,
really be like a total unprecedented experiment if you were to take all men out of power and just put women in charge. And I mean, I would have to ask, do you really hate things the way they are so much that you just want to burn it all down and whatever else happens, let's just see?
well,
Maybe.
according to the pure butterfly lady, she said pretty much yeah, and she disputed your idea about that's just the way that it's been because she stated that for in the very beginning of all, there was huge matriarchies that survived for thousands of years that brought serenity and peace to the earth.
Mm. I mean, I said documented history. That I mean, yeah, that's cool in theory. Like, and look, I'm not saying this stuff didn't exist, but if it did exist at some point, there were a lot of societies over the course of history and empire. I mean, all empires have fallen, and up until the information age, the internet era, and shit like that, for the most part, any documented history would be burned once societies were conquered. So that means even if that were the case, that society must have been conquered at some fucking point, and this is what's left. So it ended up falling.
So, are you saying that the grand matriarchy failed?
I mean, if it doesn't exist anymore and there's no documented history of it, like, and I'm not talking about little villages in fourth world nations or whatever. I'm talking about actual real societies. Yeah, I mean, if there's no documented history, something happened. Just like every other, society has failed over the course of history. Or not every empire has fallen over the course of history. Whether that was through being conquered, through war or internal conflict from within or whatever. There had to be some reason why it doesn't exist anymore.
Well, one of the things that's kind of odd, Auntie, I'm glad you brought it up. You know, about the fourth world matriarchal systems that exist to this day. You know, because they have some,
Correct.
but for some reason, all of the ultra super feminists, especially the ones that have access to resources and money and so forth, they never want to go join them and move there.
Yeah, that's I mean, and can you blame them? I
I'm
mean,
just it's
it
it's
is what it is.
questionable. I mean, if
Well,
you
because well,
believe that, oh
people are
man, you gotta be under this oppressive men power thing and so forth,
well.
and you
See, because
and you
you
have
can't,
Shangri-La right there, it seems like you would want to go.
and I would be okay with that if people could tell me that they're willing to give up all of their first world luxuries. You know,
But in order for them to do that, then you have to give up all of the stuff that comes with
yeah,
the evil patriarchy.
yeah, you would have to give up your first world luxuries and like basically, yeah, you would have to pretty much
Well,
build the
Yeah, it's not
infrastructure.
just
You would have
a
to
first
create,
world luxury
build,
because I
run
think
the
there are women
infrastructure.
across the globe that feel this way. So it's not just a first world situation.
I think that they would need to change their mindset, Auntie, because they need to get out of the viewpoint because the patriarchy is the one that made up the viewpoint of a first world, second world, so forth. Under the matriarchy, that may be Shangri-La.
To be honest, look, if it would actually work, which is all in theory, if I had enough documented sample size saying if women were in charge, that life would be better for everybody, I'll take it in a heartbeat because that means you would do all the damn working. You would do all the working. So you'd be like,
No,
when my AC is fixed, I can just call Miss Queen Sunkiss
no,
or Pure
no,
Butterfly or something, and then you
no,
will come and replace all of that
no,
stuff. You know what I'm saying? And
no,
also, like when my gutters need cleaning and shit like that, you'll come and do that. And also,
no,
yeah,
no,
I stay on the second floor. Now, if the house is on fire or something, some woman is going to come and carry me and the rest of my
no,
family. They're going to put us over their damn back, put on a mask,
no.
carry us the hell out. And
No, we've
bro,
already had that. We've already had that discussion. See, the discussion went as such, Auntie. Just because you have the muscle power and the brute force to be able to handle those situations, why can't you take direction from women at the top that would tell you to go out and fight the storm and to get the power back on and to
how
fight
about
the
this? Just
fire and
just
different
come
things?
pump the septic tank. You want to do that?
Yeah, it's like
Just
what's
come
the
with the
difference between
backhoe, replace the drain field, pump out the septic tank. You know what I'm saying? Clean the lateral line, replace the lateral lines, do
yeah.
all that.
Yeah. Go out on the at the oil derrick and on go dig the canals and go into the minefields. All of that. But what they're stating is well, you're gonna do the same thing underneath a man. So why
I mean,
can't you just take the same direction from a woman that's telling you to
I
do it?
would even go this far. Like, okay, so I've been in sales marketing for a long time. For the most part, women that work with me or in the industry, the ones that do, they do extremely well. I'm not even going to take that away from it. It's just very few of them because it can be so much rejection. It can be very, very stressful. You can't just punch a clock and get paid for showing up and then go home. You know, and boom, you just got a set salary. Like you can't close, you can't eat. So when people are telling you to go fuck yourself all day, or I'll think about it all fucking day, but yet you got this lifestyle that you want to live, like how you can deal with that when one month you bring in 10 grand and the next month you bring in $600, like it's going to be pretty rough. So I know that that's one of the things that a lot of women have had a tough time with, and that's just from my own perspective, just from my own perspective in my own industry. So, and I know there are a lot of other industries like that. I even watched the body camera footage and shit like that. Like, you know, These women be having to call for backup when shit get physical. I rarely see them lady cops be picking dudes up and slamming them to the ground. Like they be like, "Oh, you're under arrest. Stand right there," and then they grab a motherfucker's arm, and even to be another chick, you know what I'm saying? They grab a motherfucker, just swing away and swing her, and then some dudes got to come put that motherfucker on the ground. Like, what's up?
Well, maybe if women were in charge, they would raise the ability of such officers to be able to use lethal force at any given time.
I don't think that's the case. I think when they say women being in charge, they just mean women pointing their fingers and telling men what the fuck to do.
Uh-oh. And that
That's what
goes
they mean.
right back to what we were
And why is
talking
that
about
problematic?
earlier. It seems
Why is that a problem?
See what I'm saying?
Men pointing women,
Let's
when
talk
women
about what it really is. Like,
men point at women and tell women what to do. So what's the problem?
well, actually, men actually tell all of their subordinates what the fuck to do when there are subordinates. That includes men and women.
And Auntie, a question that I asked earlier was with what you just stated so far as, hey, they just want to point and then you do it and such and such. How far off is that from slavery?
It's really not. It's really not. So look,
basically, y'all enslave women. Is what you're saying?
no,
Yes.
not at all. Men, for the most part, in a patriarchal society, the weak are the ones that are either enslaved or considered subordinates. That includes men, women, or anybody else that depends on you for provisions. You know, that's kind of the way it is. So, now most of the people on top, are they men? Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you there, but it's not like men aren't under the hand of other men as well. It's not just men above women. And come on, those like we have never even seen a society, at least in the United States of America, where all men were just above all women, and that's what it is. Men are on equal playing field, and women are just beneath all of us. It's never existed in America. Let's keep it real.
And when you came in, what I was mentioning when I stated about the contributions, I was stuck on about so far as ideas, because I was like, run this. The idea about, since the 70s on up to today, you've had a lot in academia and in political positions of power and so forth. And what have been just the great and grand conceptions of how society should be run that has arisen from women?
Look, I mean, I over the course of documented history, I don't know of any. But I mean, as far as contributions are concerned, women have contributed a lot when it comes to inventions, when it comes to innovations, and it's pretty even as far as what's documented. And to be honest, I mean that's just what it is, though. Some people invent, some people innovate. It's gonna happen like that. I don't think that just innovations and inventions are specific to men. I don't think that women just overall just lack leadership skills. I just don't see why we just need to tear up the society that we have that's actually working. It's a real system for something that you guys know. Y'all know that, like, you're suggesting that there just is no system. Let's just flip it upside down, burn it, and embrace anarchy.
Right. But I mean, that was the I guess before you came along, that was the argument, particularly not from Sun, but some lady named something Butterfly. She was on this whole idea that pretty much the society that we're living in, being able to speak to each other via online technologies and so forth, is so backwards and regressive that it needs to be just, flipped on its head, and women should be in charge.
I mean, I'm okay with that. But to whom much is given, much is required. Like, believe it or not, look. I'm pretty sure we don't want the physical attributes of men and women to change. Like men aren't just, there's nothing you can do to start making men go through pregnancy and have babies. But how about this? Women are just in charge. You guys make all the decisions. You do all of the work. You do all of the work, and we'll sit home with the babies. And make sure the house stays clean and make sure the food gets cooked. Like basically, you go kill the food, we'll cook the food, and all of that other stuff. And you can do all of the work, make all of the decisions, and then when shit goes bad, it's also all your fault. I'm cool with that. I wouldn't mind flipping that right there, but just keep in mind you can't. To whom much is given, much is required. So you can't have all of the concessions and the benefits of wearing that cute little crown, queen, with none of the accountability from when shit goes bad.
So let me pose this to you, Auntie. Have you ever lived anywhere near a beach or a seaboard? Yeah. Okay.
I live near a beach now, yeah.
Okay, so we're in hurricane season.
Mm-hmm.
Everything gets swapped over to the women. They're in charge. How confident are you that the next storm that comes through, that your power is going to be back on after the storm blows through? Within a day or two or something like that.
If you just deconstructed the system that's already in place, like because the system that's already in place, we've already got that taken care of. Where I am, state of emergency will be declared. They're already going to bring in folks from other states, electric power workers and stuff like that.
Yeah, but those are women now.
Be out. I mean, if they're trained, it should be done. But
right.
let's say, for example, the power's not on. I actually went through a similar situation a few years ago, just in my apartment building. It's just myself and my son. All right, so we're going out. The last days before the hurricane pops off, we got to board everything up, everything. So we go out, just pick up the last things that we need. We already got all that, propane stoves, we got extra bags of ice, we got meat, got canned goods, got all that stuff. So, we make sure that we got everything we need. So I go pick up some charcoal, a little extra lighter fluid, and stuff like that, because you never know how long you might be without power.
Right.
Of course, we hope it's back on in a day or two, but just in case it's out for 2 weeks or so, we're good.
You're prepared.
And, well, we also had a couple single mothers in the complex, and they see me coming back up with the charcoal and stuff, and here they are. They got boxes of cold cereal in their bags coming from the store, and they're like, damn, at least I know where the grill is. I'm like, and is there anything that you need? Do you have meat? Do you have a deep freezer? Do you know how to keep stuff cold? All of that stuff. And everybody in my building, all of the women with no man around, they really had no clue how to do anything. Like they don't have any of the stuff that they need, nor know how to use it. And I'm not saying that's, I believe somebody like Miss Queen Sunkiss or Pure Butterfly Spirit, I wouldn't put that on them. I think that they are probably more than capable. Just after the conversations I've had with them, I think they're more than capable. But a majority of women that are used to pushing paper all day, sending emails for a living, they have no chance in that situation SKC just thought of.
So you mean to tell me that you think if the tables were flipped, and I'm just asking your opinion, do you think that the death toll would rise?
Over a hurricane?
No, I'm just natural disasters, because we just flipped the switch and it's August, whatever today is, 12th and so forth. And now women are in control of the Senate, the Supreme Court, the House, the presidency, all states, governments, the whole nine.
As far as the death toll raising, all right, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say not necessarily, mainly because you still have men that are trained to do these things. So if you put women in charge, they just be telling men what the hell to do, and they would also, be having trained men train them to do things. So now, if all of those men that are trained to, do things like install hurricane shutters, accordions, panels, Bahamas, otherwise, if they just decided to sit on their ass and say, "Hell no, I'm not doing it," yeah, most of these women would be sitting here with their windows busted the fuck out.
Yeah, no. It just gets to a point to where it's like, no, all the men are waiting from instructions from women, and that's it.
Yeah.
All previous, responsibilities and stuff, all of that is blipped.
Well,
They're
so
looking at the
are
women.
we
What do we
assuming
do?
that? Well, but they're still like, okay, if they just took over the current infrastructure that's in place, I don't think you're really going to see much difference if they took over the current infrastructure. But if they tore it all down, then we're screwed. That's what I'm saying. If they just took it over, it's not tough to run something that's already running.
So
You know what I'm saying?
we can completely we can use something much smaller. Much
It's
smaller.
like this. Like it's
Do
not
you think that women could run the NBA?
the NBA.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because the system's already in play. The NBA is run by a bunch of lawyers anyway. That's it. That's what David Stern was. That's what Adam Silver is. David Stern always said, "Hey, he handled the NBA as if it were his client." So that wouldn't be. I don't think it would be a problem, and that's only because all of the infrastructure, the collective bargaining agreement, the revenue sharing, all that stuff is in place already. So it's just like a transition of power when you're talking about the presidency, for example. Like the blueprint's already there. All you have to do is follow it.
Okay, so then what's wrong with the WNBA?
Okay, and I'll tell you, because I actually did some videos about this.
Okay.
The WNBA did not have that same blueprint as the NBA had. It pretty much tried to skip a lot of steps that the NBA took to get to where they are. And a lot of that is I would have to blame the NBA for that. That I would have to blame the NBA, because you got to keep in mind the NBA didn't start with nationally televised games. It didn't start with private jet travel. It didn't start with a lot of things that the WNBA started with and tried to just pretty much kick it off with. So it was pretty tough on the WNBA to begin with, and then they had a serious issue as far as marketing was concerned. Just a serious issue. Instead of marketing themselves as what they are, which is women's basketball, they tried to market themselves as competition for men's basketball. Oh, basketball is basketball. You can watch it and see it's not the same. It's clearly not the same. The athleticism, like the NBA has the best basketball players in the world. The WNBA has the best women's basketball players in the world. It's not the same. There's no rule or law saying that women cannot suit up in the NBA, but there are rules in place saying men cannot suit up in the WNBA. But there's a reason why there are no women in the NBA, and that's because they can't make a damn roster.
Okay, so then I'm kind of curious then, because there are a lot of women who work at the top of the WNBA, and especially in their marketing.
Mhm.
Why in the heck would they try to market themselves as competition to the NBA instead of
Big mistake. It was just a mistake, and businesses make them. And I think they're learning that. That's why you see kind of like a pivot. They're more so marketing their product as what it is, women's basketball. So first and foremost, you got to market them as women instead of pretty much just having females cosplaying as dudes and trying to sell people the same thing. It doesn't work like that. So you see it kind of pivoting now. You see it with the fashion shows before the game. You see the women on the red carpet and all of that other stuff. So it's pivoting now. It took time, took 30 years, but it took time, just like it took time with the NBA to realize that with Magic, Bird, Michael Jordan, boom, these are our cash cows, and then that's when the sponsors, all the other sponsors and stuff came into play. So, and it took more than 30 years for the NBA to do it. So the WNBA, it's not really in the worst shape, but it's it just looks bad because in our eyes, and we can't help this. We're humans, bro, and it's human nature. We compare it to the NBA, and we don't realize that the NBA wasn't where the WNBA is 30 years in.
Right. I mean, I understand your argument, but
Trust me, I'm looking at it objectively as a marketing guy, because that would
right.
have been my dream job to do to be a marketing rep for the WNBA. That would have been one of my dream jobs, because I don't think it's tough. I just think they really made a big mistake trying to market pretty much lesbianism in the face of women's basketball. That was their mistake, and I think they're realizing that was a problem. That was a problem. That's why the arenas are empty and all of that stuff. You got to let the personality sell the merchandise, because at the end of the day, just like in the NBA, they're over there, they're selling shit. Like, let's just keep it real. It's not just basketball that we watch. We watch all of that. It's a whole spectacle. So you got to let the sponsors and shit. Like Michael Jordan was the man, but let's give Nike and Gatorade and McDonald's and all of those other sponsors their props for turning those guys into larger than life superstars.
Right. I'm kind of curious though. Is like I would say, I guess I'm a little bit less forgiving because I understand that the NBA did not start off that way and so forth, and I'm not comparing the WNBA to it, but I am stating that okay, if we're going to make that comparison, the NBA did not have startup seed money from a much larger.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's another reason why it's like, damn, y'all been subsidized by the NBA, for the longest. And that was also a mistake that I think that the WNBA and the NBA made by subsidizing them, but not actually doing what they needed to do to pretty much put the WNBA on their back. They just gave them money and pretty much said that that's on you. Now, I've done some research, and it looks like that's a little bit more of the WNBA's issue, because they really didn't want men involved as much. They didn't want the
I was going to
NBA
ask you
involved
that.
in their decision making.
I
Yeah,
was going
and
to ask you that question next, actually, but now that you mentioned it, I'm curious. You stated that that would have been like your dream job, and I'm like, from the things that I've read about the WNBA, they seem to not take too kindly to men trying to tell them how they should run their
correct.
stuff.
Well, I mean, if I had the power to take care of it, I really wouldn't care. What the, like, we're here to make money. So you want your checks to be bigger, you want to keep working for $40,000-$50,000 a year.
Well, I mean, but and just like think about what you're saying. It's like come on. It's like the from just the marketing side, we can look at the data, and the data shows you how much of an impact Caitlin Clark has had upon that league so far as making money. They don't view her as a good cash cow.
Well, I mean, she is a cash cow. The numbers are already there. It puts her on a trajectory. But at the same time, it shouldn't necessarily, it shouldn't diminish what everybody else is, in the league. But at the same time, the NBA even did that. So take a page out of their playbook. They marketed the hell out of their stars.
Correct.
So all that I said this with the WNBA, that was a problem. All that equality means nothing. Like, it means nothing. That's going to cost you more. Everybody ain't equal. If people are coming to see this person, that person's games are going to be on TV a lot more. They're going to sell more merchandise. That is what it is. So you guys eat, but at the same time, you don't want to diminish the actual sport and the game itself. You still want to keep the integrity of the game. So I wouldn't put it all on Caitlin Clark. Yeah, she helped. Yeah, she helped a great deal, but again, she's not going to be there forever. She's not going to be able to suit up for every game. That is a very, very physical league. Those women have always been rough with each other because they don't play above the rim. They play below the rim. Most of them are pretty equal when it comes to, or pretty even keeled when it comes to athleticism. So it's just the physicality, and like that's always been a physical league. So I don't like the narrative that she's getting roughed up more than other people are. She's getting roughed. Everybody in that league has always been roughed up. Women's basketball has always been physical. Damn sure more physical than the NBA. Like it's always been physical, yo.
Well, I would say this, and just from business perspective, way back in the day when the Hack and Shack thing came out, when the NBA got rid of the hand check and how they opened up the floor more for to produce more offense and such and such, those were business decisions.
Correct.
So if you get to a point to where, for the first time in your league's history, you have a singular player who can sell as much jerseys as the NBA, you make business decisions.
Yeah, you do make business decisions. I would agree with you, but at the same time, you don't want to compromise the integrity of the game to the point where people believe this is rigged.
Hey, all I'll tell you is this.
You know what I'm saying?
All I'll say is this. The NBA, for a long time, when we were kids, we always used to hear conversations all the time about, man, you can't even touch Jordan.
And we saw him. I mean, I'm old enough to remember that I saw it. I watched Jordan.
That was a business decision.
I watched Michael Jordan trip over Dennis Rodman's foot and watched.
That was a business decision.
It happens. Yeah.
That created an entire era that your league was able to build upon in order to function the way that it is today. So to say this whole thing about the integrity of the game and such and such, it's like, dude,
no, Mike got roughed up too, though.
Huh?
Mike got roughed up too. He got roughed
up.
Yeah.
Yeah. But at a point, they had to say, okay, we got to make a business decision.
No, that's it. We're gonna send them to the free throw line. I get that. We're gonna send them to the free throw line, and that's it. If 15 or 20 of his 55 tonight are gonna come from the free throw line, then that's what it's gonna be. So I'm cool
and that's all I'm saying, man. It's like
it wasn't that you couldn't touch him. It was so just far, like, yeah, they were a little bit more harsh when it came to calling a foul. Yeah, that's what it was.
And all I'm saying is that so far, it's like, if I'm in the seat of business and I see that this person has come from college and they were able to fill up a football stadium from college, and now when in our league we have to actually change venues in order to capitalize on more ticket sales, and this person's jersey is selling like an NBA player.
But hey,
we got to make business decisions.
I don't mind having, even though I don't necessarily agree. I'm not just gonna like pretty much walk this person to the finals and make it so that they hoist up a trophy. I wouldn't do that. But we're talking about solutions, so I'm not gonna totally disagree. I mean, I'll disagree with you from a strategic standpoint, but it's cool. You know what I'm saying? It's still an option. It is an option. I would just say, like, first and foremost, just understand what you got. If we're talking about the WNBA, just understand you're selling women's basketball. So first and foremost, women. If I were the commissioner, I'm like, look, no woman is to come into these arenas. I don't care what you do in your spare time, but there is no wearing men's clothes. There is no wearing men's clothes.
Absolutely.
That just is what it is. You will look and dress like women. And when I say that, if you guys abuse that, just like David, I'm taking a page out of David Stern's playbook now. You abuse it, I'll make you all wear dresses. Don't make me do that.
Correct.
Don't make me do that. But you guys will dress like women on your way into the game, you know what I'm saying, and out of the game in the post-game press conferences. That's one thing, you know what I'm saying? Who you date, what you do in your spare time, That's your business, you know. But none of our marketing is going to promote that
Correct.
at all.
That
You
should
know,
not be league business at all. I
exactly.
don't
Because
want to see a bunch of photo shoots on the sideline
that's
with this
I
and
don't
it's
want to
like
see you
nah.
guys kissing. No, there is no kissing each other in the mouth and stuff on the sidelines and stuff like that. Like, nah, no, none of that. I don't care what you do off of league time. That's your business. And if the cameras catch you, the cameras catch you. But at league functions, none of that stuff is going to spill into the game. You know what I'm saying? Or into what we're marketing. Because at the end of the day, that was one of the things that the NBA did. You know, and the NFL does it. You know, Major League Baseball does it. You know, the men are who every woman wants to be with and who every man wants to be. People want to be like Mike. Who like very few girls want to be like Caitlin Clark. Well, I guess
Correct.
more of them now, but very
Yeah.
few want to be like Asia Wilson or
Correct.
Brianna Stewart or something like that. So like at some point, if we're gonna market you guys as larger than life figures, this is what it has to be. You have to be on top of your game. And when you're talking about the sponsors that the NBA has, from the sneakers to the clothing apparel to the liquor to the cars to the sports drinks, all of that different stuff, the amount of stuff that women can sell is
Oh man.
exponentially higher
Correct.
than what men can sell. I'd be selling
Correct.
it all. You talking about makeup, wigs, weave, you know what I'm saying, halter tops, jeans, formal wear, you name it, swimsuit,
And they
everything.
could
Like you could sell it all.
they could really clean up. But if they would take on more of the idea of the persona of women,
you could sell it all. But I mean, if you got a bunch of chicks with tatted up sleeves and black gums and baritone voices, it's pretty tough to sell that stuff to the girl.
Correct.
You know, like at the end of the day, the WNBA have an issue attracting the casual fan.
Correct.
They just have a serious issue attracting the casual fan.
Correct.
And how are you supposed to? Because let's keep it real, it's a casual fan that keeps the NBA going.
Correct.
Like
I think
I've gone
some
on
of the
dates with women to NBA games. I've never had a woman turn down a trip or a date with me to an NBA game, playoffs or otherwise. But
I think
I've never had a woman tell me that she wants to go with me to a WNBA game.
Well, I think
women don't watch it. It's not because men don't support it. It's because women won't support it.
Right.
The casual fan won't support it.
Right. But I think it's the same issue. Well, I would say it's a similar issue to what goes on in Hollywood with, movies with the girl boss thing and all of that type of stuff. Women are the ones that don't support that.
I mean that's what it is. And like I said, the casual fan doesn't really support it because it's not very exciting.
Correct.
It's not very exciting. And they've been marketing it as pretty much just a cheap imitation of the NBA. That's
right.
A mistake. Marketed is just what it is. It's not the same. Don't because a few years ago they had that slogan, basketball is basketball. Like you're really trying. No, people can watch this and see it's not the same. Even I used to play basketball. We know that playing against guys or playing with guys that are playing above the rim ain't the same as playing against a bunch of dudes that can't jump over a sheet of paper.
Right, but
not the same damn game.
But then you had the same, I would say, company in the WNBA that was allowing players to go on national TV and have that conversation talking about, that they can do this and do that against the men and all this other stuff. And it's like, we already know that that's a lie.
I mean, if they could, they would. Like I said, trust me. There is no NBA team that wouldn't love to sign a woman. There's not one team. They would love to because they would be able to sell tickets. The thing is, it's not going to give them more of a chance to win.
Correct.
So that's why they won't. And there are no rules prohibiting women from suiting up for an NBA team. It's not the MNBA. It's the NBA. Women can try out. Okay, they can try out, and if they can make a roster, they can get paid.
Yeah.
Trust me, they'll do it, but can't make the damn roster.
Correct. So we obviously know that it's two different skill levels of games and so forth. And I'm like you in the thought that if you wanted to do the marketing, you would need to change the marketing completely and totally different. I think that it should be
I
more
think they're doing it though.
aligned
They're
with.
pivoting. I
I
got to
think
give them their props with that. They're trying. They're pivoting, and this thing with the Ennis Cantor stuff, and what was his name, Royce White,
yeah.
that's kind of putting stuff on blast in the forefront. So I think this is going to take a lot of the alphabet stuff away from that league.
I don't think that
as
they're
far as
going.
their marketing goes.
I don't think that they're going to segue away from it because I think that they're too arrogant.
Well, now you got. Hey, remember they keep on adding all of those letters, so you don't just have L, G's, and
Correct.
B's.
Correct.
And Q's, you got T's too. So if an ex NBA player who's 7 feet tall and extremely crafty around the damn rim, like Ennis Cantor, the guy, let's keep it real. Ennis Cantor would score 75 points a night.
Yeah,
in the damn WNBA. Like, bro,
but
I'm a Knicks fan. He used to play for the damn Knicks. The son of a bitch is real crafty around the rim. Like, ain't no woman on earth that can guard him.
Right, but the whole idea is that when the reason why I state that I think that they're too arrogant to be able to segue from all of the alphabet letters and all of that other stuff is because look at their answer to Royce White and Cantor. In their thing, they stated, "Oh man, we're not going to be used as a political football or puppet or something." Blah blah blah. It's like, dude, what have you been doing all of this time? You got BLM on the court. You got LGBTQ night and such and such. You got all sorts of stuff. People that don't stand for the anthem and all this other stuff. You already are political. What are you talking about?
But none of that stuff works. Politics and sports has never worked in any league.
Right. So, but for them to try to play this game as though they have not been political, that shows you that they're looking at that stuff that's not political.
Because
when everybody knows that it is.
But a sports game is where people tune into a sports game to put all that political stuff away.
Yeah,
and
they want to check out.
What the hell is there? So even if just for those 2 hours, so whether it was baseball, because you saw that when they tried to do the Pride Week a couple of months ago. You remember the Colin Kaepernick taking the knee, all of that stuff, and even when the NBA tried all of that stuff, ratings went down. People do not want to see politics in sports.
Correct.
Overall, it will get rid of the diehard fan, and it will turn off even the casual fan.
So then why do you
bring in some more people? But those are people that, for the most part, don't really care much about the sport anyway. They're probably just looking for the next hot political topic.
Right. So then it gets really weird when the WNBA plays this game of putting out that statement when they have coaches that are wearing political statement shirts.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it didn't work. That's one of the reasons why I know you want to go off on them. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta I see the WNBA is just like any other business. They tried some stuff, it didn't work, and now they're pivoting. It happens. Well, it happens. It happens in most businesses.
We'll see, man.
I think their numbers have gone up. They're on an upward trajectory. Even though they're still not where the men are, and they probably never will be. But they're on an upward trajectory, and that's not just because of Caitlin Clark. It's also because you see the women at the Met Gala. You see them, modeling the swimsuits. You see that they got more sponsors. You see them on more commercials.
I'll put it this way.
Selling more stuff.
I'll put it this way, Auntie. Last year, the All-Star game, numbers were not where they even thought that they would be. Caitlin Clark didn't play.
Yeah, because she didn't play. Yeah,
Caitlin Clark plays this year. It is beyond what they even thought it was going to be.
I mean, look,
that's your cash cow, man.
It might be your cash cow, but at the same time, they're still gonna remember this is an issue that the NBA had at one point. What are we gonna do when Michael Jordan retires? Okay, They had to go through the same damn thing too, and there's a possibility they might have to deal with it in a couple of years when LeBron retires. What are you gonna do? You got to manufacture some new stars. Like that's what it is. Like it's
Right,
business.
but here's the problem that I see for the WNBA is this. People want to, I guess, play the game as if I would say the Clark effect is not that significant when the numbers prove otherwise. When you have to add venues, which has never been done in the NBA ever, when you have, it's like, what? Why are we even toying with this when it's like you have a winning lottery ticket in your hand and you're refusing to cash in on it?
Yeah, but this is professional sports. So she's gonna have to work on her body, her strength, her conditioning. She's gonna have to do everything that she can to stay healthy. They're gonna have to put a team of enforcers around her that don't allow people to just beat her up, the whole time. Like i.e. a Steph Curry, he's got Draymond Green. Like you're not gonna just beat up on Steph without having to fight Draymond. That's just the way it goes. You know what I'm saying? Like just like with Jordan in the '80s, you weren't gonna beat up on Michael without having to deal with Charles Oakley. That's what it is. So at some point she's still gonna have to earn it. She's gonna have to go through her character arc as all professional athletes do. At some point. So
No.
and it's not what was she only in her third season or something like that, so she'll be all right. I don't think that's a problem, and they got her in the league. That's plenty, but under no circumstances do you compromise the integrity of your sport. But in the meantime, you build up the rivalry because it's not just her. It's not just her. You build up the rivalries. You're going to, like, Batman is cool, but it's the rogues gallery that brings everybody. You know what I'm saying? So you got to build up the rivalry. So if she's the only person that you market, you really have no chance. So build up some rivalries.
I'll give you that. But let's say if me and you we sitting down and just like right now
and I'm looking at it from a marketing perspective. I can care less about.
And let's say we're looking at it from just a complete marketing perspective and such and such, and we're thinking about dollars at the end of the day. Why in the heck, if we're sitting down and we're in the green room, and I'm like, hey, we need to do some sort of rivalry with Caitlin Clark and blah blah blah. Why are you gonna throw Angel Reese out there? The skill set just is not there.
Well, it came from. It's not that the skill set. They play different positions.
Just even in the positions, there's the skill set's not there.
I'm going to tell you the problem is with the casual fan. When it comes to that, they're just going to look at both of those players' numbers and they're going to be like, oh, well, she doesn't compare to Caitlin Clark, when actually she does, because Caitlin Clark will never average double-digit rebounds. Okay, ever. But the same way Angel Reese is never going to average 25 plus points a game. It's not going to happen. So
we're talking about a person. Yeah. We're talking about a person that has difficulty making a layup.
Now that's, I know what you're doing.
I'm being honest.
No. Don't you looking at the low light? I've seen those same videos that you've seen on the internet where they just show the low lights. I can do the same thing with LeBron James. Like, you could do the same thing. It's just a bunch of low light videos. That woman does not have difficulty making a damn layup. The woman, Angel Reese, if I'm not mistaken, what she shoot probably about 55-60% from the damn field. Something like that. She's got a solid field goal percentage, and she is
let me look that up. She is
an extremely skilled rebounder at her position, like extremely skilled. So that's why she has no problem making all-star teams. That's why, I mean, she's a great player, but is she as good as Caitlin Clark? Of course she's not as good as Caitlin Clark. Is she just as important? I do believe so. Because, and I'm gonna tell you why. Just as a connoisseur of basketball, I see teams win championships without a Caitlin Clark player every single year in men's and women's basketball. But I never see a team win a championship without a player like Angel Reese. Just a tenacious rebounder. they can hit that outlet. So I'm not don't get me wrong. Caitlin Clark is a phenomenal generational talent. I won't even take that away from her, and her skill set is definitely unique. But I'm not going to diminish somebody that's averaging 14 rebounds a game. You know what I'm saying? And multiple double doubles, with rebounds, and still shooting 60, 65%, 70% from the damn field. Like Angel Reese is a very, very solid player. So when people say she has difficulty making a layup, that's bullshit. That's some low light package that you saw some YouTuber put together.
She's shooting at about 43.
Okay.
For the majority of the shots being point blank.
Okay. And what is her WNBA rank when it comes to field goal percentage?
I don't know.
Check it out. Or matter of fact, don't even check the WNBA rank. Check the WNBA rank amongst power forwards.
Okay, that's fair.
And I would agree with you. At 43%, that field goal percentage does need to go up. Definitely does need to go up. But she isn't a center. A center should be shooting above 60. But a power forward who does have to step away from the rim can knock down the occasional 10, 12, 14, 15 footer. And especially in this day and age, when it comes to basketball, you're going to probably have to stretch out to about the 3-point line too from time to time.
All right. So what I found was from Basketball Reference, it says Angel Reese ranks outside the top 30 in field goal percentage amongst WNBA forwards.
Power forwards?
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair. No, I would agree there. She does need to get that field goal percentage up. But
it says the baseline median for starting WNBA front court players finishing at the rim is 72%,
which is standard. that's standard. So yeah.
But she's about 30%, 30 percentage points lower.
Correct.
So when I'm stating that she has difficulty making a layup, I'm not exaggerating, man.
When you say difficulty, I mean, she does need to work on that. Like all of them damn Met Gala and photo shoots and stuff, you need to be in the gym working on your post moves. I would agree there. But at the same time, now look at her rebounding numbers where she ranks amongst WNBA front court players. Rebounding numbers and double doubles.
Yeah, I give you that.
Yeah. But I'm not going to compare her to Caitlin Clark. Like I said, number one, they play different positions. That would be like comparing Giannis to Steph.
Yeah,
not even Giannis to Steph. It would be like comparing Bam to Steph.
Yeah, I give you that.
Yeah. Or and it's just like they play different positions and one of the players, I can't take anything away from Caitlin Clark. She's special. She's a special player, bro. She's a special talent, generational talent. So I couldn't take that away from her.
But I'll just say it like this. It's kind of like this. If you want to make the comparison and so forth, it's like, and we're talking about just media, and we're trying to make money, and I'm trying to sit down and playing with you and so forth. I'm not going to go into the green room with you and say, yeah, we need to make this thing about Jordan and Dennis Rodman.
Yeah.
Nah, bro. I like Dennis Rodman. He can rebound his behind off. He can play great defense. But that's not how we're going to make money.
No, I would agree. And you remember, like that's kind of more of a side thing. Rodman versus Karl Malone.
Correct.
How he's going to guard Shaq or whatever. But then it's kind of Jordan's versus everybody. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's more so what it is. So I think you'll probably see more rivalries. You'll see Caitlin Clark versus Paige. In the next year, you'll see Caitlin Clark versus Juju. You'll see things like that. You'll see more of that. Players that actually guard each other. And play the same position when you can actually compare those numbers with each other. Because when you really break it down, okay, you don't want to compare Caitlin Clark to Angel Reese, which I don't think is fair. But will we compare Caitlin Clark to Asia Wilson?
Yeah, no, you're right there.
Would we compare Caitlin Clark to
to
Brianna
me,
Stewart? Would we
but to
compare Caitlin Clark to Nafisa Collier?
but to me, that I what I'm saying to you is
And I think I just named the 3 best players in the WNBA, bro.
right. But to me, what I'm saying to you is this: even if you brought that into the green room, we can make way more money with that than Angel Reese.
But they all play different positions, though.
It doesn't matter because we're talking about
Stewie and Asia
namesakes at
Wilson
this
play the
point.
same position, and I think that's a real rivalry. But it's tough to market it.
Think about it from this perspective. When back in the day when the Bulls had to play the Jazz in the finals and so forth, nobody was saying Jordan versus whoever their shooting forward was. They were saying Jordan versus Malone and Stockton.
It was Jordan and Pippen versus Stockton and Malone.
There it was. And
Jordan,
those people
Pippen,
are not
Rodman,
playing. They're not even playing the same
Jordan,
positions
Pippen,
at all.
Rodman, Stockton, Hornacek, Malone. That's how it went. So you pretty much had your guard / wings positions versus your front court. So that's what it was. But yeah, that was the era of dynamic duos. You know that. It was the era of dynamic duos. No one of those guys, because it would have been nice. Now, remember, the 92 finals was Jordan versus Drexler.
Yeah.
Right? The 92 finals was Jordan. I'm sorry, 91 finals was Jordan versus Magic. 93 finals was Jordan versus Barkley. You know, like that's the way it was marketed. And after that, you know, it really wasn't the case because you were, you know, Jordan wasn't that type of player. Like, ain't no one rival. You need a team to beat this guy. You need a team. You know. So, I think, and as far as these rivalries are concerned, we're actually talking about marketing women's basketball. You know, and where they've messed up. You got to allow that stuff to emerge. It'll happen. You can't manufacture it. I mean, you can kind of go with it once it shows itself, but you have to allow it to show itself first. I think that's what's important, because if you try to manufacture it, here's what's gonna happen is what's actually happening. Now the chick can't stay healthy. She can't stay healthy. She's off the court. You know, Angel's getting traded. You know, Paige and who's the other chick? Her girlfriend and shit. That's what's her name? Fudd, whatever. They over in Dallas. They ain't getting on TV and shit. You know what I'm saying? Flage's over in Seattle. Like it's tough. But I think that might be more of a rivalry if you give it some time to come. It'll be like a Flage versus Caitlin Clark when she comes into her own. But you got to give that stuff time, and I think it's gonna come.
Yeah. Well, like I said, Ben, we'll see. I think that the WNBA, I think that they have potential, but I just don't think that they have the mindset to get out of their own way and to abandon a lot of the alphabet stuff. And I think that
I would agree with you there, but here's what I would say, SKC, that it has to age out. It just has to age out. You have to let it die. You know, because remember, these girls are coming in now with NIL deals, and they're able to bring their sponsorship with them, and they're already coming in with sponsors that ain't having that shit. You understand what I'm saying? So you got to let the old heads from the old school retire and be out. You know, because these chicks that are coming in now are about that bag, bro.
Well, what I was saying is that I don't know if you heard me before, but I was saying that I think some of the problem is that even some of the new school players are still ideologically linked to a lot of that alphabet stuff. And
I
I
would
don't think
agree.
that they're willing to give it up. You take, for instance, like Paige. I mean,
You're right.
it's like
Now, Paige and
she
Foot,
has
they
talent,
drafted her girlfriend #1 and let that girl that was way better end up going #2 to Minnesota. That girl way better. You
right?
know,
And
with the
and that's what I'm
goggles, like
saying.
she ain't even just better, like she way better, dude.
Yeah,
And they wasted a #1. I'm not gonna say they wasted, but they damn sure misused the #1 pick on Paige's girlfriend. I'm like, are you fucking serious, bro?
yeah,
So
but
I can't disagree with you.
yeah, see, but that's what I'm saying is just
But
that.
notice, like what I'm telling you right here, the casual fan don't know that. Like the casual fan don't know that stuff because they don't follow it like that. And I'm just a basketball head like that, so
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like
I mean,
basketball, so I check that. I check all that stuff out. I actually like the sport because it's a physical sport, and them chicks fight hard, bro. Like the NBA can be annoying to watch during the regular season because you can't touch nobody and everybody just shoot threes all damn night. But these chicks be fighting, man. You know?
well, I mean, okay. From my perspective, I like the physicality of it and everything doesn't really impress me that much. I like seeing those who have kind of worked on their skill set and are like just nice players. Like, say for instance, like the Mystics have what Sonia Cintron. She's nice. It's like she has skill like that. Some chick that can just run into people and hit people, that to me that ain't
No, I'm
entertainment,
not. I'm
man.
not. I'm not talking about that. But I mean, like I say, it's a physical league, and scoring is not as easy as people try to make it seem in that league because, like I say, nobody's jumping over anybody. Nobody's jumping over anybody. Rarely are people just blowing by people or anything like that. So women's basketball has always been and will always be physical. I mean
Well,
that just is what it is. But I would say this much as far as the marketing aspect, right? They're making some serious mistakes. Like I noticed even with the sideline reporting, when I see the halftime breakdowns of games, the pregame shows and stuff like that, they make sure they have a panel full of nothing but women. They fuck that up. That's something you don't even see in the NBA. They usually have a woman as a moderator, unless it's like inside the NBA with
so do you
Charles
think that?
Barkley and Kenny
So
Smith, but
do
they've
you?
always got some Malika Andrews. They've always got Taylor Rooks. They've always got who's the other chick on NBC. I forget this up there with Carmelo and Vince and T Mac. They've always got some women kind of leading the charge. But with the WNBA, they make sure that men are gone. No, I think what they need to do, and this is just my suggestion when it comes to marketing, get a Draymond Green, you know what I'm saying, to help with some of that, some of that sideline reporting. Get some NBA players, you know what I'm saying, some recognizable faces. I just use Draymond as an example, but get some of those recognizable, NBA faces to help market that and do some sideline reporting and stuff like that because people will tune in when they see a familiar face at the game and breaking down the game. Just like if you notice with March Madness,
Yeah,
they have
yeah.
with March
See,
Madness, they had the TNT crew, like Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith. They had them breaking down a lot of that stuff, not just a whole different staff, but they had them doing a lot of the analysis of games. I think they need to have some more recognizable faces instead of just trying to say, no, we keep the men out of it. I'm like, I think that's what's killing you. I think the WNBA and the NBA should be a joint venture, if anything.
but that's what I mean. It's like it's one of the biggest issues with the WNBA is a lot of, again, all of the LGBTQ stuff, and then you pretty much, even from the side of reporting, you have like almost like a men hating league type of
Correct.
thing.
I would agree. I would agree. Like, don't get me wrong. There are certain. It's just like even as men, when we watch the games and stuff, I don't think we don't mind listening to Candace Parker do sideline commentary. We don't mind listening to Doris Burke do sideline commentary, right? We do mind Malika Andrews doing analysis of a damn game because we know she'll know
Yeah,
what the fuck she's talking about.
well,
You know what I'm saying? Like, we know that. We have no problem with Doris Burke and Candace Parker because we
I got a
know that
question.
those women have forgotten more basketball than we're gonna know. You know?
Yeah.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Why does the pride community negatively affect the league?
Because they want to place their sexuality within the sport.
Correct.
They want to frontline their sexuality as integral to the sport.
Yeah, and it's not just that it affects that league; it affects every league in a negative way. That's why you don't see it in those other leagues. You just don't see it because it's not good for business. Politics in general, it's just not when it comes to sports. Like there are polls that have proven that already. Trust me, there are some alternate lifestyle having alphabet community NBA players, just like there are some in the NFL. The NFL tried it, it did not work. The NBA, they're not going to bother. They tried it a little bit. It did not work. It's not going to work. You know? But
I didn't know that was happening. But thanks for answering my
look,
question.
trust me.
That's weird. Why are you talking about your sexuality and you supposed to be bouncing about? That don't make no sense.
Exactly. But that's what, just like SKC is doing. They marketed themselves like they used the lesbianism as pretty much a selling point and then got pissed off because it didn't sell. It's like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Nobody cares. Like, you can do whatever you do in your spare time, but we really want to see the best athletes in the world. So that's where the WNBA is at a disadvantage anyway. But I would compare it to like women's tennis, for example. We know women's tennis players are not on the same level as male tennis players. They're not. But for some reason, women's tennis, the ratings smoke male tennis. Like they smoke them.
That's why you get a better game watching females play.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that. But the men, they serve harder, they're faster, they're just better players. Most of those women wouldn't even rank. But that's just my point. It's marketed a lot better. You know, you don't have the political aspect, and you know those women still compete. You know, they compete, and you know for the most part, most of them look pretty damn good in them damn tennis skirts. Let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying? And people don't mind watching that. You know. So most women's tennis players, they can still be marketed just like any other professional athlete as the woman or the man that every woman or man wants to be, and or the woman or man that every woman or man wants to be with. Like you can still market that as that. Like that's what I'm saying. This is about marketing. This is about selling shit. It's not about what's right and what's wrong. That shit don't fucking put dough in the account. Like for real, that doesn't give you the licensing deals. That doesn't bring in the sponsors. That doesn't get them damn big ass banners and sell that commercial space. All that what's right and what's wrong stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's you trying to sell shit. Like that's how these athletes are supposed to be able to make these millions of dollars. You know? Not because they're all righteous and they do what's right. Nah, that's how politicians make millions of dollars. Not how athletes do. So
Oh, is SKC go?
yeah, he dropped down.
Looks like
But
he's
no, I was
gone.
just gonna say like, but just like what he was saying, I don't. And I know people be like, damn, Ant, you on the fence. I'm like, I just understand it from a business aspect. Sometimes you got to do some shit wrong to realize what the hell is right. You know? And sometimes you do a few things right and then you realize something else was wrong. Even the NBA, for example, you know, like Jordan used to get fined for wearing damn Nikes, you know, because you had to wear Converse and they had to be black or they had to be white. You couldn't really wear, those other brands on the basketball court. You know, you couldn't do it. And then hey, he took the damn fine and now you can wear any damn brand that'll sponsor you. That was it. So sometimes you gotta kind of go through the shit to find the sugar. And I think the WNBA has gone through the shit. You know what I'm saying? They found a little sugar, an old girl, and they'll be all right. They'll be all right, you know. And I think they'll get to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, probably faster than it took the NBA to do it. Now it is a shame that, just like I was saying with SKC, it is a shame that they've been subsidized by the damn NBA for 30 fucking years, and they're just now getting there. But at the end of the day, people want to give that all of the props to old girl Caitlin Clark. Give the props to who the fuck deserves them, which is her NIL sponsors in college. At the end of the day, those NIL sponsors are what made her a household name before she even left Iowa. Make no mistake about it.
I mean, I do think I don't know. I don't watch the sport like that, but I think that her and Angel Reese had a pretty good rivalry before they even
Well,
got into the league. So I
believe it or
think that
not, it
helped.
really wasn't. It wasn't a rivalry. Because again, they played separate positions. What worked with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark was the fact that I think they played each other twice in the tournament. 2 years in a row. And then when Angel Reese did that one hand motion, the "you can't see me" hand motion, what I'm saying, to kind of mock Caitlin Clark, everybody took that, you know, into the stratosphere. But if anything, the rivalry would have been with Caitlin Clark and Flau'jae, because they played the same damn position. They actually played the same position. Their numbers were comparable to each other, you know. But for the casual fan, I would agree. I would agree. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
I don't look. I don't know nothing. I don't even know much about the NBA itself. I don't be watching like that.
yeah, I mean,
Like
your
what's up?
casual and your casual fan isn't supposed to know about those things. It's just NIL deals have changed things because these college players are able to come in to the league as stars already, with their sponsorship. Before the NIL deals, you weren't allowed to take money and get all that damn sponsorship unless you were already going to a huge Division 1 program that was always on TV all of the time. You didn't necessarily get all of that exposure. Now the stars are manufactured before they come into the league. You had to make your name in the league to obtain those sponsorship deals and all of that other stuff. Now they already have them. So you gotta, if anything, and take nothing away from Caitlin Clark, great player, generational talent, and she damn sure broke them damn records in college. But at the same time, there have been plenty of record breaking motherfuckers in college, women included, over the years. Why didn't they get as much hype as Caitlin Clark? I'm gonna tell you, no NIL deals. That's why. Because as good as Caitlin Clark is, she ain't no damn Cheryl Miller. She ain't even no damn Asia Wilson. Let's keep it real. Okay? She ain't no Brianna Stewart. Like she's not. Damn sure wasn't no Cheryl Swoops or none of that. Why didn't they have all that hype coming out of college? Because they didn't have multi-billion-dollar conglomerates backing them coming out of college, or while they were still in college, because they weren't allowed to have that. You know? So
Hey,
I
I
think
can just take your word for it.
no, well, I mean, it just was what it was. The NIL deal is only a few years old. You know, the name, image, likeness deal that college players are now, and granted, they deserve, the money and stuff like that. But that's why I would say to SKC, let the engine do what it does. We had that conversation about capitalism and some other things. This is capitalism at its finest. Just let the conglomerate, let the engine do what it does, and that league will be fine. That league will be fine, because now they have to protect their investment, like they have to, and they're gonna make sure that investment, not only is it protected, but there's a return on it. Trust that, because even if the NBA was cool with getting that tax write off, subsidizing them chicks for all them damn years, because that's all that shit was a tax write off for them. So I didn't give a fuck. Hey, these billion-dollar conglomerates like State Farm and CarMax and shit, they ain't cool with that. Okay? They ain't cool with that. I'm just saying, they ain't cool with losing money. And they ain't cool with breaking even neither. So they're gonna do whatever the hell they got to do. I tell people, yo, and SKC, if you can come back up, bro, because I'm not gonna be up here much longer. But at the same
Okay, you
time,
do that. I'll be right back.
all right. At the same time, look, they always say it's the name on the front of the jersey that matters, not the name on the back. Well, when it comes to the NBA, motherfucker, the NBA logo is now on the back of the jersey. What's on the front of the jersey? On the left side, I believe it's some kind of team sponsor or some shit. You know, the Cavaliers got Goodyear or whatever the fuck, you know, and the Lakers got Wish or some shit, and the Celtics got General Electric on one side, and then you got a Nike check on the other side. That's who run the damn NBA. Nike and the sponsors. That's what's on the front of the jersey. The integrity of the game comes, that's on the back end. You know what I'm saying? That's on the back side. I'm not giving a fuck about that shit. You know what I'm saying? So let the conglomerates do what they do, you know, and they will market those chicks, you know. But I do think it's a mistake when everybody's like, she's your cash cow. I'm just like, yes and no. You know, yes and no. Because her by herself, it's not gonna work. She's gonna need a rival. She's gonna need some rogues. She's gonna need a gauntlet to go through. You know, and she's gonna have to earn it. There's gonna have to be a bunch of tragedy before there's triumph. She's gonna have to have a character arc, just like any other story. So you can't just kiss her ass and walk her to the trophy every damn year. That's not a sustainable business model. It's just not. You know. You know. And all of the greats always needed some kind of, you know, some kind of mountain or hurdle or whatever. And I know it's so long ago, even if you want to mention somebody like a Tom Brady, for example, you know, it seems like, yo, that's all this dude did was win. Yeah, but he still had, he did have to beat the greatest show on turf to get there as a backup quarterback and take Drew Bledsoe's spot. You know, so it's nice to look at the finished product 20 years later, but this dude actually was an underdog at one point, a heavy underdog, and an unknown and a nobody. So, you know, that's the arc, you know. You know, it's very few, you know, Derek Jeters and Magic Johnsons and stuff like that, you know, generational talents that just happen to get drafted by super franchises and immediately they win championships. They just come right in and boom. They're golden boys, golden girls immediately. That's rare. You know, it's just rare. You know, you see that once every 25, 30 years. That's not the way it works most of the time. There's usually got to be some arc. It was even like that for LeBron James. You know, like he had to go through a decent stretch of losing before there was some winning. You know, it was like that for Jordan. You know, but you know, Caitlin Clark gonna keep selling shit. But I do think that when it comes to that, I would have to agree with what SKC was saying. There is a kind of, you know, them getting in their own way, you know, as far as that goes, by totally trying to keep, you know, men out of things like sideline reporting, you know, in-game analysis, commentary, you know, things like that. Just not having familiar faces to the casual fan around the games. I think they need to have more familiar faces, you know, at the games. One of the ideas that I would have had, you know, for it was, yo, you know, like literally make it your little sister, you know, make it your little brother or sister, where, hey, force people to watch them damn games. Let some of them damn teams have games like go like go with their NBA counterparts. Start the season a little earlier, whatever, and you know, if you buy a ticket to, let's say, the Golden State Warriors versus the Lakers or whatever, you know, have the Sparks and have the damn Valkyries, you know, play in the game before that. You know, you come to the game early, you got a free look, you know, at these chicks. Have them play a game before that, you know, a couple hours before. Boom. You know, like start forcing people to watch their damn games. Like everybody's gonna want to get tickets to see the damn Lakers versus the Warriors. So that's it. When you come into the fucking arena, the Sparks are already playing the damn Valkyries. Right there. And it'll start to turn some of those women into familiar faces. And King picks. Most people agree with that. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I said the first things first. If I were their marketing rep, I would say the same shit. Look, this is women's basketball. We're gonna market it as just that. We're gonna market it as just that. First and foremost. Just like, what was that movie? A League of Their Own? When they were making them women play baseball in skirts and shit. Now I wouldn't have gone that far, but I'm like, hey, y'all are gonna be ladies. Y'all are not gonna be fucking chewing and spitting tobacco and shit. And scratching your crotch and shit like damn men's baseball. Nah, y'all are going to be women. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. This is women's basketball. So that's what we gonna sell it as. And I don't give a shit what the hell you doing. Under no circumstances can I have you harm the integrity of the damn league. We're making money here. We ain't making statements. Well, as far as Skylar Diggins is concerned, her career is over. It's done. Like I think Skylar Diggins was drafted like 10 plus damn years ago. That's a wrap. She's done. She was, and she had her time. She did her swimsuit and the swimsuit edition and the modeling and all of that other stuff. But that's another problem. Those chicks have had issues with that. So I would agree with SKC to that degree, is that, hey, you have to understand when you got a cash cow, and you can't have a problem with the cash cow making all this goddamn money. But everybody was, as soon as they see this woman come in here making all this money off the damn court, everybody's like, well, me too, me too, me too. That's not fair. And life is not fucking fair. It just is what it is. Life is not fair. So look at the NBA's model. The all-stars don't make as much as the superstars. And the role players don't make as much as the all-stars. The bench riders don't make as much as the starters. Like that. That's just the way it fucking works. But be glad that the superstars and the all-stars and the starters make all that they do, because they make all that they do, you can be the 12th guy on the fucking bench still getting $1.5 million a year, $2 million a year. Which ain't bad to just have to show up to practice. But I think a lot of people look at the person on top and whoever's making the most, and they just see it from a standpoint of jealousy. And it's like, nah, it doesn't work like that. Yeah. Back in the day, Michael Jordan wasn't even the highest paid player in the league until he started signing 1-year deals, which was the last 2 years in his of his tenure with the Bulls. But he pretty much had to negotiate that shit. That was what it was. But that's when you got some leverage, when you come in there and you negotiate your next collective bargaining agreement. You look at all of the revenue generated, and then you can negotiate some kind of revenue sharing split. That's the business aspect of it. So when them chicks was talking about some pay us what you owe us and shit, no, they really don't owe you shit, because your league loses money. Like, your league loses money. There is no revenue sharing because you lose money. Now, granted, you still got to get paid. I mean, payroll is still an expense, but I'm surprised they got the concessions that they did get, with their collective bargaining. But I don't know what that was all about. I guess maybe they didn't want to, piss them folks off. But any other business, let's just keep it real. Any other business that lost all that damn money over 30 years would have been out of business a long time ago. That shit should literally be listed or classified as a 501c3 fucking charity, because that's all that shit is a tax deductible fucking write-off for the NBA and likely for their own damn sponsors. Now hopefully that'll change, but they don't make money off that shit. So you got anything else you wanna throw in there, Queen?
No, I don't know nothing on the subject, man. I'm just listening.
Okay. But I mean, as far as even what he was saying, and isn't it why do you, and I think, Queen, I gotta keep it real. I think you full of shit talking about, you don't want no put all the women in charge.
So
I
what's so horrible about it?
Hmm?
I say, what's so horrible about it?
No, I said I just don't believe you. I didn't say anything's horrible. Like I said, to whom much is given, much is required. If you want to make all of the decisions and do all of the fucking work, cool. I'll just sit on my ass and make sure the kids are fed, and the house is clean, and that's it. If you're willing to do that, but at the same time, that nice, cool, cushy life you got over there, what would you do without your husband?
Whatever I wanted to do.
What?
Really?
Yeah,
What would that be?
whatever it was I wanted to do.
Would the house be as all big and nice and and taken care of, and you be able to sit on the fucking internet all day and pop shit and do your walks and collect Crown Royal bags and shit?
Maybe,
Maybe.
maybe.
You couldn't even answer with a definitely or absolutely. It's a maybe. So
It is a maybe
so
because I don't know.
I mean, but this is the point that I'm trying to make. Okay, so let's see if we correlate that to just other bigger things. Why risk a definite, like you already got it? You know what I'm saying? Life is good. Why would you change that for a maybe? It's almost like betting $1 million to win $1. Like like for real. Like, yeah, I could win $1. All I gotta do is bet 1 million. Like, who the fuck is gonna take that bet? Like, why would, come on.
I mean, you can't give me a an absolute compared to nothing that hasn't ever existed. I
Exactly.
don't know.
That was the point that I was making. Like, I'm not saying that things wouldn't be better. I'm saying we don't know. So why risk the definite and absolute that we're already living in, that's already been proven to work? You know, even though it might not be the most favorable, for some, it's the things are still going. There's still laws, there's still infrastructure in place, there's still like numerous luxuries that we enjoy. You know, why change it for maybe?
Because maybe it could be better. You don't know.
And maybe it could be worse. You don't know.
And if it's worse, then you just go back to what works.
What do you mean go back to what works? We would have to destroy everything that's already working just to see if this maybe shit'll work. Like we would have to
It,
destroy it. So once we destroy it, there ain't no going back. Like
that don't make any sense. People
like
try things all the time, and they
you
don't
don't
work out.
burn
And
you
they
don't
make no
burn your
sense.
house down to see if it's more comfortable living on ashes, and then when the fuck you realize, hey, you'd rather live in a house than with ashes, say, okay, I want my house back. You don't already burnt the shit down.
Do you burn your house down to remodel it?
No, I wouldn't even
No,
burn. I wouldn't burn my house down to remodel it. But you're talking about destroy some shit, tear it up.
I
You
said
know?
nothing about destruction. You said destruction. I
Okay.
said try something different, and if it does not work, then you go back to what you know does work.
Okay.
But
So what would you suggest trying without destroying what's already there? I'm listening.
why would you have to destroy anything?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, look, I really don't know what what you're suggesting because I've never seen it. So if you can give me the entire breakdown.
Expect somebody to give you an explanation of something they've never seen.
But you're saying that it would be better, but yet you're even saying that you haven't even seen it,
I'm not
and you
saying that it
can't even.
would be better. I'm
I'm
saying
just
that
saying
there's a possibility that it could be better. We
you
don't
can't even
know.
describe your depiction, like your mental imaginary depiction of this
Well, I don't
fucking
have a
utopia
mental
that we're all
imaginary
gonna live in,
depiction.
that's led by women telling men what the fuck to do just because they're women.
I mean, women tend to facilitate a lot of things that they don't necessarily always get credit for.
Okay,
So, what would actually be the issue with them facilitating society on a mass
okay.
scale?
Okay, so here's where I'll go. And I got to ask you a question before I go there. Um, are you advocating for just women in general to be in charge, or are you advocating for the top most qualified and most well-trained, smartest women to be in charge?
I'm out there for whoever can do the job the best to do it.
Oh Lord. So, what about the stupid ones? Let's just keep it real. What about the stupid motherfuckers?
Are there any stupid males that are in charge of anything?
A lot, and they need to either be fucking fired or removed from their positions of power. Yes,
But we deal with it, correct? So
or
why would
or
it be any different?
believe it or not, there are a lot of them that actually have that are dumb as a fucking box of rocks, but they have smart advisors and assistants that do a lot of the thinking for them. That helps too. And some of those advisors, assistants, and reps are women. Yes,
Yeah, and we deal with it. So I mean, why would it be any different for women?
I,
We
don't- I
just
mean,
deal with it.
okay, but the thing is, I don't. I think it's a very small percentage of men. Now I get it. It might seem like it's a large percentage of men in these spaces, but I think it's a very small percentage of men that just think all men in general should just be over women. Because I know plenty of women that are smarter than a shitload of men, smarter and more qualified to lead, plan, execute strategy and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't. I'm not even gonna say that women aren't capable. It's just when you put somebody in charge just because they're a woman or just because they're a man, that's when the issues come into place because you tend to negate those those qualifying traits. You with me?
Well, I mean, nobody's saying
Like
do
like
that. Just take the
right, I'm just saying if
society as
the
it
only
is
trait
now.
that I'm taking into consideration is your gender, then we're screwed. Like we're fucking screwed.
Well, I think we would. I mean, I don't even think women operate like that in whatever capacity that they hold in society currently. So I definitely don't think they would operate that way if they were the perceived authority in society.
So do you think that they should be the perceived authority because they're women? Just because they're
I think
women.
they should be the perceived authority because of the nature of women.
The nature of women?
Yes,
Okay.
men run by brute strength and force. Women don't necessarily always operate that way. In the event that they do, it doesn't look the same way that it does from a male perspective. So
You said
I think
brute force. I mean, over the course of history, Queen, let's keep it real. And this is documented history I'm going to. Most men that have actually ruled the most successful societies and empires over the course of documented history were not ruled by brute force. They they were ruled with infrastructure. There was strategy. Like, I mean, there are a
in
lot
brute
of,
force,
yeah.
like Rome failed because they just kept conquering and destroying people.
And a lot of people wouldn't say that. It's not because they kept conquering and destroying. They would say that they fell from within. They fell from within. There was a lot of um, different things within their own internal government and infrastructure that was
Because all
broken.
they did was conquer and destroy people. They didn't take care of the inner infrastructure.
Oh,
Men rule by force, and women may use force to a certain degree, but not in the same way that men do. And we've never seen a society that has been female dominated. So why are men so against it? Something they've never even seen. When you look for comfort, you typically not looking to another man for comfort. You typically going to a woman for that.
mm. Um, it sounds like you're trying to reinvent or you're suggesting that we just reinvent the wheel. Let's put four corners on a wheel, and it'll probably turn just like the round cylindrical one we have now. I don't know. I don't know. And that's why it's like, I mean, the wheel works just fine. Why reinvent it?
I don't think the wheel is working fine at all. We are currently looking at a society that is falling apart. And so clearly, I don't think men are going to be able to fix said society because men and the way that they think and behave and carry out things are the reason why we're looking at this. Because you have to change things.
Mm,
So the only thing that's constant in life is change. But
mm.
to say let women be the ruling standard, oh my God, it's a tragedy. It is an
Because
abomination against the
I,
God.
I'll tell you why I disagree, right? Because I think it's a very surface level way of thinking. Now, I'm not saying that women should not be in charge of anything, and I'm also not saying that men are not fucking up society as it is. I'm not going to say that. But I would say it's very surface level thinking because it's like saying, look, it's because men are in charge. I would say no. It's look at the men that you have in charge. Look at their mindset. Look at what you know. What I'm saying every man will not have those same morals, standards. You know. What I'm saying goals, ideologies. So I think it more so has to do with what's underneath the damn genitalia than than or what's actually in between somebody's ears rather than just what the hell their gender is. I think it's very very surface level. Oh well, we just like I'll use the Kamala Harris thing for example. You know, when a lot of people are like, "Oh, people didn't vote for her just because she was a woman," but I'm like, plenty of people that voted for Hillary didn't vote for her. So is it really because she was a woman, or is it because it was that woman? Like, that's the argument. Now, I don't want to get into that conversation with you, but a lot of people would say, no, it just wasn't that woman. There are a lot of people that didn't vote for her, but said, they would have voted for a Tulsi Gabbard or somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? Um, they're like, nah. So it was that woman. It wasn't necessarily a woman, but people looking at it from the surface, oh, they just picked the woman over the man. That's it. No, it's that woman. We didn't want her.
I
Yeah.
mean, that is a factor. We're not gonna sit up here and play like that's not a factor for some people. But yeah, we
I'm
yet
not
to
gonna say
see
it's not a factor for some. I'm just saying it wasn't as much of a I think it was more of a factor with who she
in
was because
250 years of this country being a country, there has never been a female to lead the country.
correct.
Come on now.
And there's only been one black man. to lead it, and Hillary Clinton did win the popular vote. So there were more registered eligible voters when Hillary Clinton ran against this man that voted for her than the man.
We just not gonna sit up here and act like women are this.
I'm just
Have,
saying. I'm just saying
we not
more
gonna
people in this
turn this
country
into
voted for
issue.
a woman than voted for the man in 2016. So,
That's only considering one party.
hmm?
That's just under the consideration of one party. The other
No,
party didn't even have a female candidate. So, uh,
but I mean, but at the
that's
same time,
that's
I'm
not
just saying
saying much.
when
The
it when
fact
it
that
was when it was
the
Hillary
country
versus
and the civilization at large is conditioned to believe that it is men that are always to be in charge is problematic.
Mhm. Hmm. I mean, I think a majority of people, you know, um, I still it's tough for me to lose my faith in people. Now there are a lot of people that surface level think about it, you know what I'm saying? They vote for somebody, based on, their hairline. They vote on them based on the way they deliver a speech or whatever. They vote on them based on the color of their tie. They vote on them because of a little catchphrase or something like that without following other things. And some people are just the same thing happens even when you're talking about
I
corporate
believe it
America
is small
or
minded for
mm,
men to believe that it is ridiculous or preposterous to default to women simply because it's always been men that have held that position. I think
right.
that's not being open minded at all. I
I
think
mean, look,
uh, that keeps progression and it keeps things from evolving and moving forward.
I, I mean, I would be able to even back your argument possibly if you can give me a little bit more than they're just women and the nature of women is like not brute force. And I'm like, but
We
what
just
if you're
have to
actually
make it
met
clear
with brute force? How are you going to handle it?
then that it will be for the women to decide when they are in that
Damn
position.
that. Hold up, hold
They'll
up.
figure it out. They'll figure it out.
So you
It's their
so
job as
you're
a leader.
talking about no plan, no system. Like you'll just figure it out. It's better than the plan and the system that's actually in place.
We have a POTUS that has concepts of a plan, and everybody's okay with that. So you're talking about something that's never been done before,
Well, he'll be out
and
in another year
now
and a half.
we're supposed to have it all figured out. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, but before you say that, hey, just put us in charge because we're women, yeah, you do need to have a little bit more figured out than just we're women. That's all I'm
So
saying. God damn. Give me
men
more
didn't
than we're
have
women.
men didn't have it more figured out. They just went and
But
did
but
what
we also didn't
as they
have
went along.
but we're men take us because we're just hey at least we're not women. Like what the hell? Like that's never been the selling point. At least we're not women.
There were no selling points. Men did what they did by brute force.
Yeah, but I mean men keep getting sold to the people. So I don't know what you're talking about, and the people keep buying. So, but I've never
Just
heard
because
that right. Like
conditioning
I
approaches,
just think this
and
is a
so when
bad
you have
sales
women that
pitch.
are pushing back against the programming, then you have some men that decides to relegate us to um, spoiled children rather than human beings that have a thought process that they feel like would be helpful and should be explored. Because are not women also a part of the society that has been constructed? So if they are a part of it and they have been a part of it, then what makes them disqualified to be able to lead said society? Just because it's always been that way.
I mean, they're a part of it, but it's not it's not the head, the lead. Um, and hey, I'm not gonna argue with you But can you please give me a better selling point than just we're women, let's see what happens? Because now, believe it or not, you sound like the Donald. Well, what have you got to lose? And the answer is every goddamn thing.
I mean,
If we just
everything is currently dwindling away now. We're watching it happen. So what is the problem?
so should we just throw it all away?
How do you
Just
figure
throw the
you're
rest
throwing
away?
it away? How do you figure you're throwing it away? Just because you transfer powers doesn't mean you're throwing it away. Who's to say they don't get in and make things better? Who's to say that the leadership has to be permanent? It could be something
You
temporary.
you haven't
Fix
spoken to any, I
so
even asked
we
you
don't
if
know. We've
I
never
asked you
seen it.
about
So you're
qualification.
asking me to tell you something that has never ever happened.
But I asked you about qualifications, traits necessary for leadership, strategic warfare, a lot of
Women
different
delegate
things.
all kind of
Hold up,
things in
wait.
society.
Economic warfare, um, a lot of different things. Like I'm asking you about those things, and you just said we'll figure it out. Like you don't have an answer.
I'm sure men didn't have an answer. They just did what they thought was necessary at the time that it
No,
was needed
there's
to be.
actual
And then
paperwork,
it
systems, and
became
laws
a
in place
no,
to.
no. Men did not have a structure when society was being created. Structure came with experience. The same thing that would happen for women, but for some reason, that's not good enough. It was good enough for men, but it's not good enough for women,
It's
which I
actually
find to
been
be
good enough for
very
everybody because
interesting.
everybody is flourishing and
Okay, so
living
now
and
you're saying
surviving
we're
in
not
this current
changing
society.
because that is the way it's always been, but are not some traditions become outdated and things need to change? So what is the problem exactly? Except for we don't want to relinquish control because that's power.
No,
Yes.
because people like the lives that they have and they don't want to change up every damn thing just because some women say they'll figure it out because they don't like the fact that it's people with penises that are actually giving the orders right now.
Or
That's
perhaps we
bullshit.
don't like the way that people with that particular type of body part are doing things because their psychology is different than that of a
Okay.
woman.
So can you at least come with a better suggestion on how to do things?
How would I tell you something that's never been seen or done? Can you explain it to me?
Okay,
Because usually,
I
when
just
you
said a
are doing
suggestion.
something
When
from
you
a
give a
scientific
suggestion,
perspective,
usually it hasn't
you
been
have
done.
like
I didn't say
a
give me an
hypothesis,
example.
and the
SKC wanted an
hypothesis
example. I wanted a
always.
suggestion.
So the hypothesis, when you have an idea, you come up with a hypothesis and then you test it.
Oh Lord, Queen, I love you. So fellas and ladies too. She thinks we should become her guinea pigs, and they're guinea pigs. Like they've got a theory and a hypothesis, and they're like, yo, just let us test it on you. We know it's never worked or we never seen it done, but we'll test it on you. And if things don't work out, those men will clean it up. Don't worry about it. Come on, Queen. Come on. Come on. Come on. You do
Will
better
men
than
not?
you do so much better than that.
Will
Like
men not?
come on, man. I've had conversations with you. You come on, you are way better than that.
So if that was the case, would men not fix it if it was not working?
Yeah, the thing is, okay, men the current men that are in power right now, when it comes to that, they believe in preventative maintenance. And the best way to solve a problem is to prevent one. So I think
Okay,
we'll
keep
just keep
talking.
things
I
the
got to
way they
go
are.
in.
I
About to
think
get
we'll just
out.
keep things the way they
Keep
are.
talking.
I'm sorry? Oh.
Keep talking. I'm about to get out, so I got to do some talking. So hold on.
Yeah, like yeah. Instead of having to solve a problem, we'll just prevent one. That just makes the most sense. Like we'll just prevent one. You know. Ooh, that's tough. That's why I try not to see things from just a black versus white or men versus women perspective. I'm just like, you can't just put women in charge because they're women, because like nobody ever talks about qualifications, nobody talks about experience, nobody talks about education, nobody talks about leadership traits, infrastructure, any of that shit. It's just put them up top because they're women. I'm like, that's bullshit. I wouldn't say that about men. You don't just put motherfuckers on top because they're men. you know you put them in positions of leadership because they're qualified to lead. And what makes you qualified to lead? The fact that people will follow. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying? So unless people are going to follow you, you're not qualified to lead. That's how it works. So all of that, well, just put women in charge. Will people follow you? And don't tell me what you want people to do or what you think some men need to just tell the rest of the world to do. What the fuck are you going to do to get the people to follow you? Because it almost sounds like we would have to tear down the entire Constitution of the United States with this whole democracy fucking thing and just tell people who the fuck they must. Hey, you guys got to follow women now. When there are no rules in place saying that you have to follow men. Like there's nothing there saying that. People follow who it is that they choose to follow. That's what it is. What would make a majority of the people follow you? And I'm being honest, and that's why I ask those things. Qualifications, experience, track record, a plan, a plan, and the ability to explain and articulate that plan clearly, concise, in a concise way to your average low IQ individual. So simple that even a child could understand. But just the whole let's change it, we'll figure it out. Like, not even an idiot, which a majority of people are, but they're not going to give up the current system for that. And the issue isn't that people don't want to follow women, because a majority of women wouldn't follow that. It doesn't make sense. Because in the United States of America, if I'm not mistaken, women still outnumber men. So if this was just a men versus women issue and all the women were on the same side with each other, men would have no chance. When it's just one person, one vote, men would actually have no chance. So the issue isn't that men are holding you down. The issue is really that you can't get enough women on your team. That's why these things ain't working. To go back to what SKC and I were just discussing. The WNBA's issue isn't that men are not supporting them. The issue is that women won't even support them. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's because we're women. It's like, explain that to the women because they don't want to watch you fucking play. You got more men that want to watch you play. I watch you play. SKC knew what the fuck was going on, but most women, I don't watch that shit. You can't even get women to support you. I'm just saying. What King Pig said, he said, "And we have seen the way single mothers raise their household. Why would anyone take leadership advice, from them?" Look, believe it or not, there are some women that are extremely, or there are a lot of women actually that are extremely observant. They can see things from angles that a lot of men can't see things from, and they're great when it comes to the delivery of advice, or even when it's time to take the helms of leadership. I've seen it, in corporate. I've seen it, when I used to manage a club. I've seen it in multiple facets, of life. But again, those women that had those qualities, it wasn't just because they were women. It was because of the type of women they were. And the same rules apply with men. You know what I'm saying? A good leader is not a good leader just because he's a fucking man. He's a good leader because he's a good leader. Women are just as capable of being good leaders. But them being a woman does not just make them a better candidate to be a leader. It takes so much more than that. That's the only point that I'm making. So even though it may seem as though, you know, there are more men in charge than women, and it might not even just seem like that. That might actually be the case. It's not just because they're men. It's because a majority of folks choose to follow them as opposed to others. King Pick says, and you also forget leadership is seen through your own life. Nah, I mean, look, what they're saying is let's just change the system, and they need to put something in place that just tells them to put us in charge. It just doesn't work like that. Like you can't tell somebody, look, this is your new leader, follow them. The people will rebel. Like they will rebel if that person does not exhibit, certain, leadership qualities to get the people behind them. That's what's important. So I'm just saying, I'm not opposed to women being in positions of leadership. I'm just opposed to women being in positions of leadership just because they're women. The same way I'm opposed to men being in positions of leadership just because they're men. I don't know any place where that's the fucking case. What man has his position or his rank just because he's a man? So I would start with this.
All right,
Go ahead.
we can fight now. Let's go.
Now I would start with this right here, right? How about this? Why don't you guys go through your your gauntlet training or that experiment to see who's fit to lead, because you all can't be in charge. Let's keep it real. Everybody can't be in charge. Too many chiefs and not enough Indians. That's not good, right? So how about this? You guys fight. We'll put fucking every 20 of you or every 40 of you, all right? We'll put you all in a room, and each one of y'all, you got to come out of that room with one leader. One leader, 1 second in command. You think all of those rooms that we fill with them damn women could do it? Because at the end of the day, I don't believe y'all like each other that much. Damn sure don't like each other enough to let one of them lead you. It's okay when y'all are over men. Y'all are like, cool, let's just, as long as we're over men, we're good. But what the fuck happens when y'all got to be above each other? That's when all hell break loose. Go ahead, Queen.
Okay. So what happens? So you think that if all men just automatically fall in line with each other, and that is not the case, and we know it. Women would go through the same processes that men go through. It would just look slightly different because they're women.
It would look slightly different.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be. the same as men, because like I said, women and men have a different psychology about the way they handle things. They do things similarly, but in different ways, because they're
I mean,
women.
we did a poll in corporate a while back, and
Hmm.
they asked women, would they prefer to have a male boss or a female boss? And most women said a male boss.
Yes,
Like
and
more women than not said they would prefer to have a male boss. So
and if
that's my point. Like even if men were to concede and put you in charge, you couldn't even lead each other because you're not taking orders from each other. You don't fucking like each other as
so,
a
yeah,
whole.
no, disagree, disagree.
No, because like right now, you don't respect the hierarchy or the rank. Y'all are like, yo, we don't give a fuck if you earn the stripes. You know what I'm saying? If you earn the stripes and you put up your tenure, you're a man. You need to just be taken out of fucking leadership. So what happens when a woman has earned the stripes? She's in a leadership position and she outranks a majority of other women. I'll give you the word. It's called mutiny. And I think you're going to see more of it than you see amongst men. And to
Okay,
be
hello.
honest, yeah, and to be honest, that utopia that there's no documented history of that that we can agree for whatever
I
reason
don't even
in
want to
the
talk
way
about no utopia of no documented history because,
no,
like I said, this ain't neither
I
here.
believe that's why it fell in that matriarchal utopia. I believe this is my theory. That's why it fell. And it didn't
Okay,
fall because men tore it the fuck apart. It fell because women weren't getting along.
yeah, whatever. Here's the thing with women preferring male bosses over female bosses. If it was standard for women to be in power, then they wouldn't be fighting each other or power tripping because it would be normal. Women aren't normally in a position of power, and so some of them they get it and they let it go through their heads. But if it was standard for women to be in that position, then you wouldn't have a lot of that. You might still have a few instances of it, but you wouldn't have it to the degree that we see in this society. Again, you're talking about something that has never happened, as far as we know, in our
Mm,
conscious reality. We don't know anything about it. We don't have any written records of it, none of that. So you're talking about something that has never happened, but we can very well deduce that part of this is because women have never been able to have that particular position of power. It's usually always defaulted to men.
okay, but there are reasons in which they've been defaulted to men, and they
We
haven't been.
don't care what y'all reasons are because these reasons are what y'all deem to be the reasons.
Okay,
Period.
now let me explain.
If
All right,
what you saying
if
holds
you
up,
don't care, even if you
then
don't care, those positions of power have still only been defaulted to certain men. They
it
have
don't
not
matter.
been defaulted to all men.
You can
So what
certain
would be your
men, whatever,
wait a
is
second, wait.
still a
What
man.
would be when we choose certain women? What would be your selection process, i.e., criteria for selecting certain women over
Well,
others to lead?
if it was ever coming to that position again, there would be something that would happen. I can't give you these answers. I ain't never seen this. There ain't no blueprint for it. Whatever. Just the way men were able to just step in and do what they do, women would do the same thing. You can't, if you put me in a role I know nothing about, I would assess it, see where I fit in it, what needs to be changed, and structure it based on the reality that I'm dealing with. That's usually how things work. To sit up here and say,
Oh well, you gotta tell us exactly how it goes before. That's not how
I mean,
that works.
I'm asking you something simple, right? Because you're telling me put women in positions of power. Okay, and we can agree that that does not include all women. It doesn't. So it's got to
No, of
be
course it
certain
doesn't include
women.
our women.
Okay, so what
Duh.
would be our selection process? Because it can't be any men, it has to just be women. What would make us choose some women or certain women above others?
And
And even
whoever
if
got the skills to
I'm
pay the
saying,
damn
even if
bill. Like,
women
what are we
choose,
talking
what
about?
would you know? Because that's again, that's my point. Obviously, since it can't
My
be
point is,
all
just because
women,
you
it
have
has to
brute
be
strength does
certain.
not mean that you should be in power. Perhaps your ass needs to be delegated to.
Hey,
And
no,
I don't see
you just
anything
said it
wrong with it.
yourself.
What I
And
got told
in this,
was that
if
that
it's
makes
not
a man a slave. It don't make
you
you a
go there,
slave because
Queen.
somebody is delegating where you have a strength. That don't make you a slave. You just got somebody that you defer to for how to utilize your strength. Who said that just because you got the strength, you get to determine when, where, and how is used just because you have the strength? That's asinine.
I'm not. Hey, I'm not even arguing with you. I'm saying hypothetically, let's say this is the
Do
case.
all
That's
war
it. We'll,
strategists get
we'll
on the
give it.
battlefield? No.
Let's just say, for example, because just like you said, this ain't never happened. We giving it to you. I'm giving it to you. You can have it. You can have it. I'm a man. And I don't deserve my power, and we'll just give it to women. Now, you have to choose certain women to lead you. Okay, that's it. This has never happened before. So how are you going to choose women? Because it can't be men. It can't be men, and there ain't no men to clean your shit up for you. Because if you tear this shit up, that's what leadership is all about. So you're in positions of leadership. There is no placing blame on somebody else when the shit don't fucking work. You know what I'm saying? It's your fucking fault,
Who
and then
said
it's also your
anything about
hold up. It's
facing
also your
blame?
job to clean the shit up when it don't work, or if it doesn't work. But if it goes good, you get all the credit because you are a woman and you did such a good job. So now, how
What?
are you going to select the certain women that are going to be in positions of leadership, not just above men, but also the women that are not in those positions of
Just
leadership?
the
Go.
same way you select leaders in any other situation, you choose the best qualified person. What is this question? It's not like things that everything just goes away just because you change the sex.
All right, so let me explain this. Let me explain this, Queen. We already don't fucking do that. Like, we don't do that. We don't put people in positions of leadership just because they're men. You're suggesting that we put people in leadership just because they're women. And we've already also
That's not
agreed
what I
that
said.
that wouldn't be all. Well, you're saying take men out, so that only leaves women left.
Exactly. Make women the
It only
default
leaves
because
women left.
men are the default. Okay? Make women the default. And then if a man can do better, not utilizing brute force,
All right,
but
and we
because
already
he's
agreed if we were to make women the default,
actually
would that
better.
include all women, even these bird brain dumbass broads that literally have fucking vegetative potatoes between their fucking ears?
Does a man it automatically be disqualified because he might be stupid? No.
Yeah, it should
He
be.
no. No. We're not talking about what should. We talking about what is. He gets
Yeah,
the opportunity to display himself. Same so with
yeah.
a woman. Why would that
Well,
change?
hey, if he's stupid and he doesn't have billion-dollar conglomerates backing him and putting him in positions of power, no, no. But chances are, if a stupid motherfucker is in charge, it's not just because he's a fucking man. He's likely got some goddamn money behind his
The
ass.
default in
Okay.
this society is that men are in the position of leadership, and the only thing I'm saying is make the default be women. That is all I'm saying.
But the default is not men just because they're men. The
Welcome back,
default is
SKC.
men because of either their fucking their lineage, their wealth, their connections, their qualifications.
The
There's a
default
lot of
is
different
men
things.
because
I'm just saying
men
there's a lot of
use
different
their
things in
brute
place, but
strength
it's
to
not
make
just because they're
themselves
men.
be the leader. Like that is it. We got a whole history that depicts women being second class citizens because they were simply women. Like, stop with the bullshit.
But that's not the case in today's current society.
That's what y'all like to say,
But
but
that's not
men
the
are
case.
still the
There's
default
no
so-called
documented
fucking
paperwork
leaders.
that shows that. There's no documented anything that shows that in this current day and
Okay,
age in 2026. You can't
that's
find a
what
single
y'all
state.
like to say. That's what
Um,
y'all like to say. The conditioning is there. And all we saying is, okay, well, change that. That's it.
what's
And
up,
if
SKC?
your system
SKC,
is
man? I would ask for your help, but I don't think I need it because
if
she
your
ain't saying
system is so fire, then why are you threatened by a woman saying give us a chance? Why
I'm telling you, hey,
why
hey,
is
hey,
that
hold up,
why
hold up,
why is
hold
that
up,
such
hold
a
up,
threatening thing? And
hold up, hold up.
no, let me finish. As a leader, leaders also know how to take a back seat. And leaders know when to step in if necessary. So to say, oh, it's messed up, then the men have to come in. Well, if you were a goddamn leader anyway, you would come in and fix it anyway, wouldn't you?
Yeah, okay. No. And I'm gonna tell you, no, we're not, because when we fuck it up,
Then you not fit to be a
no, you're not
leader.
gonna.
What is we
No.
talking about?
When men fuck up this goddamn society, you're not gonna come in there and clean it up, and you've never had to. So let's just keep it real. Now, like in empires have been
We
falling
don't know
since
what's
the
gonna
beginning
happen when
of
y'all get through
documented
destroying
fucking
this
time.
society.
Empires have come up and they have fallen. And when the fuck has the burden been on women to clean the shit up?
Women have never been the
When?
default leaders in society. So what are you talking about? Again,
Every time
we're
an
talking
empire
about
falls,
something
you know,
that has
I'm just saying,
absolutely never happened.
a new
It's
one comes
never
up and
happened.
takes over. My point was just this: I'm not telling you that I'm threatened by a woman and her damn leadership or any of that shit. I'm
Clearly.
telling you,
No,
I'm asking you to at least explain to me what your selection process is with putting
I'm not
women in
explaining to you
leadership,
shit.
because
And
we've
men
already
explain to women
agreed.
what their selection processes were when society was started. No, the fuck they didn't. They got out there, they did what they knew, and then after things were solidified, men also deemed themselves the authority. So no, I don't have to explain shit to you. Women will figure it out as women go, just like men did.
Okay, so how about this? And I've got a great suggestion for that. You can have that, right? Do it without men entirely. Go over there with that shit.
I mean, that's the same thing SKC said. But what is your
So then
society
let's
without
fuck
women?
over there with that shit.
Nobody
You know what
cares.
I'm saying?
We could.
Because no, I
We
mean,
definitely
because
could. And
no, our
y'all
society doesn't
society,
work like that.
y'all
Not even
society
for
would be
men.
nothing without
That's what I'm
women.
trying to explain. It doesn't even
It's
work
a
like that
symbiotic
for men.
relationship. But when we start talking about starting to share power or exchange power, then it's problematic. But just the
No,
way you
it's not
say, go over
problematic
there
when
with
you're.
that,
I'm gonna
it
tell
is
you
a
when it
problem.
becomes
Listen.
problematic. We share and we exchange power all of the time, but we don't do it based on our fucking genders. We do it
We do
based
not.
on a lot of different things, and a gender is not
We
one
do
of those
not.
fucking things.
We do not. Even down to the religion. No, we don't.
Now, religion isn't brought up in this argument right here. You're talking about the
Religion is part of this argument because we're
there's a
talking about the
separation of church and
structure.
state in the
We're
United States
talking.
of America, so I
We're
don't know
talking
what you're
about
talking about.
we're talking about the
There's a
structure of
separation of
society.
there's a separation of church and state in the United States of
So we're
America. It's
talking
not fair.
about the structure of society, and you cannot tell me that in today's political environment that there's a separation of church and state because it's absolutely not. Most of the things, the laws and structures of the society are based off of religion. A religion that relegates women to essentially second class citizen status, if not lower. Therefore, when we start talking about women holding positions of power, men get their panties in a bunch, okay? Because, oh no, how dare we be in a position where we're not in power? If you so strong and your system so great, then what the hell is the problem?
So what you're saying is, if men are so strong and their system is so great, why don't we just let women run it? Right? That's what you're saying. Just let women run it.
Yes,
But if the system is so strong, like if men are so strong and the system's so great and men are already running it, why the fuck change it?
because change is the only thing that's consistent in life.
If well, why do we stop at the whole thing about let the women run it? I mean, if the
Okay,
system
let's
of being
go.
has been set up and it's so strong and everything, why not just let children run it?
That's a good point too.
We don't have the capacity to deal with such complicated ass things.
And I think
Children
you
don't
just
even.
answered my thought on the bigger issue then.
And what is that? And what is that? You'll have to articulate that for me.
You ain't gonna like it, but I got it.
It's not about what I like. It's about,
He's saying that
it's
y'all are
like
like fucking children. That's like,
say what?
yeah, letting y'all run shit is like letting children run shit, motherfucker. We be eating goddamn chocolate cake and shit for breakfast.
Well, I don't think most women
Fucking
these
chocolate
days
Easter bunnies shit for dinner.
I don't think that's what women do because women got more sense than it. So like when
Really?
you say stuff like that, it's just I don't know. Did your mama feed you chocolate
Hey,
cake for breakfast just in
hey,
lunch?
yeah, well, you said that that women have more sense than that, and I'm just wanting to play devil's advocate on this one. T, what are some of the policies that are coming out of politics that women are clamoring about right now? That is just that just needs to be enacted for the
Primarily the
progress of
reversal.
mankind.
Primarily the reversal of Roe v. Wade or overturning. That's the only thing that I've heard women kind of as a whole.
So with all of the things that are going on planet Earth and within the United States, the primary thing that women are talking about are reproductive rights.
Correct.
That is a major concern of how to push the United States forward in the rest of in the global society.
Let me clarify what I see though. I don't hear all and I know this for a fact. It's not all women that are advocating, it's just women that are advocating. It's just some, and they try to speak for all of them, but there are plenty of women that oppose those women, which is one of the reasons why they ain't winning. Like I said,
Right,
their issue isn't with men, their issue is actually with each other, but they don't want to like they want to admit that shit.
So I'm just curious so far as like when women have the dais and they have been able to articulate the things that they feel that would be of great concern to the American public. What is it that they're asking and clamoring for from the political realm?
Well, what Queen and Pure are saying, on top of reproductive autonomy, that's what I'll call it. Not necessarily right, but autonomy, just the choices to do what they want, when they want, how they want, whatever, with not just their bodies.
I'll break it down.
They're also clamoring for guaranteed, just like what Queen is saying, for guaranteed positions of leadership in this very society, just for the simple fact that they're women.
Okay, but even let's even move that off the board. What are the policies that they are asking for? We already put reproductive autonomy on the table. What else?
You got to ask Queen about that.
Because it seems to me that the grand concerns that come
I heard one policy that I've heard while I've been on this panel is just, hey, get rid of men in leadership. They want to make that a policy. Get rid of men, put women there.
Yeah, but you can't really make that a quote unquote policy. But that's why I'm asking, like, but it seems to me that the outside of
that's what I said. I was like being rid of women, real quick, SKC, being rid of women and just put men there isn't a policy now. So
right.
I'm like, so to tell us that that women should just be put in positions of leadership just because they're women is crazy, and we've already agreed that it couldn't be all women, so there has to be
Well,
certain women that are in those positions of fucking leadership. So what would be your selection process to not just decide what women govern and preside over men, but what women actually preside over fucking other women? What
well,
would be your system in place to make that decision? And my point is this: I think you would see more mutiny and coups amongst each other when you're dealing with each other.
well, yeah, I'm pretty sure that would happen, but I'm just
They don't like
wondering because it seems
the
to
only
me
thing they like worse than taking orders from fucking men is taking orders from other women.
it seems to me that the only policies that I can recall and think of that women seem to clamor for when it comes to political anything has to do with, as you stated, reproductive autonomy and then a whole bunch of free stuff to everybody.
Well, but also hold on. Men do
We should
what we
have
say.
free
You
health
want
care.
that to be
We
a
should have
policy.
free babysitting. We should have people should be able to come into the country freely. We should be able to freely. It's always something just free.
Yeah, but I mean, unless you're talking about oxygen, oxygen, rainwater. Trying to think of a few other things, but other than that, like, what the fuck else is free on Earth? Somebody got to pay for that shit. So come on.
Well, but then again, but that goes back to the earlier conversation of, hey, maybe we can just get the free stuff because we could just point at you to go do it, aka slavery.
Exactly. What's the problem? That's not
Now
slavery.
she's agreeing.
Is it
She said, "Okay, so
if
what
men
you're
are taking
suggesting is just to enslave men."
liberties to tell women what they can and they can't do in this society, so do we call ourselves slaves? Or are
You
women
know what?
slaves?
I'll be honest with you. You know what? I would actually advocate for that for you, and I'm going to tell you why. I already know who the fuck would free me, and that be y'all women. I would be enslaved for about a fucking day and a half. Like, for real. Me and the rest of the men would be enslaved for about a day and a fucking half. If that.
And then what?
And it's cool, whatever. Me and old girl, it was do some kinky shit. She'll tie me up. Whatever.
What?
Yeah, that's about as far as that shit'll go. You would never enslave men. Miss me with that. And
But
even if you
nobody's
were
trying
about
to
that shit, most
enslave
women
men.
wouldn't. They would go right against the rest of you motherfuckers.
It's
Like,
very interesting.
What I'm saying is by slavery is that the idea is that you want to govern in a way where you basically have these workers and these workers produce all these resources and then you want to distribute all of these resources as you see fit without ever having to pay any sweat equity into getting those resources.
But who said that women wouldn't pay any sweat equity? What are you talking about? Nobody said that. We just said make women the default. That don't mean the men would never hold any positions of power. That's not what we said. You
right
still
now,
feel
men are not the default.
let me finish. Long winded. Shit.
But
Now
men are not the default. So where are you
talking
getting that from?
about what men are the default. We not finna play that game. We know that men are the default because men have always been the authority since the time of humans. Okay, now,
Well,
not
wealth of
doggy.
lineage has actually been the
So when
default.
it comes to what women are
Or
talking
excuse
about
me.
as far as politics go, women are dealing with the system that's already in place. I'm quite sure we would have more to say if they were in positions of power or if they were the default leaders in said society. Like right
Okay.
now, we're dealing with what we got, and the little bit that we do have, men trying to take control of that.
Okay. So I'm curious. When Kamala was running, what was the number one thing that she wanted to get accomplished?
Hell,
All
I
right,
don't
so
know.
they tried.
Okay,
They
okay. What about Hillary?
I'll go here with that. I'll go here with Kamala, right? They tried to make it seem as though it was the overturning of Roe v. Wade, but that was a smokescreen because there were enough states that already the shit was already fucking legal in those states. So that was a state issue and they tried to turn it into a federal issue. That's one thing. What she was actually trying to do was come up with price regulations on specific fucking industries. That was the main thing that they were trying. They were trying to institute socialism and communism. And they were using that other shit as a smokescreen to pass it.
Okay,
That's just that's the way
then
I saw it.
so then the question comes in is this then T if you look at any of the major names within politics with women, what major policies come to mind?
Socialism, communism, Marxism. Yeah, see a lot of that. And then they try to mask it all in reproductive rights and reproductive
I
autonomy and
mean,
free
because
shit.
women
I would
are.
have to agree with what SKC said, but that's really it.
That's what I'm saying. So son, when you say the
I just
whole
don't
thing
like how
about
people fall for that smokescreen. But go ahead.
so son, when you say the whole thing of like, we don't know what things would look like under women and so forth. Well, we get glimpses of it all the time because whenever they get an ability to speak and convey what it is that they think is the most important issues in America, these are the things that they state.
What's wrong with those things?
I'm gonna tell you.
Okay,
I'm gonna tell you why.
let me give you a point in case. Which one is more important? Protecting the country from invasion or a reproductive autonomy?
Reproductive autonomy.
Okay, and that's all we need to say.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, let's keep it real. You already control your own reproductive autonomy. Keep your fucking legs closed.
There it is.
Boom. Like you don't even need the
You
government on that. You don't even need the fucking government on that. Like,
they always want to come up. They always want to come up with these policies that are based upon trying to regulate people's behavior.
Who's regulating anybody's behavior? We're regulating our own behavior. Ain't nobody trying to castrate.
That sounds like a good idea. So why not just all right? If I don't have a problem with reproductive autonomy, I just think you're advocating to start too late. Like fuck it. Like instead of waiting until after your ass is pregnant, why not start before you get pregnant by not getting pregnant? You know. Now I've already me and you have had this conversation, Queen. I told you I'm okay with federal exemptions. With federal exemptions for situations of rape, incest, or situations in which the mother's life is at risk. But other than that, I'm not in favor of making the changes at a federal level. Not because I actually really give a shit what women do with their fucking bodies, because it's not my fucking concern. My kid's already here, and I don't plan on making anymore. But the reason why is because I understand that once you take these rights out of the hands of the states, that's how civil wars are fought. Or start. I understand that. So once you take things out of the hands of the states and you put them into federal level, like you change things like that, you end up not having to deal with foreign invasion. You end up having to deal with motherfuckers starting to invade over state lines and shit like that. It's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? So I understand where it starts and what it could possibly lead to, and that's why I'm cool with things being the way they are in the hands of states. Because I don't hear people in the state of Pennsylvania complaining about this shit.
It's none of a man's business.
No, you're right. It's none. That's why I stayed the fuck out of it. But also, there were a bunch of women, even in the state of Pennsylvania, was like, "That's not my fucking concern. That shit's already legal here. I'm concerned with the goddamn economy." No, that's what I'm saying. It's enough states. You know what I'm saying? Where people, women included, didn't give a fuck because they already had that right there. Like they already had that reproductive autonomy that you're talking about. In those states.
Yeah, I don't care about none of that. It's none of men's business, and the only reason why men are making it their business is because they want to control everything, even a woman's right to make her goddamn decisions.
Well, my,
because
my point was
women
just
are
this. I
nothing
think
but
I think
glorified children
what
in the
will be
eyes of
best
men.
if
And
you
that is
want that
why
change.
people have
All you
a
have to do
problem
is
with
campaign in
men in
all 50
leadership
states
because you
and get
cannot
it
sit up
changed
here
in
and
all of
relegate,
the states
drag behind women
individually
and
without trying
capacity
to
people
take
in their
the
own
laws out of the
decisions
hands of
as
individual states.
children.
Yeah,
That's
I agree. I agree.
But they
I
don't
think
want to
that
do that.
it's a very small issue that's kind of overblown. And I don't know. It just seems to me that if that is the biggest issue in your in mind, it shows like a smallness of understanding the world and the United States.
The problem is this,
according to
SKC, and
a
this is
man.
well, real quick, Queen.
According to a man.
Damn. Hold up. Listen to this. Check this out, right? The issue is this. They tried to fall. They tried to get everybody to fall for the banana in the tailpipe, right? And here's what
Who
it
is
is.
that?
Hey, listen, I'm talking to SKC right now.
Who
I'm
is
gonna get right
that?
back to you, Queen. I'm gonna give it right back to you because I'm waiting for him to come up. Like they tried to hit everybody with a fucking smoke screen, right? And people understand that once they start taking things like that out of the hands of states individually, they'll start taking other things out of the hands of individual states, i.e., state income tax, you know what I'm saying, other things of the sort. You know what I'm saying? Then it'll start being taken care of on a federal level. That's why I said, hey, I'm not even gonna disagree if they say that shit shouldn't be in the hands of men at all. It's cool. All 148 million, I'm just paraphrasing with the number, but all 150 million fucking women in the United States of America get together across all fucking state lines and get the laws changed in each fucking state, and I still have no problem. But stop trying to take the laws out of the hands of individual states and put them in the hands of the federal government. That's bullshit. The country will never agree to that.
You know another thing, Auntie, that gets me about these style of conversations is you look at a lot of the female politicians, they all state stuff about like universal health care and different things of that nature, and taking um businesses the means of production from businesses, and taxing private businesses to more that shouldn't be. These people shouldn't have this amount of money and all of this type of stuff. And
Communism. Go ahead.
These people
Communism,
will be making all these weird decisions on their life, but then they want you to pay for it.
Yeah, communism. Well, and that's one thing I'm not gonna let you do. If that's what you want to institute on me, I mean, this is still a democracy. I mean, put that shit on the ballot as what the fuck it is, and let the people decide on that shit. But don't try to tell me that you're doing this when you're really doing this. Motherfucker ain't falling for that shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, hey, I still believe in we the people. If the people vote for that shit, they can have it. You know, they can fucking have it. For real. You know what I'm saying? I'm not always in agreement with shit, but hey, if the people vote for that shit, cool. But don't try to say this is about one thing when people know damn well it's about another. You know? And just like I said, the civil wars get fought over shit like this. And it doesn't have anything to do with men stepping into women's shit. I'll stay the fuck out of it, and I'm sure most men would. All y'all women get together and do that shit, but under no circumstances are the American people gonna advocate for taking most of these things out of the hands of individual states and putting it in the hands of the federal government. They're not going to, because they understand what the fuck that'll lead to. They're not gonna allow that shit. So I'm like, y'all can have whatever you want. Just don't take it out of the hands of individual states.
Most men would not stay out of women's business because men want to control everything.
Hey, as long as you can agree with me that these laws need to stay in the hands of individual states, I would advocate you do whatever the fuck you want. But that means that you would have to go campaign from state to state. The problem is you're trying to do it on a blanket thing and give things pretty much give all of the power to the fucking federal government, and then we would no longer be the United States of America. We would just be America. Like, we wouldn't be the United States anymore. Like, for real, little by little, or probably even quicker than that, there would be nothing in the hands of individual states. It would be nothing.
Well, I want to talk about none of that.
I know nobody actually wants to talk about the elephant in the fucking room. People just want to pretend like it ain't fucking there. And
All of this shit
like,
is male dominated, male censored, because women ain't thinking about none of this shit here. Okay, we trying to make sure everybody is all right with not killing
and
people
you
in the
actually
goddamn
making
process.
SKC's point for him, and I hate agreeing with SKC, but I kind of have to. And to be honest, I actually got to disagree with you. This ain't even a woman thing. You just said it like that. That might be one of the reasons. Like, if what you're saying is true, that might be one of the reasons why maybe them women ain't necessarily fit to lead. Even though I disagree with you, because I know plenty of women that actually do think about all of these things as a fucking whole. But if you're gonna tell me women ain't even thinking about that, then hell no, you ain't fit to lead, because you're supposed to cover all
Women is
goddamn
not
bases.
thinking about this shit in the way that y'all think about it, because this is a male structured shit, and y'all got y'all way of thinking, and there is no other way of seeing this shit. And my thing is, the male system is so right there to Rick is, why are you threatened by women taking it and changing it?
I don't have a problem with you changing a goddamn thing, but goddamn it, look, don't think you can just change shit and not take the other possible repercussions, reactions. For every action there is equal and opposite reaction. And I think the only thing that you're thinking, well, it'll just make us feel better because we're in charge now.
It
No.
don't matter what we think. It don't
like
matter.
that's the only reaction that you're thinking of, and I'm like, bullshit. Sorry, there's more to it than that. And
Like
just
what?
like little things like I just mentioned. Little things like I just mentioned, taking certain things, because that's usually just where it starts. That's as soon as you take one thing out of the hands of states and put it in the hands of the federal government, there are going to be other things that are taken out of
We
the
don't
hands of
even know
individual
if the
states
country
and
will
put it.
even operate on that same system if women was to be the ones that are in charge. So,
So you're
like,
talking about
you talking
dismantling
about
the
stuff.
entire system.
I don't know what would happen. I have no idea what would happen.
Okay, so
And I'm
when you
not even going that far
when you
because I
when you
don't
at least
know.
have an idea, a plan, or a blueprint, can we have an adult conversation?
Why would I have a plan or a blueprint for something that's likely to not happen?
Because you're suggesting it. And to be honest, I mean, you're saying that this shit is on its way out and it's going to fall anyway. So maybe it's more likely than you think. Because
And then when it happens, then we'll get there and we'll see what happens.
okay, so
But
because the
for
thing
right
is
now,
like this.
I am listening to men who are closed to the idea of stepping aside and letting women take the reign. So why would I come up with a plan or a
I
blueprint?
remember this
Because
one chick I
if
used to
I have an
date. I got
ideology,
rid of that
God is
chick because
telling me
she
that would
was
be
one of
fine.
them chicks,
Hey,
man.
are you having a conversation or you
Nah,
monologuing? What's going on?
she was one of them chicks that used to be like, I just want to see what'll happen. I had to get rid of that bitch. She used to do shit talking about I'll just
Okay,
see what'll happen.
congratulations.
Like, bitch, if you don't get the fuck around me with that bullshit, fucking you'll just see what'll happen. Like, you been on fucking ruined every goddamn thing talking about I just see what'll happen. That's some the fuck.
It's falling apart now. So I mean, you don't really have an argument. Things are
Okay.
falling apart right now in real time, like we're watching it fall the fuck apart. So all I'm saying is give women the same opportunity that men have. That's all I'm saying. Remove brute force from the reason that your ass is the authority.
But
Take that away.
okay, this is the point that I've been making. The opportunity that you think men have, men don't have it. Certain men have it. Okay,
You
so
keep putting the word certain up there like it means something. It
no,
don't mean
listen
shit
to me.
in the
It means
context
a
of the
lot because in
conversation.
order,
No, the fuck
listen
it
to me,
don't.
Queen. Listen. Let me get this. 30 seconds. I'm gonna land it. Check this out. The reason why certain men have it means something because if we're gonna shift that to women, that means certain women are gonna have to have it. And what would be your selection process to determine which certain women have that?
What was the selection process for me as a head?
Lineage and wealth is the default.
Okay, well there you go. Well, there you go. There you go.
You know, that's what I'm
The
saying.
default.
Lineage
Hold
and
on.
wealth has always
Whoa,
been the
whoa, whoa.
default.
Why is the default?
That's just the way it's been. So
Why?
hey, I don't know. I didn't invent it, but you're
You
saying the
don't
same
know.
thing. You're saying the same
Exactly.
thing that we have.
Uh-huh.
You're saying the same thing
So
that men have. Give it to women. The default was lineage and default, and it was usually firstborn son because you can actually track the fucking bloodline.
you cannot
Okay.
track the bloodline through a man. That's a lie.
Okay. So let's say, for example, okay, would you rather just give it to all the firstborn daughters? And the rich
It
ones.
would
I'm sorry,
be whatever
not just the firstborn daughters, but the rich ones.
whatever experiments that women decided it would be.
No, no,
Men
you just
chose
said
those
give
standards
them
for
the same
whatever.
thing. Like I said,
Excuse me, God dog. You just said that you didn't know why men chose their qualifying processes the way that they did. Okay, you don't know. So I don't know what kind of qualifying processes women would come up with, but they would come up with them because they would be the one that hold the position of authority.
I didn't invent the system or the society. I just live in it and I'm flourishing in it. You're talking about changing it, okay? Or possibly changing it. So you got to have something in place. I don't know how the fuck
We don't
we
have to
ended up
have
here.
anything
We
in
just
place.
are here.
We ended up here because it's been a bunch of men in charge, and clearly it's failing. That's how we got here.
Oh,
It's failing. So perhaps it's time to pass the torch. Perhaps it's time for men to sit their ass down somewhere
okay.
and
So
let women take on the charge.
what you want to do?
Perhaps
Let me.
your
All
job
right.
is done. Perhaps your job was to set up society, carry it out for a time, and now it's time for you to pass it on so it can continue to thrive. Because right now it's dying. And usually
All
like
right.
a rainforest. At some point, you set that shit on fire so it can continue to thrive. And maybe that's what the fuck is going on. But men want to hold on to power because humans are greedy. Men are definitely fucking greedy and somewhat barbaric and wants to hold on to that power. So that even the mere thoughts of a woman being in control of something is such a terrifying thing.
Okay. So let's not. All right. So I'm on your side now. Fuck it. Let's dismantle the entire system. All right. Now the default, like I said, it's wealth lineage. Right now, that's kind of the way it's always been. That's the way wealth is passed down and power is passed down and shit like that for the most part. It's wealth and lineage. Might seem like it's just to men, but it's not. It's wealth, lineage, and shit. So instead of giving that shit to rich white men from wealthy families, because that's the default power holder. Rich white men from wealthy families, let's just give it to poor other women. You know what I'm saying? I'm not just going to say white women. Let's give it to poor other women or colored women and people of color women. You know what I'm saying? Or yeah, colored women and women
The
of
hell are
color.
you
You know,
talking about? It don't matter what the
let's just
woman
do
is.
the fucking opposite of the way shit's going on now. So right now,
You say anything about an opposite. The only thing I said was rather than men be the default, make women the default. That's all I said.
but men
You
aren't
told
the
me
default.
all
Certain men
other
are.
shit. You know what?
I'm just saying certain men are the default.
Look,
Men in
the
general are not the default of shit.
putting certain in front of men don't change the fact that it's men.
It
Okay.
actually does because we would have to determine which women we're putting in charge because all of you can't lead.
Again,
And
putting
we've already
certain
agreed
in
on that.
front of said gender does not change the fact that the default is said gender. Okay, so you can throw certain around all you want to. It's not gonna change the fact that the default is men. And the only thing I'm saying is make the default women. And
But the
for some
default
reason,
is not
men
men.
find that so fucking scary. They all know we ain't
The default is not men.
oh, and
Yo,
it's
the
so
default is not
great.
men. Like you make it seem
No,
like men
it's
are just
certain men.
born with
So
power or some shit because they're men. That's not the case.
what are you talking about? It's always been the case, simply because
That's
they
never
men.
been the
What are you
case.
talking about? That has always been the case.
Okay. No. No,
Yes,
that's
it's
fucking
always
crazy.
been the case because men had brute force. And so men took power by force, including being forceful toward women to put them in a certain place so they can maintain their power. What are you talking about? It's always been men as the default by utilizing brute force. Now, we take brute force out of the equation of who gets to dictate who runs shit, then maybe we'll have a more even playing ground. Because just because you have the power to force somebody into submission don't mean that you are the most qualified person for the job, but we'll never know because as long as men will use their brute force in a way to maintain power instead of using it to make sure society is good, then we'll never see women largely be a power of anything because it's not used just for the protection of society. It is used for men to maintain their power.
Over the course of documented history, more men with power and brute force and strength, physical strength, and even a strategic mindset have used those abilities, power, and strength to protect women than not.
Yes, over
To
the course
protect
of
and provide for women and children than not. I'm not gonna say there ain't some fucking assholes that have been tyrants and done some shit, but if you were actually to use a ratio, it'd have been more women protected and provided for by those men, with those things that you just mentioned, brute force, power, and all of that shit. That's what most people in leadership positions have used that shit for over the
and that
course
was
of history.
overtime. That was overtime because if that was the default and that was the standard, we wouldn't have laws on the book where it was okay to beat the hell out your wife. We wouldn't have had to have whole movements to repeal certain laws and do things to protect women because the default was we gonna take over shit and run shit by brute force, and that includes making this bitch of our will. That
Okay.
was the default.
Now, hey, that over the course of documented history and even with just laws and stuff, that's a very, very small amount of time over the course of documented history. But I think we got to be real with each other. Even with it being overturned over the course of time, it could not have been done without the help of men. Like men helped helped women to get that shit
Men
removed
had
and
to fight
overturned.
other men to make this shit happen
Correct.
because again, men
Men are
utilize
always
brute
going to,
force
and
to
that's my
maintain.
fucking. Hey, Queen.
Men,
That's my
men,
point. Men will
men,
always have
men
to fight other
will
men for the
use
protections and
brute
provisions of women.
force rather
That's the
than
game.
utilizing other methods of doing shit.
Okay, so this is my point, right? And this is where I'm gonna get at before I get out of here, because I know you've been up here for a while. I've been up here longer than expected. This is my point, and I'm gonna land with this. Men have always had to fight other men for the protections and provisions of their women and children in their society. So my
Because
point
men
is,
are
if
savages.
well, let me finish and I'm gonna land. So my point is, if we were to flip that and quote unquote make women the default and put them in the same position that men are in, not only would women, all right, be forced with the burden of protecting the men and the children, they would actually be forced to fight other women. Are y'all ready for that?
Okay,
Are y'all ready for that? That was my point. No, I'm just saying
women
that
be in
that
the
was
street fighting
hey
each other
Queen.
all
That was
What are
my
you
point
talking about?
about certain women. And the point is, y'all gonna have to fight with each other. Okay, y'all gonna have to fight with each other. Like, are you willing to fight with other women for the protections and provisions of men and children?
Women do what's necessary.
Oh
Always
my
have.
God. That was a yes or no question.
Yes, because women do what's necessary. Always have.
Okay, no problem. Hey, I'm down. Hey, you got my vote. Let's go. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? And I'll
Like
clean up
it's
all the.
just
And I'll
crazy.
clean up all. Hey, don't even worry about it. I'll come right behind you with that mop and that bucket, and I'll clean up all that motherfucking jello and mud after y'all get finished fighting. Yeah, maybe a titty pop
Okay.
out something. You know what I'm fucking up. Like, come on, man. You know damn well it's not as simple. Oh, women
I
are in
don't
charge
know
now.
damn
Isn't that
well.
great? Fuck out of here. Y'all don't like each
I don't I
other.
don't know. I don't know damn well, and men don't like each other either. So
You're
you're
right.
not saying anything that is, oh my God, this can never happen. You're not saying anything. I haven't seen it, and
No, hey,
so
you're
I
you're
don't
ab- you're
have something.
absolutely right.
You
You're
can fight
absolutely right.
against something that you've never seen before, but that don't mean that you are correct. You don't know because you've
Well,
never seen it.
the
You've never
difference
experienced
is, men have been, I want to say groomed or what's the term, indoctrinated, wired over the course of history to respect a hierarchy, rankings, wealth status, class systems, things of that nature. Women, not so motherfucking much. So you guys would actually have to develop your own system of hierarchy in order to determine which women are in charge, which ones just
it.
add money to the pot, which ones actually fucking lead, and which ones are just the workers that take orders from other fucking women. Like, for real, you would have to develop real goddamn infrastructure. Okay,
Women have infrastructure amongst themselves now. What are you talking about?
fuck out of here, fuck out of here.
Like,
And
so who supersedes Big
you have it
Mama?
amongst themselves, but now you're talking about
Who
including men and children. Let's go.
who supersedes Big Mama?
What?
Don't nobody go up and fight Big Mama. People do what Big Mama say. All women, younger and older. What are you talking about? Women already have a hierarchy and a structure in feminist society that men seem to not know shit about or don't give a fuck about. So to sit up here and be like, "Oh, y'all just gonna be lawless," and that's ridiculous.
No, I mean, look.
It's ridiculous.
You're talking about a system that governs not just men, but also cultivates a rearing system for children, but also allows you guys to govern each other. Like, it has to work for everyone as a whole. I'm not saying that it's not possible. What I'm saying is you don't have a fucking plan, and neither do a bunch of women that are thinking like you. Y'all are like, just put us in charge and let's see what happens. You know what I'm saying? Where we are now, you do understand that it took goddamn 2,000 years of fucking documented goddamn history to fucking get here. What the fuck? You think you're gonna fix shit overnight? Like, what the fuck? We spend another 2,000 years hoping this shit work for women, even though we ain't never seen shit work before? Like, what the fuck? I like shit the way it's
Sir,
going. The fuck out of
this
here.
country,
Like,
this, this country has only been a country for 250 years, and it's already falling apart. What the
yeah,
hell are
but
you talking
you mentioned the Roman Empire, okay?
about? What are you
You
talking
mentioned some
about?
other things. No, I'm just saying you went back about 2,000 years when we
I
talking about
did.
documented history, and according to SKC, because I wasn't up here, nor did I listen to it when Pure was up here, but she even went back even further than that. Okay, so come on.
Okay, and where is the Roman Empire now?
It's gone. All empires have fallen,
Uh-huh.
and this one's gonna
Rome
fall
is
too.
a
And this one's gonna
Rome
fall
is
too.
a
No, and I'm
Rome
not
is
even disagreeing with you. This one will fall too, if it
Rome
hasn't
is a
already.
city now. Okay, it's a city. It's
Yeah.
not even. It's just a city. So,
Well,
uh,
at the same time, they still house the most wealthy, influential institution on earth. That being the Vatican.
a religious
So
institution, correct?
yeah, I mean that's what it is.
Okay,
So they still house that the most wealthy and they own the
a
most real
religious
estate. You
institution
know,
that helps
so
to
I'm
elevate the
just saying, and
men
it's
or the
still there. So
default leaders,
my point
right?
my point is just this though.
Okay.
There's still remnants of the Roman Empire to this day, and they still own more real estate on Earth than any other entity. They are the wealthiest institution on the planet still to this day. Um, and they're probably the most influential as well. Christianity is probably the most or influential. What's the term? I want to use the term religion, but yeah, you want to call Christianity an institution? I can't argue with you there. But I think it's probably the most influential ideology, or set of ideologies, probably on Earth. Right? Would you disagree?
Does that ideology not default to men as the default leaders?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so stop playing with me. Stop playing with me.
Yes, it does. But look, I'm about to get up out of here.
Thanks
I
for coming
gotta
up.
get. Nah, I appreciate it, man. Hey, I know you want to keep man, this motherfucker put in 12. Good job. I didn't even expect to be up here this morning. All right, Queen. This was a fun one. I might continue this shit over the weekend or something. Peace.
All right, have a good one. Whew, Lord. This stream was almost 12 hours long. That's crazy. But shout out to y'all. Shout out to SKC, NC, and whoever else came up on the panel. Who was it? Black Man is Fair. Yeah, shout out to all y'all. I helped my shift go by fairly quickly. I wish y'all would do these when I'm off. Okay. When y'all want to do this on Wednesday and Thursdays, God dog, I have to work in the day on them days. Y'all can't pick a different day. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Look like BJ still asleep. But yeah, shout out to y'all. See y'all next time. Peace.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.